Just give me a second. I'll be shooting over that link, and we'll be live on the Twitter and on YouTube. If you guys are tuning in and watching this later on, this is going to be a space with TNG systems. It'll be on Twitter, and it will also be on YouTube, and it's just going to be looking at some of the new information from the court documents with John Karony regarding Safemoon. And if you're tuning in later, you can just skip ahead a little bit. We're just getting everything set up. You just got to skip ahead a little bit of the YouTube, and you'll find where the audio starts. You just had to get a couple things set up. Okay. Just gotta do one more thing real fast. Hello. All right. Hey, what's up on the YouTube side of things, guys? TNG, are you ready to join that space on Twitter?
Yeah, man, do it.
It's live right now. So if you just want to jump in there, and then I'm gonna switch my audio over to the Twitter space, and then we can go ahead and start.
Oh, I'm joining it.
All right, cool. I will be over there.
Yo.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. This is going to be a faff to get set up.
It's gonna be a what?
A faff. Classic British lingo.
Yeah, what the heck is that?
Faff, just like a mess, a hassle.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. On your end, it's going to be rough to get set up.
No, you.
Oh, on my end, no, we're good.
Don't forget to link
through on
the
YouTube.
on this.
Oh yeah, good idea. Actually,
you have to make a tweet when if you've already tweeted out, just link it. Yeah, just link that.
So up on the YouTube side of things, guys, if you guys have any questions for TNG Systems or me, just drop it down in the comments. And if you're rewatching this and you have any questions or you want to follow any of this information, you can just say so in the comments, and I'll get you the links that you're looking for.
John, I jump over to the Excel thing I sent you, just to explain what this is from the get-go.
Yeah, the Excel thing. Yeah. Okay. So if you're on the Twitter side of things, guys, we're going to be also showing what we're looking at on the YouTube side of things, but you can hang out here if you want. Actually, hey TNG, you're a co-host. Did you repin that to the top or?
Oh, you're so lazy, man.
I don't know how to do it. Is all.
Seriously, you're like the guy who hosts so many spaces and you don't know. To be fair, I learned how to do it and then forgot how to do it about 5 times. So that's
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Let's pin that now, right? Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Oh, that's an interesting point. Right, if you go to, you're gonna have to zoom out a bit because we're only seeing like a tiny fraction of the screen.
I'll zoom out a little bit more.
Yeah, just like 1 or 2.
Okay.
Oh, there is quite a lag on.
It's a delay. That's why we'll have to like pull it up and then look at it and then talk about it.
Yeah,
it's probably like 5-10 seconds or something like that.
Jeez. Right. If you go to the Deployer 1 tab, I'll just sort of go over it on my screen so that I can see what I'm doing. So
yeah, you're good.
Just an explanation of kind of what this is lots of people do things like they bounce around like transaction hashes and they say, oh, this means that and this means this, and it's really hard to like get the context of what's behind stuff. And I fully agree with some people who say, you know, the blockchain tells you some things, it doesn't give you all the context, but you can get all the context if you do things the way I've done it. So what I've done is just completely extracted every single transaction that the various deployer wallets make for Safemoon. So those are the people who have like kind of like the key of ownership. The deployer wallet can do all these certain things that no one else can do. So the deployer wallet, you think of it like the owner, and the way that it's kind of been split up is that the deployer 1 wallet was owned by Kyle, and then on the 1st of April 21, John and Thomas took over officially, and they got a new deployer wallet to do things themselves. And then towards the end of 2021, they opened up a new deployer. I don't know why exactly, but they have 3 on version 1 of the token, and then obviously version 2 of the token has a 4th deployer wallet, which I haven't fully tracked. But essentially, quickly, I downloaded every transaction on BSC scan, removed all the crap because people get sent all these stupid tokens all the time, like little scammy ones. So I removed all of those out. So this basically just looks at the kind of BNB movements or selling BNB for things like Ethereum or wrapped Ethereum and stuff, and it looks at all the Safemoon token movements, and then you can see that primarily this looks at like liquidity adds and liquidity removals. So the deploy 1 timeline then is showing you kind of if you scroll to the top, it's showing you right away what happened. It all happened on the 1st of March, and Kyle minted 1 quadrillion Safemoon tokens. 777 trillion were distributed amongst the people who bought in the fair launch, which wasn't a fair launch really. And then the 223 tokens were burnt, etc., etc. And then it just kind of goes from there. So the first bit of BNB added for liquidity, which is on line 5, was just a function of the kind of fair launch contract that Carl used. So like some tokens and BNB automatically get added to liquidity so that people who buy in the fair launch can then sell the token, blah, blah, blah. So there's nothing like massively remarkable about this. And this is what's crazy about Safemoon, is there is probably about $2 million worth of theft here from Kyle. But the scale of theft is so massive that I can actually say like the $2 million is not that massive. It's not so much of a big deal. But you can kind of see as you scroll down how easy it is to kind of get the picture. It's going to be difficult on this YouTube screen because you're only seeing like a small window, but you can see very easily how they remove liquidity and then send the tokens off. They often can just sell them straight away on PancakeSwap and just take the Ethereum, the BNB that way, or they they often sell them for things like USD stable coins and then just ship them off elsewhere. And that happens like so many times on the V1 deployer wallet. But the thing that people are really interested in is the deployer 2 timeline. That's kind of where the real like meat and bones of the theft is. So the deployer 2 timeline page is really interesting. Like some of the first things that happens is it actually receives about 4.4 trillion tokens. So they end up getting sent from the deployer 1 to like an intermediary wallet and then into the deployer 2. And from there, it kind of like immediately gets sent out to John, to the Devil wallet a few days later. And not the Devil wallet, sorry, the Gabe wallet. And what John does in that Gabe wallet is he's just selling them on Bitmart like constantly. Like he's selling them, he's sending the tokens to his Bitmart hot wallet, and he's just taking like USD back out like over and over again. But the real like juicy bit is on the deployer 2 tab. If you go to like line 30, that's where they start doing the BNB removals. And this is something that I feel is really, really important to talk about, especially the way they did it. So if you can kind of get it on screen on YouTube where you're looking at line 30 on the deployer 2 timeline, and we're just focusing on the green and the red columns at the moment. So let me know when you're all set up for that. And guys, like Crypto Control said, if you want to follow along, there's like a YouTube live thing. So I would probably just like mute us on Twitter and watch it on YouTube, or I don't know, however you feel is best to do it.
You just want the green, red, and the blue side on the screen.
Yeah. That's good enough.
Just so people can see it. And
so
okay, cool.
Just like to really quickly go over it. Essentially, the code for the Safemoon contract was like written and it's finalized, and it specified the PancakeSwap address, and then PancakeSwap came out and said, "Oh, we're getting a new like router, and that comes with a new address. So everybody, if you want to trade your tokens, you've got to use this new one." So there was a problem that basically the liquidity that Safemoon generates through holders buying and selling the token was being sent to a PancakeSwap address that was like defunct. Like nobody could trade on it. It was just pointless, right? So they needed to move the liquidity from one pool to the other. And what's really interesting about this is that you can see that one entry that's in the green column, which is for like the 13,333 BNB. This is actually like the only time they ever do a proper liquidity move. So they withdraw it on the 12th of May at 4 in the morning on UTC, and then they add pretty much all of it to the new PancakeSwap 2 pool. So they all they're doing is they're just removing liquidity and adding it. That's totally legal, totally cool, right? There's no problem with that. They lose some of the tokens due to the tax, and they don't put all of the BNB back in straight away. But okay, you know, that's like the least of our concerns at this moment. And then I guess they kind of figure out that actually there's a much better way to, or well, for them, there's a much better way and a more sinister way to move liquidity over. And what they instead start doing is they remove the liquidity. So you can see that on line 32, they've got the 55,705 BNB, which is worth $37 million at the time of extraction, and then another $37 million worth of Safemoon time of extraction. They take them out, and then they put the BNB back in by buying themselves tokens on the second PancakeSwap liquidity pool. So they're not really like putting liquidity in, they're just trading what they took out for something else. And then you can see very easily on lines 36 and 37, if you scroll over, that they start transferring that Safemoon over to Bitmart. And that's where either they sell it on Bitmart or they sell it to Bitmart, but one way or the other, they take Safemoon tokens out of liquidity and swap them for cold hard cash. Okay, so they start making a lot of money from funds that came from the liquidity pool. And this brief explanation, it's not really that brief, is to kind of set up like the counter argument to John's legal defense that's going on at the moment. So
okay.
if you wanna jump in and talk about, or I can talk about the John's latest.
Well, I guess real quick, it might be good to just let everybody know, like, yeah, like what you just said. So the purpose of like what we're doing right now is that like new information has come out from John's legal defense team on like why what he did wasn't fraudulent with one of the lawsuits that's going on. Not the one with his mom, but with the people that like say they were scammed or whatever. And so TNG has basically laid out all of this blockchain evidence to try to. So the reason we're going over this right now is to try to provide a context for when we go right after this. We're going to also look at the documents from John's legal defense team to basically, from what I understand, TNG, because I haven't done this yet, basically show why that legal defense is not a good one. Is that a good summary? Or
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I would say kind of kneecaps John's legal defense. But yeah, the summary of it all is when you lay the blockchain evidence out like this, you can see how clearly they kind of have manipulated Safemoon. They do the same thing just over and over. Like you can scroll down, you can zoom out and scroll down, and just it shows really, really easily how often they basically just extract like a huge amount of liquidity, millions of dollars at a time. Like they've got $4 million there, $15 million there, $8 million, $8.6 million. It just, and what they do with that money is they just plow the BNB back in to like pump the charts, and then they send the tokens over to Bitmart to sell them to Bitmart or to sell them on Bitmart, and take out millions of dollars on the Gate wallet.
and like this is where the fraud occurred. This is what like CoffeeZilla and his team found.
Yeah,
This is how they got access to the
exactly,
liquidity.
Yeah, but I kind of felt like,
Mm.
CoffeeZilla's videos are a little hard to understand if you had like a total layman's knowledge, which I did at the time. And having like laid it out like this, I feel like anybody can understand it. So it kind of, I feel like a lot of people don't realize how bad it is, and I'm not like making it
Well,
sound worse.
that's one thing to like hear it really quick in a YouTube video, but it's like another thing to like go look at it for yourself. Like that's what I was telling people, like go look at this on the blockchain and look at it and watch it for yourself, because it's a lot different seeing it for yourself rather than just taking someone's word for it or just listening to a YouTube video.
Exactly. Like when you actually go on like to one of the transaction hashes, you can just copy them in and pop them on BSC scan. But that one on like line 32, and it's not even that accurate on BSC scan as well, because it's taken the price. When it comes to a liquidity removal, it actually doesn't consider the price of the token at the time. So when you look at like a purchase for a sale of Safemoon, you can actually see how much they paid in BNB or how much the BNB is worth at the time. But with liquidity removals, it's kind of just pinned to.
You have to like figure out what the price was, or
so yeah, like we've got like a script that.
Hey, real quickly, people are asking if you're Gandalf.
No.
No, this is a guy named TNG Systems. He's just somebody who is. If you're on Twitter and you follow Safemoon, you know him. But if you're on the YouTube side of things, you probably don't know TNG Systems. But he just kind of spends a lot of time researching the blockchain and looking at the evidence for Safemoon. And yeah, he's not like a part of Safemoon. He wasn't a holder of Safemoon. He's just fascinated by the Safemoon story, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty much pretty wild thing to be like a.
I thought you were Gandalf.
Just an outside observer, but like if you take that line that you've got highlighted, if you copy that hash in, you can see it like a quick demonstration. If you bung that into BSC scan, you'll see that it's not even like as bad as you think. So it tells you there that liquidity removed was worth $17.265 million. But that's the current price of 309. Like back then in 2021, it was the B&B was worth like 600 and something each. So the actual price of that at the time it was extracted on the 12th of May was $37 million. And of course, when you remove or add liquidity, it's done in a pair, and the pair has an equivalent value. So 55,705 B&B was $37 million, and 3.6 trillion Safemoon tokens was $37 million. Now, when you add all of those up, all of the liquidity removals that go until September 2021, it comes to $164 million. But they added 17 in, so it's kind of hang on, I think I've got the number here. It's
Because like I went and looked at all of the remove liquidities that Kyle specifically did. Is this including remove liquidities with all the deployer wallets? Is that what you're saying?
no, this is just deploy 2. So this is just what was done between John and Thomas. And we know
This
it's
is
John
not
and Thomas.
Kyle.
We know it's John and
Oh.
Thomas. So if you go, there's a page called Assets, where I've just been putting some shit, and you can actually see a conversation between John and Thomas that Thomas shared, where John is asking him or telling him, you need to send like 200 billion tokens to a Bitmart market maker account, and then he says you need to send 4.1 trillion to a new address. That new address, I very heavily suspect, is what John uses as his own personal Bitmart deposits, because he was sending stuff to that same Bitmart from the Gabe wallet.
Okay. And
So
you're saying that you were looking at the amounts, and you were able to figure out what the actual price amount was that was being pulled out from the remove liquidity function on the deployer 2 wallet, and
It's
that it came out
accurate
to
to the minute.
160 million, and
Yeah.
they put 17 million back, so it's like 143 million or something like that.
141, I think it was 147 million dollars. So, you know, deployer 1 is, I can't remember if it's off the top of my head, it's like $2 million worth. Deployer 2, they managed to scrape $147 million. And then finally, deployer 3, they take, it's a bit trickier because they do some stuff in V2 token as well. But deploy 3 is $109 million, nearly 110. So,
and so real quickly, just for anyone who's listening, like the point that one of the main points that we're like going over is that John has basically, because of this lawsuit, been forced to provide a defense of why this wasn't fraudulent.
Yes, because before now he's just said, "Oh, we'll take liquidity for business expenses, but we'll tell you." And then when the CoffeeZilla thing came out, I don't think he even responded to it, but he has said in the past stuff like, "Oh, we've already addressed this FUD," but he's never like.
It says NDAs. NDAs
yeah,
flipping matter.
He's never linked back to it. He's never, people will just believe him at his word, and they won't, they'll take his word at face value. But he's never actually specified what he's going to use liquidity pool funds for. And you've explained it really well in previous videos and spaces, and I've explained it as well. But this is the investors' money. The liquidity needs to stay in the liquidity pool, otherwise you can't trade Safemoon. And if the liquidity is thin, you just end up with massive price impact whenever people want to sell, and that's exactly what's been happening with Safemoon over the years. Every time they extract like $50 million and put 25 back in, you've halved the liquidity, and then people end up selling the token, and it just like shoots the price down. So realistically, part of the reason the token price is down 98% is a combination of many things, but one of the larger reasons is because the liquidity is thin, because John has kept stealing it.
Yeah, and that's like that's there's so much to that could be said. The fact that if the price hadn't gone down so much, people would have believed in it more. You know, that's other people's liquidity to sell. That's not yours to sell. You know, there's just so much that could be said about that.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm still
it's
not 100% sure, but like I really feel like they were collecting that tax on Bitmart and then sending it the 10% over counter trade to John, and it was being sent to John. Can you confirm or
there's no
deny
way to
that?
tell. There's
Yeah,
no way to
there's no way to
tell.
tell. Yeah.
But you
What else
know,
would they be doing with it? You know what I mean?
well, just to quickly, like, you know, you might know of a guy called Champ of Sun. He's the largest Safemoon holder. He's the number one holder. He has like 7.7 billion tokens at the moment.
Oh my God.
And every day he is literally getting like hundreds of dollars worth of reflections. So he's the only person who could actually bloody passively live off them. He's been saying for a long time that I won't waste too much time on this, but he's been saying for a long time that
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. He's the top whale.
yeah,
Oh my God. Because
it
he's been
explains
like
a
the
lot
number
about
one
his dodgy
defender of,
stuff, doesn't it?
of
Yeah, yeah,
safe.
yeah, yeah. What's his financial motive? Is it the fucking $1.3 million of Safemoon in his wallet? I wonder.
That's
Anyway,
insane. Sorry.
he's been saying that he's been saying that Bitmart were collecting the 10% in USD for some reason, and then they collect the US dollars, and then they Safemoon have to send them tokens for reflections, which is just so stupid. And then after they receive the tokens for reflections, then Bitmart pays them in cash, and that's the explanation for the cash. Or that may be an explanation for the cash, but it doesn't absolve John of any crimes because he's still taking funds from liquidity that he didn't put in there, so it's not his money, and then he's taking it to Bitmart, and whether he's selling it on Bitmart or selling it to Bitmart, he's
Which
still
seems to be
profiting.
what Thomas was saying. It was over the counter trade. I mean, it's
Yeah,
hard to
yeah,
know. There could be multiple
but,
things
but
going on, but
this is the problem because I spoke directly to Thomas on a space, and I just basically jumped on it, and I said, why do Bitmart need payments for reflections if they're taking a 10% tax on the tokens, which is
he said,
validated?
I don't know, or something,
He said,
right?
"Oh, he's like, well, I don't know." He said, "It doesn't
Well,
make any sense." And I said, "Well, no, it doesn't. It sounds like a load of bullshit. It sounds to me like Thomas basically just lied to CoffeeZilla. He thought, oh, this will get him off my back, and he just lied to him. But there's no way to know. And you know, this is the sort of thing that you won't find out in a civil case. It will come out.
well, I asked Thomas a long time ago too, and he could have lied, right? That's what everybody accuses him of, and he told me it was over the counter trade. It was just basically a deal, and so that's where I say like my personal theory,
Yeah,
and I could be
but
wrong, is they were collecting all that tether and then sending it to John, and then John would just send them Safemoon they took out of the liquidity, and then John would
yeah,
cash out that
but
tether.
this is the thing, right? Like
Yeah.
this is my logic behind it, and why I don't really subscribe to this theory is that, as we all know, like a centralized exchange doesn't operate on the blockchain. They receive their funds into a hot wallet, and then everybody just basically gets like a slip attached to their name, and that slip says your current balance is blah blah blah, right? So when you conduct trades on a centralized exchange, no balances are really changing on the blockchain at all. So everything happens on like an internal ledger that Bitmart has in this case. So why would Bitmart want to take USD, right? Bear in mind, all they need to do is they just need to say, like, take 10% of whatever asset. And in this case, according to Thomas and according to Champ, they've decided to take 10% of the asset for USD. So they're holding that back to collect it, right?
Yeah.
Then by needing to buy it from Safemoon, they're creating this like enormous taxable event. You know, it's over $20 million have traded hands. So they're now liable, and John is liable for both sides of $20+ million worth of sale of tokens, right? So
Well,
and
that's
here's the
well,
thing.
I think
Here's
the
the thing.
thing
Sorry.
about that,
Yeah,
yeah.
and here's the crazy thing, right? All they needed to do to avoid that was just multiply people's trades for Safemoon by 0.9. So that's it, 10%. So if I sell $1 billion, a billion tokens of Safemoon, then
Well,
I'm
I
really
was saying
selling
real
900
quickly,
million,
it
right?
doesn't look like a transaction. It just
Well,
like they just sent the USDT or whatever, and then they just sent the SafeMoon. It doesn't look like there was a transaction that happened.
hang on, because this is what I mean. This is kind of like,
Mhm.
you know, the sort of smoking gun for me. If I want to sell 1 billion Safemoon tokens, then really like if there wasn't ever a tax, then $1 billion would be removed from my ledger on Bitmart and put into someone else's ledger. Okay. But with this 10% tax, then I would sell 1 billion tokens, but only 900 million would move over from ledger to ledger, and there'd be kind of like a 100 million that are just sat there, not in my name and not in the recipient's name, but in Bitmart's name. So then Bitmart just needs to distribute those, and then they, with the 5% of that, half of that 10%, and then the other half they give to Safemoon, and Safemoon add it to the liquidity by selling it as in swap and evolve. So Bitmart has the capacity and the functionality to just replicate what Safemoon are doing. And what Thomas and Champ are arguing is that they decided to do it with USDT, which then adds a huge taxable burden to both of themselves, and it means that John or Thomas or whoever needs to do these manual, batches of tokens being sent. It's like they're giving themselves more work, they're giving themselves more taxable burden to do the exact same thing than if they had just multiplied their Safemoon trades by 0.9, which is 10%. It just doesn't make sense. It seems like the stupidest thing to do.
Well, isn't that what allows them to take the money by doing it that way?
It very well may have happened like that. It very well, that might have just been a stupid thing that happened. But it just seems like a stupid thing to do.
You remember, if you add a little bit of the context of like what we know from the outside, because people worked there that have come out and said, and it's even in CoffeeZillow's video, that John Karony expects to be into a new tax bracket. People that I know that worked there during this time basically said that the Bitmart deal was going to make John a lot of money. So I don't know, that leads me to think that they came to some kind of agreement where both parties understood they were both going to make a lot of money.
Yeah. But
and then they just hide it all under an NDA. But that's, yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, this is getting a bit like off track because we're supposed to be talking about
you can go
the latest.
Back to where you were guiding us.
I don't know. Like I've just basically shown you that how to easily look at these liquidity removals and gain a bit more context. But just the last thing I want to say on that is the sum of all of this is somewhere around $270 million. Now, that's the total amount taken out, and of course they put BNB back in, but then they took an equivalent amount of Safemoon out. So if they extracted 55,700 BNB, and that's worth $37 million, then they buy those tokens from the Safemoon liquidity pool. So they then take $37 million worth of Safemoon back out. So that amount doesn't really change. However, we know that the price of the token has been collapsing since May 21. And so that obviously means that when I say they've stolen $270 million, it doesn't mean that they are in receipt of $270 million. It just means at the time that they took those tokens out and the BNB out of the liquidity pool, it was worth $270 million. So that's an important thing to remember, because remember, we're looking at the cash that we know of anyway, only the cash that we know of that John took out, and that amounts to somewhere north of $30 million. So if the token price is down at 98%, then there's a kind of clean explanation for it. Anyway, let's go to the lawsuit, because I don't have that long left.
There you go.
So the key document is 150.0, I think. Wait. Yeah, it's John's motion to dismiss. So basically, this class action lawsuit has got to a point now where people have submitted their sort of like opening arguments or whatever, and the judge has given.
Wait, which one is that? I don't think I have that one.
It's document 150.
I've got what you sent me, and I don't see 150. Where is that at?
Is that in the Dropbox that I linked you?
It says JK exhibit.
Yeah.
JK.
It's right. No, go back. It's the end of the file name. The file name says like 150-0 or 150.0. It's 150.0 for the There's one for Kyle and there's one for John, so you're gonna have to look.
Oh, okay. So I need to.
Yes, it's.
Moment.
I think it's the top one. I think that's John's one out of the two of them.
The May 16th filings.
No.
I think you might have not sent me that then.
No, it is there. I can see it, but there's a lag on the thing, so it's like difficult to direct your cursor.
Oh, was it the top one, the middle one? It says 150 and somewhere as you're saying. Oh, I see it. I'm sorry. Okay, sorry. I found it. Yes. I'm an idiot. I know, dude. Well, there's so many freaking like letters and numbers in there, man.
Fucking wake up.
You could have said like the fourth one down or something, you know.
Yeah, I couldn't see what you're looking at. I just thought I'd give you the name.
Okay. I got it.
Right. So essentially, the judges basically, you know, I have a really ropey legal knowledge here, but the judges given all the parties the opportunity to file why they think that the case should be dismissed. And John's one is really interesting. It's the longest one. So like Kyle filed his and Hank filed one, and they were just basically like, I wasn't really involved, so you can get rid of me. Like I don't think I should be on this class action case. But John is obviously much more liable as the CEO, and his filings are really interesting. There's a bunch of stuff on it. If I find some of the pages I was looking at, essentially one of the defenses that John has is that the token can't be considered a security because
is it the background?
Yeah, I'll try and find the pages on it. I'm just going off memory, but basically they're saying that if I search domestic, let's see, is that the argument? If you go to page 6, and that's like the page that's titled 6, which is in this PDF, it's actually page 15, but it's titled 6 on this. The first thing that they're saying is essentially because Safemoon's transacted on the Binance Smart Chain, which is operated outside of, or they can't guarantee that it's 100% operated within the US, that the token cannot be considered a security, which is a really stupid defense because the SEC has already come after many different tokens and coins for being unregistered securities, and they're not all like 100%. You know, cryptocurrency is like a global thing. So what they're arguing is that, like, let's pretend Bitcoin was like 99% mined in the US. If 1% of Bitcoin is mined outside of the US, then it could never be a security because they can't guarantee that, you know, when you bought the token, it was done domestically. It's a really ropey argument. I will be honest. It's a bit, you know, it's a bit
an interesting stupid argument.
Yeah, it's kind of like, and this is their leading one, right? This is their sort of the first, their like opening argument as to why this case should be dismissed. It says plaintiff's claims must likewise be dismissed because they do not satisfy Morrison, which is some existing or older legal precedent. It says plaintiffs do not and cannot allege that tokens are traded on the domestic exchange. Safemoon tokens were created using the Binance Smart Chain mainnet blockchain and trade on the Binance Smart Chain. As a court considering securities claims against Binance recently held, BSC is not a domestic exchange, but because it has insufficient contacts with the United States.
Real quickly, tell me what page you're on, because there's two different things that are saying different pages. There's the blue that says page 30, whatever, 40, which that would be the easiest way to do it. If you could just tell me which one that is.
No, it's the one that's printed at the bottom of the page. That's page
very
6.
bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it'll still say that out of all the pages. It'll say at the top right where the blue is at. It'll say page 40 of 40.
Ignore that. Just go for the one that's like printed like in black at the bottom of the page at the center, because that's the actual like filing. You know.
Okay, I'm at the bottom of the page. It stops at the 40 of 40.
Yeah. So
the certificate of compliance.
Just scroll up to find page 6.
which one? There's so many on the blue, the 6 out of 40 at the top
Just
right.
scroll up. You're on page. Scroll up. Go to near the top of the document.
Because at the bottom of each one, it has a number at the bottom as well. So it's
Yeah,
got two different
that's the
numbers for each
one.
page. Yeah. So I need to
Oh,
know which one you're referring to.
Crypto, I'm getting red in the face here, dude.
Oh, just tell me the blue. Why would you just tell me the blue? Page 3440. Like I said,
All
on
right,
every
fine,
page
fine.
has that at the
15 out
top
of
right.
40. Fine, have it your way. Have it your way. It's
Why would you
because
not
it's
do
because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Because I didn't see it.
Okay, that's fine.
No, it's fine.
Okay, so you're on A. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Okay, cool. Yeah, just use those blue things to tell me, and that'll be a lot easier to keep it on where we need to be.
Are you on the right? Okay, yeah. It's page 15.
Yeah, none of the playtest tokens for transits were domestic, necessitating dismissal of all the security claims. Which this is not a huge deal. Like this is just them providing an argument to why fraud didn't occur, or why they. This has nothing to do with like proving that Safemoon technically is like.
This is their argument. Yeah, exactly. It's not. They're not proving anything. It's just their argument. So that's kind of like the first major one. I am going to have to get off probably in the next 10 minutes. That's like the first major thing. The other two arguments aren't that massive, but the interesting one is about John's lawyers essentially talking about the LP money. So what you can see is, let me just find the bit. Yeah, so it's page 26 and 25 and 26 of this out of 40.
One of the things it says there real quickly, it says, I know you got to go fast. It says the Safemoon defendants dispute that the token is a security, but accept all that allegation as true for purpose of this motion to dismiss only. I don't know.
Whatever. Don't know. If you go to page 25 out of 40, it says finally statements about the liquidity pool being locked are not pleaded with the specificity necessary to show the statements were false and misleading. The Safemoon smart contract designed to generate liquidity for the token for a liquidity pool, blah blah blah. From time to time, Safemoon locked a portion of the liquidity pool, and that locked portion could not be withdrawn by Safemoon. And now, so that's what the plaintiffs allege, right? The people filing the class action. But in response, John's lawyers say, but the company never claimed it was locking all funds. Indeed, the amended complaint itself demonstrates that plaintiffs' assertion that the Safemoon defendants did not disclose that liquidity pool funds could be accessed by the company and executive defendants is wrong. Karony expressly stated within a few weeks of joining the Safemoon project that situations may arise which may require the use of the LP. Uses include seeding other exchanges and development costs of future Safemoon innovations. Put plainly, Karony tweeted the opposite of what plaintiffs allege. Now, this is the bit I think is the greasiest morsel of all of this, because when John sits there and he alleges things like we're locking the liquidity, his lawyers are essentially saying, well, John never said he's locking all the liquidity.
Yeah,
and
that's pretty hilarious.
Kind of like, I don't know how old they think the judge is. That he think he's like 5? Like, I just don't know who they expect to get this. Like, is this just kind of a last hurrah or something? Like, how can you, like, the name of the token is Safemoon, and it's called Safemoon because the liquidity was supposed to be safe. If the liquidity is being extracted to the extent of which I've demonstrated with that spreadsheet I've sent you, $270 million removed, and huge amounts of that liquidity are being sent to Bitmart, swapped for cash, and that cash is being used to buy John mansions and sports cars and watches, and for him to jet all around the world and tell everyone how amazing Sorry, it's now only 50 million. There's 200 million missing. So their defense is very easy to poke holes through, because if they're saying we've locked $250 million worth of liquidity, then by his statement he needs to maintain $250 million of locked funds, but he hasn't. He hasn't even locked money away. All he's done is lock LP tokens, which again is another thing that I expect the plaintiffs' lawyers to jump on, because they're not actually locking assets. They're locking the key to access the assets, but they're also generating new keys to access the assets. And that's what a lot of people don't understand about liquidity pool, and it's how Safemoon managed to steal how much they did.
You got to get off here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. I appreciate you coming on, and we can always do another space.
Yeah. All right. See you later.
All right, later, TNG.
Bye.
So yeah, I'll just kind of try to summarize for anybody. Sorry, the YouTube audio cut out. Thanks for letting me know, OXD or Connor and Thaddeus Prime. I appreciate that, guys. Anybody can come up on the Twitter side if you guys have something you want to say about this or add to the conversation. You're definitely welcome, and I'll keep an eye out for anybody that's saying anything. We're live on YouTube right now looking at these documents, so if you want to click on that YouTube link and check it out, you can. If not, that's fine. You can stay on the Twitter side. So the main important thing that I feel like today is that John's lawyers are having to defend against the people that are suing them, because they're basically saying that the Safemoon team, and side note, one of my YouTube videos is in the lawsuit. It's kind of funny because I posted a video of the recordings of Hank's audio, and so they referenced it in that. So it's just kind of funny to just be in the lawsuit. But now they're having to defend themselves on why this wasn't fraud, basically, and why they were allowed to use the liquidity pool. And to me, like, John wouldn't say anything about that, really. Like, he would not touch that topic of conversation. And like, when you go to court, he's being forced to provide a defense on this. What's up, my love team? How's it going? What's up, Hunter? Where did all our money go? Cars and handbags. So I think that this is an admission that they did touch the LP, and I don't think this is going to hold up, because they went from the LP is locked, like, and CoffeeZilla hit this really well. It's like automatically. It's an automated. Automated is not the same as, that's what we have right here is John Karony saying, sorry, let me make this bigger on the YouTube side of things. John Karony saying, we are locking away the current LP, which is $250 million worth of tokens. I believe I've already proven our loyalty to you. He says, if you watched our AMAs, you would have known that the LP is a last resort, and we will publicly go to the community and let you know if the LP will be used and what for ahead of time. So, like, I think that's another really big point for Safemoon, that I think this might feel like nothing right now to certain people listening to this, but I think this literally will come down to the fall of Safemoon on these specific topics. And it's just my opinion that if they didn't directly say in the website or the white paper that they're going to use the LP, and then they said the LP was locked in the white paper and the website, and then they later on said, oh yeah, guys, if we need to, we're going to use the LP to seed exchanges and for other things, but we'll let you know ahead of time. Then they went and used the liquidity to gross amounts to buy mansions and cars and all that thing, and give his mom $5 million before Safemoon is generating any money. I think that's what's going to be, the coffin in the nail, in my opinion, that's going to come back. Because like right now, this lawsuit is not to determine whether or not Safemoon is a fraud from like the FBI or the SEC. This is just like, these people are suing them because they lost their money on Safemoon, right? And people are joining it. The lawsuit, you're able to join the lawsuit for a while. But I do believe that the stance that they're taking to defend this lawsuit is revealing a little bit about, if we go back over to the documents, their defense is revealing their position on the liquidity, which is basically saying, we never said we locked it all, which is an amazing statement itself, and it just sounds terrible. Locked liquidity, but not all of it, right? Like, they didn't say that either, right? They just said locked liquidity, so people thought it was locked. And you know how much of an idiot you'd have to be to think that, oh, you could say locked liquidity, but you don't have to put all of it, and therefore you can just scam everybody, and that's a legal defense. And the fact that they're resorting to such a weak defense, and this is my opinion. You're welcome to come up and provide a different perspective. But the fact that they resort to such a weak argument of like, we didn't say all of it, we just said we're locking it. And that's the thing, is if it had been said on the website or the white paper, which I really don't think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, that they were going to use the LP for anything, then they would have had that to say that. But the fact that John refers to the AMAs, like you can just randomly during an AMA go back on what the website said and go back on what the document said, then then gain access to the liquidity pool. So I think that's interesting. I'm not super interested in this case, other than like finding out what their defense is, because I think they're going to have to deal with this again. If anybody wants to come up on the Twitter side of things, you're definitely welcome to come up. Where did all our money go? Lawyers aren't cheap either. Well, John has millions of dollars. So Darren's new song, John Karony is a buffoon. Oh, going to the moon, the moon, the moon. That's funny, man. So yeah, if you guys want to check out this information, I think you can find it. I don't have it linked, but you can literally read like the whole court documents, their defense. It's up to date. It's happening right now. I wish that there was like a live stream of this court stuff. I would love to sit there and just watch this play out and to see their defenses and stuff. There might be, because like one time my brother was like going through like a divorce or something, and it was just a live stream on YouTube because of that court live stream their stuff. So it'd be amazing if somebody could find a live stream of this, if there is one somewhere on a website or on YouTube or something, and to be able to see this would be amazing. So yeah, I think we covered that information pretty well, and it's just basically hitting that point that they're basically, in my opinion, admitting they took the LP, and they're saying, well, we didn't say all the LP, and we said that we would use it. So then that's them saying we took the LP, which I know it's so hard to connect all the dots for this because there's so much backlash. Most people are arguing that they didn't take the LP. Most of the people inside of Safemoon, they're either saying, well, they deserved to take it, or they didn't take it. They made some really good trades. They're basically in this defense saying we took it. That's how I read this as. You don't have to defend something if you didn't take it. If they didn't take the LP, they wouldn't be saying, well, we didn't say all the LP, or we didn't say that we wouldn't use it eventually, right? That's what they said. They would say we never used it. But the fact that they're defending using it, to me, indicates obvious, and it's so obvious, right? If you go look at the blockchain and you see before Safemoon's generating any profit, John getting millions and millions, 60+ million in Tether from the Bitmart deal, from when he said that they're going to be in a tax bracket because they had this really good deal with this exchange where they're going to make a bunch of money while the liquidity pools are being sold into the over-the-counter trade to Bitmart. It's so obvious that John profited heavily. I really think, and I know I'm just ranting at this point, but I think it's important. I really think John felt like he outsmarted the system. I think he thought, here's a way to gain access to the LP and a way to do it without getting caught, because it's this part of it that's happening is not on chain. It wasn't a transaction of Bitmart, and that's where me and TNG disagree on a little bit on how this actually went down. And it could be that it went down both ways, but it wasn't like a transaction where they sent Tether to this address, which then in turn sent them Bitmart. It was like they just decided, we'll send you this much Safemoon so that you can provide reflections to everybody on Bitmart, and you send us the Tether. And that Tether was just our liquidity. Like that's all there is to it. They just pulled our liquidity and used it in gross amounts for themselves, claimed it as his own money that he invested in his mom's company. And I really think that he just thought this is a way around the system. This is a way to steal all this money and get away with it. And thank God for Bootsy and CoffeeZilla and anybody else who played a role in researching this, because this all went down right underneath our noses. Like this was happening. Nobody was aware for a long time. I didn't see anybody talking about this. If anybody can show me someone that was telling all this back then and like showing us the transactions, proving that they did it, then I would give major props to that person. But I never heard or knew about this until CoffeeZilla stuff came out. I bought John a nice watch with the money I lost. So yeah, I think that this is it's definitely painting a different picture, because it's basically admission of using the LP, something that they won't do on freaking Safemoon, and something that many people that are still defending Safemoon are saying that you have no evidence for. So from my perspective, this is them admitting that they used the LP, that they had the right to use the LP, and that they didn't say that they weren't locking all the LP. They just said they were locking the LP. And like that's an amazing argument to make in and of itself. Not the most damning, but it is some pieces of information that help connect the dots a little bit. And so I think that if the FBI does investigate, that these are the things they'll be looking at: is you claimed it was locked and then you used it, and it's like, how is that not fraud? Or if the SEC comes after Safemoon, then they might be looking at that. But those are some. It's very hard to imagine that either of those things aren't going to happen to Safemoon eventually, and that could be like the end of Safemoon unless somehow Safemoon is allowed to be passed off to somebody else. Which I would be bullish on Safemoon if the right person took over. Just anybody who's not an incompetent, selfish bastard, then I would be bullish on Safemoon again. Potentially, I don't know. I'd have to look at it. But yeah, guys, I don't want to drag this out too much. I think we hit those points of interest pretty well. So you guys do me a favor, if you're on YouTube, just drop a like. I appreciate that. It helps me get more watch time. It doesn't really give me any more money, but I just appreciate you just clicking a button. And if you're on the Twitter side of things, thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys are always welcome to come up on stage and say what it is you're thinking. Also, if you guys want to follow TNG Systems on Twitter, he's constantly posting on this, and people like hate on him and say he has no life and stuff. And it's whatever. Do what you want with your own time is how I see it. So if you want to kind of try to keep up to date with the constant information before it comes to YouTube, you can definitely follow him on Twitter. Yeah, new management, 100% new management. That would be amazing. You think this is why Ryan left? Okay, so like, we're just hanging out now. So if you're bored, you can leave. But Ryan basically said that he needed to know what the spending was to be able to work with the products and stuff, and that he never got access to that information, right? Like he said that publicly. He said, and this is the thing that people don't understand. Nobody got access to this information except for maybe Jack, who's the only one who, when he disappeared, he really disappeared. You know what I mean? He didn't come back around and like a post or anything. I haven't seen nothing from Jack, but I imagine that he might be the only one who, one of the few people who actually knows what went down, because John's uncle didn't know. I mean, if John's not letting his own family know how he got that money, then he's not going to let like probably hardly anyone in that company know. Probably the least amount of people that need to know how he's getting that money. I mean, why would you tell them, right? Why would you go out of your way to let everybody know, hey, we're pulling the liquidity and we're using it as an excuse to seed this exchange, but in actuality, it's going to be an over-the-counter trade, and we're going to be getting millions of dollars of tether before Safemoon's producing any profit. Why would you tell people that? And like even further than that, if you didn't have something to hide, you would tell people that. It's like the fact that he's kept that from everybody, from Ryan, from his brother, from his uncle. It was weird talking to, some of these people and being like, how do you not know? Like, you were there. And they were like, he just didn't show us, Even he let us know how much money he had. He'd show off how much money he had, but he wouldn't show us he wouldn't tell us how he got it. But everything obviously points to Bitmart, the pulling the liquidity and seeding it, the leaked screenshots, everything points to Bitmart. The timing, like him buying the mansion. So yeah, I think that this might feel a little bit like, okay, we know, but now what? But I feel like until like it actually happens, then it'll really sink in. Like, oh, he stole from everybody. Until he goes to court or gets shut down or something, it's not going to really sink in until that happens. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But I do feel like if you look at it outside of that, before it happens, you can see that it does appear, in my opinion, to be very likely to happen, that there will be legal action for it, repercussions for this. So yeah, if nobody wants to come up, like I said, I think we hit this subject pretty well. And if new information comes out, I'll do a live. I'll try to start a Twitter space and allow for people to come up and say whatever. I could just read through these documents, which I thought about, but maybe I should save that for another time. But basically, them just defending Safemoon. None of plaintiffs' token transactions were domestic. That's a hilarious defense, necessitating dismissal of all the securities claims, because they're saying it wasn't domestic, which is weird because I don't know. Is that a claim that like because they went to another country and set up the LLC or something? Or, I don't know, because I feel like most of it probably was was domestic, But I don't know. I'm not very good with lawyer stuff. Another thing is reliance is not pleaded and cannot be presumed, dooming plaintiff's Section 10b claim, first and second cause of action. Even if plaintiffs had pleaded a domestic transaction, they have not. Plaintiff's failure to plead reliance is perhaps the most glaring defect in their Section 10b securities fraud claim. To establish a violation of Section 10b and its counterpart of the securities law, a plaintiff must prove the plaintiff relied on the misleading statements, among other elements. Well, I mean, I don't get how that doesn't apply in this situation. The traditional and most direct way for a plaintiff to prove reliance is to show that he was aware of the defendant's misrepresentation and engaged in a transaction and based on that misrepresentation. I meant the locked liquidity seems to be a pretty strong argument for that one. There are no such allegations here. Plaintiffs do not plead that they had actually read any of the alleged misrepresentations prior to purchasing their tokens. The failure to plead reliance requires dismissal. This is just their defense, right? Hey, what's up, Maris? You can come up. Hey, what's up, Maris? What's your take on everything?
YouTube stream up, so you might have to fill me in on everything because I just got up here.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry about that.
so basically you're just jumping up and then asking what's going on. That's fine. Yeah, you're fine. It's basically, you know, I'm just kind of hitting the same subjects, but it's basically them saying a defense with the lawsuit with the people that are suing them. Okay, you can't hear me? You can't hear me, Maris? Or am I not coming through? That's weird. She can't hear me, or am I just not coming through? Can somebody give me a thumbs up if you guys can hear me in the Twitter side of things? No thumbs up. Maybe you guys can't hear me. I don't know. Okay, you could hear me, but it could be glitched to where when she comes up, she can't hear me or something. I don't know. Thanks for the thumbs up, JRD.
Sorry.
Man, you guys went. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Maris?
it just dropped me down. I don't know if it's my connection or if it's just Twitter. I was just saying I just got up here. I think you had the YouTube thing going for a while, so you might have to fill me in. I personally don't mind you reading off the documents. I would prefer that personally, but I know that's a lot. It's pretty long, but I personally wouldn't mind.
Yeah, that's a lot, and I have done that before, and I think people enjoy that. But
was there like a new section of the document that came out?
I think the main points we were focusing on was a couple of their defense points. Was one which said that when they said that the liquidity was locked, they didn't say that all of the liquidity was locked. Was one of the things, and the other one was that they basically said that they basically, I think I have to find it because we were just all over the place. Me and TNG Systems was here a minute ago. I think they referenced the AMA where John said, we'll be using the liquidity from time to time. And so like we were just kind of speculating on that or having a conversation based on that. For me, the fact that they're saying not all the liquidity is locked, for me, like that sounds like a terrible response because I don't know. I would think that and you maybe if you can and fill me in if you do know that the website or the white paper would have to say, if it says the liquidity is locked, it probably needs to specify how much. And if it doesn't, then people probably presume that it's all the liquidity.
I think you can actually find that on Wayback Machine. I think it does have it on their website, something about the liquidity, if I'm not mistaken.
Saying that it was not all locked?
I don't know what it said, but I would check the Wayback Machine to see. I think I do remember something about the liquidity, but I think it's on the Wayback Machine. I'm at work right now, but I just wanted to join. But I think if you check there, it might be there.
Well, if you look at my my page real fast on Twitter, if you scroll down a little bit, you'll see a picture I shared, and I said, "Is this from the original website? Is that the part you're referring to, or is it a different part?"
I think that might be. Let me go to it. I think you put in your media, right? Let me see. Okay, this one right here. Okay. 100% automatic LP. Every trade contributes to the automatic generating liquidity locked inside LP. That looks like, the dot XYZ. I think that was the original website. I wasn't around in March, but seems right.
Yeah, I showed up in April.
Yeah, I was in here in June, so I was when the FUD started. So I've experienced nothing but FUD with
Oh,
this stuff.
you didn't even get. Yeah, I got like the tiniest good time of the price going up, and it just
Well,
straight
how do
fell
you think
from
I
there.
feel? Like I got in June. That was that was like the fucking worst time.
Yeah, I mean it was good for a little while. The price was going down, but the FUD didn't really start until like way later on.
You said something that was interesting that I did want to talk about because I'm not well educated about this. So, so I guess in the new documents, there's the defense response, right? Am I getting that right?
I'm sorry, can you say that last part one more
For
time?
the new documents, this is just the Safemoon responding, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah. As far as I understand,
So
yeah.
you did mention something that I wanted to talk about. I think one of their
Yeah.
responses was not being a security because they're domestic. Is that right? Can you explain that?
Yeah, that was their first. I think I don't understand it very well. I'm not very good with legal stuff, honestly. And I'm probably not super interested in it because it's just like technicalities. It seems like being argued,
Uh,
but from what I understand from TNG, the way he said it was that there's no way to prove whether or not the transactions or something or a part of it happened here or whether it was domestic or not. So to make any like claims, they're basically saying you can't prove it. I don't know. That's how I understood that.
hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the one thing I
Oh, okay, he's back. He's back. So hopefully this doesn't get too heated. But
no, it
uh,
can stay civil. I'm just curious
you guys are cool.
about
Okay.
the security thing because I'm not too. I don't think they've made a decision since I guess the XRP lawsuit's going in. But I think I'm just more curious about what does it mean when they say they're not security because they're domestic. I think that's what I'm just trying to understand on that part.
Can I jump in?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, go for it.
Um, Essentially, somebody tried to sue Binance for for something or other. I don't even know. It wasn't anything to do with security, but they basically uh, managed to get this civil case, thrown out because whoever's lawyers argued that the tokens they were purchasing on Binance, they couldn't prove that they were being purchased in the US or something. It's kind of a bit stupid. Um, I think the difference here is that John is a US person, Safemoon is a US company, and the plaintiffs in this case belong to the US. So I'm not sure how favorably the judge will look on this information or look
I
on the previous legal precedent.
Well, I wonder if it would be that the judge would kind of look at it like there's not an official SEC ruling right now, so it cannot be determined if it's a security or not.
Well, perhaps, yeah, it falls on the SEC to make that ruling.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like that part of it is kind of like what Crypto Control was saying is more technical versus because I mean, it's still an ongoing thing. So, but the rest of it, I've said this from the beginning that I do think that this particular lawsuit, not the other one, but this particular lawsuit, I still think would be settled. That's just my personal opinion on it. I don't think it's more of a win thing just because of the whole Jake Paul, all that other influencer stuff. That's obvious.
Along
But
with these filings, Lil Yachty is now settled as well. So that's three of the influencers who have settled so far. And then obviously we know that John did try to settle, but it was rejected.
what we don't know the amount though, right?
No,
Oh,
but
okay.
obviously not a material amount.
Well, I have a question. I don't think we know this. I know that what influencer was it that settled in that part of the lawsuit? What was it? Was it Jake that settled with the plaintiffs?
Jake Paul, I can't remember the other one. I can't remember his name. Jake Paul, Lil Yachty, and someone else.
I didn't even know you, Little Yachty was involved in this.
I mean, loads of people were promoting Safemoon, and they were all getting paid for it. And this is what we've been saying from.
I know Jake Paul was, and I forgot the other one. Was it Keemstar? I don't fucking
Oh,
know.
that's it. It's Keemstar. Yeah, Keemstar.
Oh yeah, that fucker. Okay, yeah. I know that there was a load of the influencers and the whole Ben Phillips thing. that's undeniable. But that's why I think that this one isn't really something that you're gonna win. It's just, it's just not. At least that
Well,
part of it anyway.
if the lawsuit is about Safemoon pumping and dumping, and parties attributed to Safemoon pumping and dumping, then of course they're not going to win it, because it's so easy to prove that they were pumping and dumping the token.
Well, the other thing is that they responded to the security thing, and then they responded about locked liquidity. They said they were referred to their website. Is that right?
No, the plaintiff said that Safemoon has repeatedly mentioned how they've locked the liquidity, which is true. And John's legal defense of this is that they never specified that they were locking all of the liquidity. So when John said something like, we are locking $250 million worth of liquidity, there might have been, for instance, pulling a number out of my ass, $286 million of liquidity, but only $250 million is locked.
Well, isn't the original? Well, there's still an original amount that's locked on B1. I'm pretty sure.
No, because I mean absolutely no offense by this, Maris, whatsoever, but you still do not understand how this liquidity pool works.
Well, I do, but I saw something about the other day. That's why. All right. So imagine
that a liquidity pool is just a bucket that has assets in it. In this case, let's just say it's dollars and pounds. Okay.
Okay.
$3 right? So that's the bucket. That's the liquidity pool. Now, to access it, you can't just dip your hand in it. You need a voucher, right? Like an admit one, or like an IOU, like a coupon. You say coupon in America. I was looking for the word, right? So when John says we're locking the liquidity, what he really means is the coupons that he has from other people generating the liquidity, because he's never put the assets in himself. The coupons that he has, which allows him to go into the liquidity bucket, he's saying I've locked them away. So what that means is he's saying, for the sake of this stupid analogy, I've given them to a bank and they've put them in a safety deposit box. They're locked. I can't get them for 4 years. That's what you understand. That's what I understand. That's what everyone who reads that statement understands. Because he says we are locking liquidity for 4 years. We are locking $250 million. So to you, to me, to everyone else, no matter your kind of understanding,
it can't be touched. That's what you're getting at.
Exactly. You would think, well, at the minimum, there's always going to be $250 million in 4 years' time. In 2025 of May, that they'll be able to take $250 million back and continue developing the token. Are you with me so far? And does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you so far.
Okay. So the problem with all of this is that they are able to generate new coupons to access the liquidity. They are able to write themselves new coupons. And the way they do that is explained in the CERTIC audit. And their response to the CERTIC audit is, oh, well, we'd never use those, because if we did, we would be sued. And hey, here we are.
Well, let me look at something real quick. I'm not discrediting anything you're saying.
What I'm trying to tell you, Maris, is that bucket with the with the pounds and the dollars in it is empty. It's empty because they wrote themselves new coupons to scoop all of that money out of the bucket. There's nothing. So when they get these liquidity pool tokens in 4 years back from DX sale in May 2025, they have a coupon to extract fuck all, because there's nothing in there. That liquidity pool, I say there's nothing in it. I think there's about 4,000 BNB in there, if that. I don't even think it's that much.
Well, the 250 million is what it was valued at that time.
Precisely.
Correct? Okay.
Well, yeah. You could, yeah. I mean, here's another thing why this legal defense is so stupid, is because he says, we've locked $250 million, right? And he says, well, we never said that we're locking all of the liquidity pool, but by that logic he's just used, he has to make damn sure that the amount that was locked in the liquidity pool is always at least $250 million. If he wants to stand on that leg for his argument, then he needs to make sure that, you know, he follows the terms of his own argument. And I don't think he can, because as I've demonstrated, you can find the liquidity pool on BSC scan. You can find the liquidity pool on BSC scan, and you can use the analysis tool on there to look at the amount of tokens that were held, and you can see the amount of tokens just dipping down, crashing down, and that's where they're extracting all the liquidity.
Well, so like what Maris said was like it was 250 million at the time, and if the value of Safemoon goes down, so does the value of what was locked up, doesn't it?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's also the value of the BNB, which wasn't really going down at the time.
Well, it's only gone down. BNB's only gone down.
Yeah.
Like,
BNB's halved and Safemoon's gone down by 98%. But you know, there's like if you look $250 million of LP, that means by nature at that point you had 125 mil of Safemoon and 125 mil of BNB. So at the very minimum, there should be, according to what John's saying, if there's 250 million locked and that's maintained, there should be 60 million of BNB and, you know, 2 million of Safemoon, or 4.
So can you read me? And I'm just asking for the small part because I don't have the documents. Can you read me the defense reading to the response for the locked thing, so I have at least the context of it? Or is it just one statement that says about the website?
That's on page 25 or 26. Crypto. I'm sat in my car because my wife is trying to get to sleep. She's getting up early tomorrow morning, so
That's fine. You're in a different time zone. I forgot about that. Because if I had the documents, I'd read it myself, and I don't want to make Crypto Control go through every single page, so I'm just trying to catch up. Plus, I'm working, so I'm doing.
Hello. Hey, TNG or Crypto Control, can you give us a quick synopsis of what's going on? I just joined.
John's a poo-poo.
Well, I've known that for a couple of years now, but you want to expand on that a little bit?
John's lawyers on the 16th of May have rebutted the plaintiff's allegations in their first amended complaint, which is their sort of official naughty list of things that John has done, which is why they're suing John and Safemoon. So this is the judge has given everyone basically the opportunity to file a motion for dismissal. So Hank, Kyle, and John have each filed a motion for dismissal. So Hank and Kyle's is just basically saying we weren't really involved. Kyle's is bullshit because he was involved, but Hank's is kind of like he shouldn't really be on the lawsuit. He's just said I wasn't really involved. John's defenses are he has like 4 main defenses, but only 2 are kind of relevant. The first is saying that they can't basically be considered a security because they transacted, or Safemoon is transacted on the Binance Smart Chain, which is not a US entity, or you can't guarantee that it 100% takes place in the US. And then his other thing is saying how the plaintiffs alleged that he was taking money from the LP and spending it on a lavish lifestyle, and John has come back and said that when he claimed that they were locking $250 million of the LP, they never claimed they were locking all of the funds. So the implication there is that this other allocation of funds is free for him to spend, like it's his piggy bank. That's basically where we are.
So when he said he was locking up the LP, I didn't mean the whole LP. That's just the whole.
That's his legal defense. Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah. I mean, I've already dropped an analogy before I left Crypto Control space. I mean, it's a pretty stupid one, but imagine you purchased home and contents insurance, and you got your certificate back saying, yeah, your contents are insured, and then somebody steals all your shit. You go to claim, and they say, well, we never said all your contents were insured.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually reading through it now. It says he also had his fingers crossed behind his back. So
Yeah,
there you go.
yeah. So John, when he was writing a tweet, he was winking furiously, but I guess that just got lost in translation.
That's hilarious. Hey, what's up, Thompson?
What's up, man? How are y'all doing? I'm driving, so I'm going to try to be as quick as I can. Two things: when they do a liquidity lock, I think people it just gets misdirected when you speak of a dollar value. Because if you talk about, like, we're locking $250,000 of BNB, right? And it were to go way up, let's say it increased to where that same BNB is now worth 400,000. That doesn't mean you can just scoop off what it's gained in value, because what happens is when the market goes back down, you no longer have that minimum requirement. So it's important to, I guess, to point that out, because it's typically done in units of value. So at this point in time, this amount of BNB is worth 250K. This amount of BNB. So you have to keep that amount of BNB there, because that's what's truly decreased or gone up in any situation, regardless. If it's been removed, it's been removed. It doesn't matter if it's worth more or less now. It's gone, and that's just the reality. The second thing about the it being on a BSC chain, which is on Binance, which isn't on U.S. soil. The tests that are involved, like the determine that based upon where did you target your customer base. Did you target investors on United States soil into an entity where you were going to pull the funds and use them to invest in an outside enterprise that depended upon other people for financial gain.
Yeah.
The fact that they put up advertisements in fucking Times Square,
Yeah.
pretty much that's targeting U.S. customers on U.S. soil. So I don't see any of that holding up. Bare minimum, it may in a civil trial. It most certainly will not in a criminal trial.
Yeah, there is a difference here. Like you say, they might be able to wriggle out of things in a civil trial, but not in a criminal trial. Because with a civil trial, they can very well say, like, oh, we didn't say we'd lock all the liquidity and get out of it there. But with a criminal trial, it's often like the spirit of the law rather than the letter of the law, because you can always do things that aren't written in law that are still illegal, but you can't get away with them just because they aren't written in law. There's another.
Yeah.
Sorry, just quickly, mate. There's another one of the defenses that John uses, or John's legal team uses, and that it says that they never directly solicited the sale of tokens or the purchase of tokens. So, like they said, none of the plaintiffs have ever had any contact with John or any of the members of the Safemoon team. So they've never been solicited sale. But again, it seems like John's lawyers aren't really keeping up to date with what the SEC is doing, because the SEC has made things very clear to say that you can't use a platform like social media to advertise a token. It doesn't absolve you of like that kind of regulation where you're because you're not addressing anyone directly. It doesn't mean you can get away with it, because you're addressing your whole audience. So Safemoon's up against that wall as well.
Yeah, the real problem, in my opinion, is going to arise when it's proven that Safemoon LLC, the company, was supported by proceeds from the token. That's where everything's going to fall apart. That's why John, which I think everyone knew when he made that statement, you all are not investors in Safemoon. I mean, that was a clear sign that there was something going on behind the scenes legally to me. He's wanting to distance that relationship. But the reality is they had no revenue stream. They had no way to make money. They've sold none of their products for revenue. Um, so, what ways did he make income? How was everyone paid? Where did all the money come from? Even if it wasn't stolen, where did it come from? And the second you can prove that those funds came from the token, they are one entity to the federal government at that point. They are no longer two entities. That veil is gone. The second you prove that that token supported an outside enterprise, it changes everything.
This is where we can have some fun, because I think Meris will come up against you there when you say, the funds were stolen. I believe the funds were stolen as well, but Meris, you don't believe that any theft occurred whatsoever. Is that right?
I think she switched to listener.
Oh, she's still
but
speaker on my screen.
Oh, really? Okay, on mine it shows her as a listener.
Okay.
I don't know if to try to defend her. Get down. I don't know if she takes that stance or if she thinks that there's just no proof for it.
She does.
She'll say that she straight up thinks that it didn't happen, not that that we don't know. She'll say that okay.
Yeah, she subscribes to Champ's theory, which is what I was talking earlier about. I still haven't had a response from either Champ or Meris or anyone really when they say, oh, they didn't sell the tokens on Bitmart, they sold the tokens to Bitmart, and it's like, well, one way or the other, they've taken out tens of millions of dollars by selling Bitmart tokens, which originated from the liquidity pool, which they didn't put in. So
yeah, I think it's weird because I feel like you can only view that as a possibility if you're coming at it from the inside. Like if you were looking at any other project and be looking at that, you'd be like, oh, that's obviously they stole that liquidity.
Yeah. But when you have a financial motive, you'll do anything really to.
I think it's important.
Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
It's important to. I try to arrive at a place where, because this situation, in my opinion, is wrong on multiple levels and from multiple viewpoints. For instance, if they didn't steal the funds and those were just funds that were provided by the token, right? That makes it an illegal security. Based on U.S. law, that is an illegal security. You're acquiring investors in a security, you're pulling from those funds and using them to fund an outside enterprise for the potential pursuit of profit. That is the Howey test. So if what she's saying, or whoever may be saying, that it wasn't theft, it's still not legal.
The problem with
Bare
the
minimum.
Howey test is that you have to meet all four prongs in order for it to fail the Howey test, which would make it a not security. The only argument that I could see in their favor is that there was no official contract. Basically, that's the only thing that I can see that they could lean on.
Yeah, but there's no contract. If you go on the SEC's website, if you Google now SEC press release, and you'll get another little search box, and you can type in crypto or cryptocurrency, you can see all of the cryptocurrencies that they've slammed against the wall, and none of them had you signing contracts, and many of them aren't based, or transacted in the US. And this is what I'm saying. If Safemoon's legal team is like, oh, we've got them now because we'll just argue that Binance Smart Chain isn't a US entity. Well, the SEC has literally shown it doesn't give a fuck. Like, if you are a US person, and even with like Justin Sun, who isn't a US person, he's still being fined by the SEC. And, Tron is like in the fucking gutter.
Well, I don't disagree with you that the SEC doesn't give a rat's ass about what you know how it's worded or the actual facts behind that, how we test. They want to just basically run over everyone. Um, the only reason I'm even familiar with this is because of the XRP case, and that's pretty much what they're hanging on to. I mean, if Safemoon wants to go ahead and blow 200 million like XRP had to do and hire the best lawyers around, God bless them. But you're right, the SEC doesn't give a shit either way.
Yeah. Well, this is the thing. Like, looking at the chart and whatever the chart does, and if you have like a temporary little bullish spree or whatever, it's all kind of just a moot point, because the way I view Safemoon and like saying it in an unbiased sense, or at least as unbiased as I can be, investing in it or holding it or whatever, it's a ticking time bomb, because what you're trying to do is make a profit and get out before either the SEC or the FBI turns their gaze, or whichever entity turns their gaze towards it. And if you want to sit there and fight and talk about the nitty gritty semantics of why this particular one thing might not possibly, maybe not really classified as theft, perhaps, sort of, you're fooling yourself, because the law doesn't take such a stupid view on semantics. If John is saying the liquidity pool's locked, the token name is Safemoon, it means your investment will go to the moon safely. It's in the fucking name of the token. He repeatedly says the liquidity pool's locked. He repeatedly states it's $250 million, and then all of a sudden he's extracting the whole liquidity pool and sending huge chunks of it off to Bitmart to be sold for his own personal profit. Like, there's no semantics about that. Like, he will do time for that, or he will be massively fined for that.
Thinking back on some of the early AMAs, and I can't picture it in my head, but did he ever make any promises on there, like buy this and we're all gonna go to the moon, or anything like that you guys are aware of?
Nor me. I mean, I wasn't really looking at anything Safemoon related until April, and at that point it was just what the fucking peons were spamming the subreddit with, so I didn't have any.
He did make a statement that I pinned to the top, where he says, if you watched our AMAs, you would have known that the LP is the last resort, and we will publicly go to the community and let you know if the LP will be used and what for ahead of time. And he never did that to ask or to even explain the millions and millions of dollars that he removed. And he's yet to explain it, even after the fact. So, I mean, that in itself, that statement at the top, that is enough, I would argue, in a court of law to be fraud.
Yes, well, it's $270+ million removed from liquidity pools. $270 million. So even more than the amount he was bragging about locking. It's crazy to think about such a huge quantity. And this is between March, it's between April 2021 and January 2022.
So I can make you guys somebody. I don't know how this works, but I could make you a co-host and you can continue the space. But I have something I have to go do.
Yeah, me too.
And yeah, I really just feel like the weight of this hasn't hit yet. I know it will one day. I hope it will one day, where John is held accountable for stealing our money. Like, that's just all. That's all it is, And that'll be a great day to finally see justice happen. But if anybody else has anything they want to say, go ahead, and then I'll probably have to end this space because I got a meeting I got to go to.
Why are you flooding our bags, man?
Why am I flooding the bags? Actually, cancel that. I'm sorry. We can keep going. They just they want to schedule for tomorrow, so that's fine. So yeah, keep shitting on John, guys. Go ahead.
John smells like food.
He smells bad, yeah. And he used to have that part down the middle of his hair that looked really funny. I'll just play. Yeah, if anybody else wants to come up, you guys are welcome to. If there's anything that you want to say about this.
I can't believe Merit is the bravest maxi out of everyone.
She is. She's got the biggest balls. She said she's at work.
Credit to her. At least she comes up and fucking talks.
Yeah, and she's being super respectful, like, to her credit. Which, like, I don't care if you disagree with me. If you just be respectful, I don't care, you know.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is that if you knew Merit back then, she wasn't as big of a maxi as she's become. So I don't know what flipped that switch, but
I guess it's probably because she's got Safemoon's #1 bag holder whispering sweet nothings into her ear constantly.
Did he ever sell anything?
Yeah. So,
did you sell anything?
At the peak when Safemoon dumped $34 million in on May 12th, 2021, so they took holders' money from the liquidity. They bought themselves $34 million worth of Safemoon tokens. That obviously shot the price up massively on May 12th, 2021, and you can look up on PooCoin. If you swap it to the hourly chart, you can see it right there at, on the hourly candle between 3 and 4 p.m. And you can see that as well, crypto on that sheet I sent you. Those purchases, they bought 22,500 BNB at a time, twice. At that point, Champ's bag was worth $67 million, and he didn't sell any. And then he sort of held on to it for a little bit longer, and then ended up selling about $400,000 or $500,000 worth, and hasn't sold a bean since. So not only,
dude, no way, no way.
Yeah, and it's worth like 1 million now, but of course, because the liquidity is so thin, he could probably extract maybe 800,000 maybe out.
the part of that whole story that I don't understand is, and I've said this before, but so there was a quick pump right up, right? I mean, we went from March to April, and he was at 67 million. But what happens when all of a sudden now you've come across April, and you look down at your bag, at your wallet, and now it's 57 million, and then another week goes by and it's 47 million. Another week goes by and it's 30. At what point doesn't someone goes, I just lost 50% of my value in here.
$30 million. I'm done.
Yeah. I'm taking my 37 and I'm going home. Or at least I'm taking 15 and leaving a moon bag there.
Like, you might think of me as being like a bit of a snake in this regard, but I still think now, like, selling it and taking the 400k he's already got and probably the 800k that he can get, like, that's a really, really impressive gain from like maybe $5,000 that he put in. Like, that's the sort of thing, in any other circumstance, and any of us who FUD Safemoon, or any of us who love Safemoon or whatever, can say, if somebody said to you, yeah, I was in a crypto, I put 5,000 and took 800.
Who sits on $60 million, dude? There's no way.
No. Check this out. If anybody said to you, I was in crypto and I put $5,000 in and I took $1.2 million out, you'd go, fucking pat on the back, lad, you absolute legend. But
how do you even say that to anyone? Like, could you imagine having to turn to your wife and saying, honey, I had $67 million sitting there and I didn't pull the trigger? I don't know about the rest of you, but my wife would literally pull out her gun and shoot me.
Yeah, my wife would fabricate a gun, because we live in the UK. She'd fabricate a gun out of like party poppers and ball bearings, and she'd shoot me in the face.
Yeah, pretty much.
No doubt, man. It's crazy. It's crazy. And like 67 down to 50.
Here's something else crazy about that. I'd like to say is, like, if that happened with Evergrow, you were getting BUSD rewards. It was constantly selling the token to provide the rewards to everybody for the rewards. With Safemoon, he was getting insane reflections, like the most reflections out of anybody. Yeah. Some of the people were getting tens of thousands of dollars. He had to be getting way more than that on top of all that. That's so, and it was compounding. So that is, I just can't believe that. That has got to be, and no offense to him, but that has got to be the worst trading I've ever seen in the crypto space.
Yeah, it's insane. Fun fact about reflections. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Yeah, sorry about that. If you, if Champ took all of the reflections that he got and took them out of his wallet and created a new wallet and transferred them to that one, he would still be on. He would still be the largest token holder, and his reflections wallet would still be in like the top 20.
Well, that's where it's like, I don't know what the numbers are, but it's probably, he probably got, it'd be hard to imagine he didn't get over 1 million in reflections.
Yeah, you can put his no, it's like $400,000 or something. I can't remember.
Well, like, it's also depends on what, at the time, like what time he was getting them, right? Like when the price was a lot higher, when you were getting those reflections, it was worth a ton more. So I was just like, holy cow, if you sat on that and like, I just can't imagine that. What was your selling point? I'm not just trying to make this a crap on him, but he's the main person, like defending, one of the main people defending Safemoon. And it's like, what was your selling point? Was that 100 million, 200
Well, that's
million?
the thing. Like he defends it so like disingenuously, which I kind of feel like the knowledge that he is the largest bag holder, I think is it adds some really, really important context behind. Like whenever you read something that he says, where he's obviously trying to like buck up Safemoon and like steer John away from accountability. Like he shared screenshots and he's tagged the Gabe wallet as like the company Tano wallet and stuff, and it's like, my dude, John literally sent a screenshot of the Gabe wallet to Uncle Dave saying, can you send this to the real estate agent for proof of funds so that I can buy my mansion? And it's like, that's not a fucking company Tano wallet. That's John's wallet. But he'll tag it as like Tano to like steer the sort of culpability away from John. And he does that all the time. He's always trying to like steer the culpability away,
Well,
and then he does these stupid gotchas and stuff.
Charles recently came out and said it was his wallet. So his own brother came out and said it was his wallet on top of Thomas, leaking a screenshot of John saying, this is my wallet, on top of his uncle, I think, released something as well. Or no, just him saying that that was also his wallet as well.
Crypto. The only thing I can going real quick back to your question as far as what was the selling point. I have to imagine that he really bought into the whole "you're gonna live off reflections" shit. Because, I mean, and you're right. Like, what were you waiting for? $1 billion? Like, at what point don't you say, okay, I've made enough. $67 million will carry me for the rest of my life, probably.
This generational wealth,
dude. 10 million. Sell 10 million. Have 50 million in.
Exactly.
Holy shit, dude. That is just so hard to believe. And this is the top wallet that's been like one of the #1 people defending that John Karony didn't steal anything. I mean, how did we find that out? Did he make that public, or did you find that out, TNG?
Just the same way that me and Amy found like loads of people's wallets. Is he initially revealed that he bought like $5,000 worth early, and then he was Amy found that he was making posts on the Sheeb Discord, which we found is like Ethereum wallet from that, and then he has some posts in the Safemoon Discord where he was saying, I've bought 3.95 BNB worth of Safemoon on March, I can't remember, like March 13th or something. So there is only one person who bought 3.95 BNB. So we had that wallet sort of like tagged in as possibly this is Champ. And then we found another post from him on Discord where he said, I've just thrown like another 12 BNB in, and that was on like April 16th or some shit like that. So we look at that same wallet, we jump forward a month to April, and lo and behold, it's put another 12 BNB in. So it's like, you know, this isn't a coincidence. That's his wallet. And then it also has stuff that he's like
That's
tried. He's like mentioned stuff as well, just in across his Discord about like FEG token, FEG, and the wallet holds that. So there's like 3 or 4 different things that all tie it together. Like it is his wallet, and yeah, like I said, I'm not like ragging on a guy. I still think, you know, he's pulled forward.
I can't get over it.
I'm not ragging on him because I think, you know, he's already pulled $400,000 out. That's like 4 times as much crypto as I've ever had, you know? So, and like, well done. And,
Well,
you know, and
I appreciate you being that way, but like I just can't. Like 10 million I'd sell 5,
yeah,
20 million I'd sell 10, 30 million. It just, there was not a point where I wouldn't be like, millions is not like, that's a house, a car, that's so much. That's why I'm like, dude, is this guy already rich or something? Like what number we just said was like, maybe when like, I mean, you made that point, like passive income, maybe he thought it was going to be so huge that at a certain point he'd be the biggest whale, he'd have the most reflections. And that if Safemoon had done well, that probably could have potentially paid off. But like even for me, it's like whenever I've had selling points, which it's only really happened to me once with Evergrow, it was like I picked a certain point. This is too much money. Where if I didn't sell here, I would hate myself for the rest of my life, and I'm going to sell half my bag or so that I don't regret. And I just can't imagine sitting on 1 million even. It'd be hard to not sell 500,000, but to be at 60 million, dude,
So
that's
if
just
he
crazy.
is rich, it must be like a trust fund baby type thing. Because there's no way in God's green earth that man made money off of any type of investment. Clearly, he's the worst investor on God's green earth. You have 67 million sitting there, and you don't say, okay, I'm going to hedge my bets. I'm going to take out 10, 20 million and ride the rest out or whatever. I mean, a smart investor, a smart trader would have done a number of things like that.
yeah, well, that is it. Like, the key thing again, like I'm not ragging on the guy. I think he's made a really stupid decision to not sell his Safemoon when he could have got even 2 million for it, or 3 or 4, 10, whatever. But the key thing here is that you have somebody who is so determined and will contort any kind of narrative to make John like escape culpability. And if you didn't know this about him, you'd think like, what's this? You know, what's the motivation here? What's this guy's? You know, what's going on? But the sheer knowledge that he is like the #1 holder, he's down like $65 million from the peak, and it it might be like it might be an oversimplification of his motives, but I would just say that he wants that big number back. So he thinks perhaps by trying to drive all the culpability away from John and pin it on Thomas, well, that's fine because Thomas is left, or pin it on Kyle, well, that's fine because Kyle's left, or pin it on Hank or Jack or whoever. What he's doing is saying, well, all that's in the past, and now there's only good things for Safemoon, and it'll go up. But the fact of the matter is, and it's so easy to prove, is that the guy in control of Safemoon is continually stealing from Safemoon, and he's still doing it because even between September 2022 and April 23, so just a fucking month ago, he's been just scooping money out of liquidity pool that originated from the liquidity pool, and he's been scooping money into Gate, the exchange Gate.io. What's that for? That's holders liquidity money, and he's just been like 400,000, you know, $2 million now, and it's like, what's that amount? It was something like 17 million or 15 million.
Yep.
Now, Safemoon's LP got hacked for 7 million or $7 million worth of BNB rate or whatever. He could have replenished it like that with the money that he'd already taken from Gate. So it's like, you can't excuse. And of course, I bring this to Champ's attention, and he doesn't message me back. He doesn't respond to it. And I bring other things to Champ's attention, and he doesn't respond to it. And this is what I mean. He's disingenuous. And if you believe what he says, you're believing somebody that has possibly the largest financial motive in all of Safemoon history to bullshit to you. And that's the problem I have.
Sorry, guys, I'm a little late to the party. Are you talking about Champ, one of the largest wallet holders?
No, he is the largest.
Was it number 3, if I'm not mistaken?
Well, he's the largest human holder, so obviously, like the LP holds however many tokens, and etc. etc. He has 7.7 billion tokens.
I'm about to buy some more.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm at the bank right now, dropping a shitload of fiat in my account. Got a whole lot of cash. Let's go. You hear the bank transaction happening right now.
Well, good for you.
Bro, what?
You know, trading's hot, so
You could just drive to Utah and give it to John.
I could do that.
And then shorten the process.
But, I'm not giving it to John. I'm putting it into my account, right? There you go. Deposit.
No, well, you're putting the BNB.
Anyways, I'm not disputing. I was just a little bit late to the party, so I just didn't know exactly like if you're talking about John's wallet or if you're talking about Champ's wallet. But yeah.
Well, haven't you already lost like $35,000 to this?
I'm down a lot more than that, but I don't care. It's money.
So what's the deal about like bragging about buying more then?
Some people are concerned about being down a certain amount. I don't care about that. And it's not bragging. I'm just communicating exactly my actions right now. So if you hear a lot of beeping and stuff, that's exactly what's happening on my end.
What kind of...
You say you don't care about money.
Not really.
Then why did you buy Safemoon?
8 forms of income.
Why'd you buy Safemoon then?
At the end of the day, got to be putting money somewhere. It's one thing. Or I'm going to give it to kids in Africa, which I'm not going to do.
Okay. First
why
of all,
not give it to charity then?
First of all, if people want to buy Safemoon, let them buy Safemoon.
That's fine, but if he doesn't care for money, give it.
Nobody said don't buy Safemoon. Nobody told him not to buy Safemoon.
You're interrogating him over it a little bit.
That's fine.
He came up and made that open for everybody. Hey guys, going to the bank right now.
I'm actually here right now. This is going through the transaction motions.
So hey, rather than do that, because he's already got plenty of money, he's got 2 mansions, a sports car. Why don't you give it to charity if you don't care for the money?
Me being on here and giving advice is charity.
Oh,
yeah. I don't believe in free handouts.
I'm richer for it.
I believe in hand-ups, not handouts.
You're handing your money up to John.
Yeah. You guys live in the U.S., right? You have taxes, IRS. You're already handing money to the Biden, which is funding war in Ukraine.
Well, let's keep handing more money over then. That's your logic. I'm already handing it over to the government, so I might as well hand it over to John as well. Why don't you keep some for yourself?
Wait, so DeFi, are you not convinced? Do you think John didn't steal the liquidity? Is that your stance? Or?
Honestly, man, I don't think it's maybe stealing because we don't know exactly where that money's going. Do we know 100% where it's going?
Yeah,
we don't.
Yeah.
We know it's
DeFi,
going somewhere.
DeFi, this is the thing, man, because you blocked me probably like a year or something ago. You
made it. You made it big.
I can show very easily exactly where that money went.
Perfect.
Really easily. But if you've blocked me and you block everyone else who you think is a fudder, then you're never going to see it.
Like, you can show me exactly where the transactions are happening and how he's spending the money?
Yeah. Perfect.
It's impossible. We can track the blockchain, but then when it goes to, for example, Gate.io, we don't know exactly where it's going from there. Maybe he's buying some Starbucks, or maybe he's buying his mama house. I don't know, man.
Right. Okay, so
sure.
Let's put it this way, right? So John wants to buy a mansion, okay?
Sure.
John wants to buy a mansion, and the estate agent says, okay, well, before we need to get this deal going, but I need to see that you have the funds necessary to buy this mansion. So, if John then links a blockchain wallet as his proof of funds, and then you see that blockchain wallet send money out, and then he buys that mansion, Is that not proof to you? Or what do you think happened? Do you think that precisely the amount of money that he needed to buy the mansion went out to somewhere, and then at the same time, precisely the same amount of money that John needed to buy the mansion went into his bank account?
So I
Is
don't
that
know
what
all
you're
the details, but like the way I make sense of it is like this: like his mom is she's a hoe, and
No, no. Let's try
she
not.
saw
Let's try
she's
not to be autistic about this.
no, no, it's
I'm
fine, it's
asking
fine.
you a
She
fun.
had an
I'm asking you a fun
opportunity.
question.
She has access to funds. She's related to John. Um, John was helping her out or something. Decided to be buying a house. Decided to be buying a house, potentially for her, for equity reasons, I believe.
Why are you deflecting? Everything that TNG just told you actually happened.
You know exactly everything that happened. We know,
Yeah,
we
What
know
he
parts
just
of
explained
it.
to you happened.
We know parts of it.
We know that we know.
Here's the thing. The reason why I have money coming in, all right, and a shitload of fiat coming in is because of this. I have no time to focus on the drama. I focus on me. Me. And I don't worry about other people's issues.
Well, DeFi, what you should worry about is defending a scammer.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm focused on me because I don't have the energy to spend 2 years of my precious life, right?
Why are you buying more Safemoon then?
Devoting it towards trying to research somebody and putting out information which might be realistic, which might be unrealistic, but this putting content out and then being obsessed with gossip and drama. That's not me.
It would probably take you a day or two to research this. So yeah, you really have no excuse to just be like, well, I'm not going to research it all, but I'm going to defend the guy and I'm going to go buy more right now. That just sounds terrible, man.
I didn't defend him. I'm just saying I'm just buying more. Just like you might not be defending the war that's happening in Ukraine and Russia, but you're still paying your taxes, which is evidently going to that. But you're not supporting them, but you're still doing it, right?
It's fantastic deflection.
No, that's just a silly comparison. Yeah. Come on, DeFi.
The fact is, you're still doing it.
That's stupid.
Great deflection, but literally no one is taking your bait.
You're saying that the people of America,
no, don't even bother.
I didn't know the U.S. government gave you a choice whether to pay taxes or not. I thought I had to.
Hey, that's up to you at the end of the day. There's loopholes.
Really?
Yeah.
Al Capone went down because of those loopholes.
Having trust funds.
I would just say this, DeFi. If you don't have time to research a project, then don't defend it because you don't know what you're talking about. You literally admitted, I haven't researched it. Hold on a second. You literally admitted, I don't have time to research this.
It's not about the project of research. I've researched the project. You're going into personal drama and family issues and all that shit, which has nothing. It's not related.
It's talking about taking the liquidity. What are you talking about?
Why do you?
What the fuck are you
why do you always start breaking out into your little laughter? Like when you can't control the.
Because you're calling John taking hundreds of millions of dollars personal drama, family drama.
You're the one that's mentioning all of this stuff constantly, crazy spaces. I just come up here because I think it's entertainment while I'm on a drive.
That's fine. And I was just saying, if you're not going to research it, then you shouldn't defend it.
How much money did you make today, buddy?
Oh, fuck me, man.
Is this your like my penis is bigger than yours game? You want to play that? You want to measure?
Yeah, you're speaking to a big dick.
Okay.
Exactly.
Such pathetic.
Okay. Yeah, you sound like it, man.
But Biden, how much money did you make?
I slap my big dick on your head.
Streams when I rub my nipples on camslats.com. No one gives a fuck, man. We're talking about Safemoon and John.
There you go.
I get you're just trying to be silly or whatever, DeFi, but
I would rather talk about Safemoon's announcement today versus talking about the owner and drama and things in the past. Why are you stuck in the past? Why are you stuck in the past? You're one of those bitches.
Because there isn't a statute of limitations on fucking theft and fraud, you dipshit.
Man,
you don't have to.
You know.
Can we not with the name calling?
You don't have to.
Okay, so hold on a second. If you're upset about Biden, and yet you don't care if John stole all the money, and you think you should just forget that John stole all the money, not research it, and then talk trash to people who point out that he did that. You think that's a good way to spend your time?
Do you want a reward because of all your research that you've done? Is that what you're after? Like,
do you want a reward for all the people you've
dude,
scanned by lying about Safemoon?
How many people are in this room right now? 68 people.
67.
If you put out more positive content and more positive information about today's current situation, and then good announcements and whatnot, you'll have more people in the room. You lost a big audience.
I know. If I do what you do and lie, I'll get good attention from Safemoon investors. I know that. I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, this
not
is a
lying.
different.
I'm just focusing more so
Rich,
on the investment, not necessarily John himself, man.
Rich, this is the difference between you and Crypto Control. Crypto had a fucking backbone, and when he saw that shit was crooked, he then changed his mind. But you're like, oh no, I'll keep buying SafeMoon, and maybe if I keep buying it, John can hire better lawyers and get himself out of all the trouble. Like, stop being a fucking cuck.
DNG, shut up. You've already been doxxed, bitch.
Yeah, and I'm still doing it.
Exactly. You're still doing it, man. Exactly.
TNG.
What was the purpose of
You're a
coming up
fucking
here,
fool.
DeFi? What was the purpose of coming
I
up
was
here?
just actually just coming in here to be listening and whatnot. And
Well, you came up, hey guys, I'm going to buy Safemoon. I'm buying it right now.
I wanted to ask a question about the wallet. I wanted to ask a question about the wallet you were talking about because I wasn't in for the jump. So it was Champ's wallet you were talking about. That's who I was trying to figure out exactly who you guys were discussing and talking about. If it was Champ or if it was John's wallet you're talking about, who was it? Because you're mentioning that they're like one of the biggest holders or that can sway everything, and that they had, was it 65 million in the wallet, but they didn't cash any out. They should have taken out a portion. That's where I started hearing the conversation from.
Okay.
So I was wondering exactly who you were referring.
Okay. Any other questions?
This is being recorded, so yeah, you can always confirm and verify what this is.
Any other questions?
Damn, my daughter's so sexy. She's so cute. Man.
Interesting thing to say.
Sexy is not a word I use when it comes to my daughters.
Yeah, that's some weird, like, that's some weird stuff. I'm gonna put that off the stage, dude. What the hell?
Yeah.
That was a bit much.
SafeMoon Maxi wants to fuck his daughter.
Jesus. Go ahead, Jeremy.
What's up, Crypto Control? How you doing, everybody? I have a question. Has anybody here ever actually spoken to John?
No, he doesn't have any accountability whatsoever.
Has DeFi Rich ever spoken to John?
In his dreams.
All the guys that have met him and taken pictures with him are all over there with Attic and Jeremiah and Randolph.
It's funny, right? That's a certain little clique, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same little clique, right? And then you got the Don Bailey, Lee, Chris Pacelli. What was that girl? Morgan. It's a certain little clique. They've been working with each other all this time.
Yeah, and they've all made a shit ton of money off of selling nothing. Every damn one.
That's another thing that is kind of odd because whales, a lot of times teams like to keep up with their whales. Right. And if Champ Son was the #1 whale, he's in the Discord all the time. It would be kind of hard to imagine that they didn't connect and him say, hey, I'm your #1 whale. And then they try to stay on good terms with him. That doesn't seem that unlikely. Maybe they never connected, but it just seems unlikely that didn't happen.
Oh, is he the #1? I haven't paid attention to anything Safemoon in quite some time. Is he the #1 whale now?
That's what TNG is saying. So
I know it used to be Phantom or Pharaoh or whatever that dude's name was, right?
That could be the reason why he held the whole time, right? If they were selling him a load of goods on the back end, no, just keep hanging on. We got things coming, this and that. And he's hearing it right from the horse's mouth.
So I got in here late. What are these new documents? Is it anything special or just some kind of update?
It just provides a couple of their counters, John's counters, and the two most interesting ones were or the main interesting point was that they were saying that we said we locked liquidity. We didn't mean that we locked all of the liquidity, was like one of their arguments. And there was something else. I don't know. TNG is here, but we've been over it quite a few times.
Yeah,
if you
I'm gonna
want to
bounce.
rewind the space or check it out. All right, TNG.
You know,
Are you just like staying up late?
well, yeah, not really late, but I've run out of steam for this.
All right, man. Yeah, well, when some more information comes out, we'll try this again maybe.
Yeah,
But appreciate you coming in and explaining all that stuff.
No worries. See you then.
Later, TNG. Yeah, Maris, I know you're right. Things shouldn't get hostile, but what he clearly came in and was just kind of mocking the whole situation and saying, "Well, I don't have time to sit around, and I've got all this money." He's just being very condescending, very prideful, and being an arrogant idiot at the same time. And I don't use that as an insult. It's just actually what he's doing. You're going to say that you don't have time in the past 2 years to study an investment, but you're going to defend it, and you don't know if John's a scammer or not, and while at the same time bragging about how much money you have. It's just extremely ignorant and disrespectful, and that's why I'm like,
Well,
no,
so-
dude, you can't.
Well, before we get into that, all I'm just gonna say is if somebody's saying they're buying Safemoon, don't let it get to your head. Don't let it get to your head. I see this too many times. Somebody says they're buying Safemoon, and then there's all these questions. Why are you buying Safemoon? Why are you defending a scammer? If they're gonna buy Safemoon,
Oh no, I don't care. It wasn't that he said he was buying Safemoon, is that when he came up on stage and was trying to like just be funny, like, oh, I'm going to buy. It wasn't like someone just casually claiming they were buying Safemoon. It was him doing it in a space on stage for attention. You know what I mean? It's a different thing there.
Well, I don't know. I just noticed this trend when people say they're buying Safemoon, whether it's on Twitter, on a space, doesn't matter. That there's all this like aggressiveness. Like if people are gonna buy Safemoon, they're gonna buy Safemoon. If you think they're a scammer, you put out the information. That's different. But if somebody's gonna
No,
buy,
I don't care that he's throwing his money away, but that's why I kind of directed like my comments to him, like, don't defend John if you don't have time to study. You just admitted that you don't have time to sit around and study your own investment, but you're also going to defend John at the same time, and you're gonna come up here and say I'm buying Safemoon, and that's people's way of saying like this is a good thing. It's almost like a way of representing it. You know what I mean? It's almost like a way of recommending it.
I get you. Like I said, I just don't let it get to your head. It's just going to be a back and forth. If you obviously two don't agree on something, then it's best to just, hey, I agree to disagree and move on. If it's not going to be constructive, it's not worth arguing about. You get what I'm saying?
Well, for me, it kind of goes beyond like it's not like I'm trying to, because I don't think he's going to understand anything. It's that I think that anybody who, after everything that has come out, is not only defending John or defending Safemoon, but also mocking and attacking the people that are talking about it. That I believe that there's you need to be put in your place. You know what I mean? Like, because not only are you wrong, and not only are you causing people to lose money because you've been telling everybody, no, it's fine, no, it's not a huge deal, we're going to the moon. You've caused everybody else to lose money along the way. We should care about that. But also, you've been mocking and attacking the people that are talking about the things that are actually going on behind the scenes, which just looks like John stole the liquidity. So those people, it's not like I was trying to win an argument. I thought that I was going to get through to him. It's just that he needs to be told, hey man, if you're not going to study for 2 years, then don't defend something if you don't know what you're talking about.
Like I said, I'm not here to tell you did what wrong or whatever. I'm just saying sometimes there's constructive conversations and sometimes there's not, and it's just best not to entertain arguments. If you get what I'm saying. Like I get some people need to be put in their place. I understand that, but some people you just can't put in their place. They're gonna have their opinion. They're gonna say what they're gonna say. It's kind of like me and TNG. Me and TNG are never gonna agree on something, so I'm not gonna argue with him all the time. It's just not worth it. You know what I'm saying? It's just not worth it.
No, yeah, and I honestly agree. That's why I was kind of just like, hey man, if you're gonna come up here and openly admit that you can't study your own project, then I'm just gonna let you know, for one, don't talk about it because you're admitting you don't know what the heck you're talking about. And then let's get you off the stage before you start lusting after your own daughter mid like that was just freaking weird. Just like started calling his own daughter sexy.
I'm not gonna even get into that.
Yeah, there's no defending that one. Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I just wanted to get the update on the documents because I don't have documents, so I wasn't sure what was new. I still have the opinion it's more going to be either a settlement or a lose on this one. It's, it's not about, it's not even about really more the LP. It's more about the whole Jake Paul thing. It's as blatant as day. I just think that's kind of a weight that's going to carry, as well as the Ben Phillips thing and some other things. But I've already said that.
Yeah. Are you still like of the same? Do you still see Safemoon the same way as we did like last time we talked? Like nothing's really changed for you. You're still kind of feel the same way about it.
Yeah, I feel the same way about it. I mean, I think the thing that I've said before is that the communication can be a hell of a lot better, right? I've said that before, and I've communicated that to the core team as well. The other thing is a lot of the surprises. There also needs to be, I think, more audits, in my opinion. There also needs to be more vetting with employees, I think, which I've expressed that as well. There's things I have problems with, but it's not more or less like stealing money type thing. That I've been over with a year, so I'm tired. So
Yeah.
sorry if I don't want to argue about it.
No. I'm not trying to argue with you about it. I was just curious. So you don't think that there's any evidence to suggest that he has? You think there's like no way to know? Is that?
No, I think in the realm of the whole debacle about the reflections. I know that TNG says that was John's personal deposit address, which I know that it's not, because on that date that he pointed out on May 12th, people were asking where their Bitmart reflections were. And so when people were asking where the Bitmart reflections were, that's when, John goes to, Thomas and says, hey, I need 200 billion to this address. And then as soon as, Thomas does that, people went in the chat in like the same hour and said, oh, my reflections are here. So that's how I know it's for reflections. I'm sorry that, we can argue about technicalities. It's fine.
Well, no, and that's fine. But why does John right around that time start getting millions and millions and millions of dollars in Tether right when that's happening? And how do you see that from your perspective, knowing that people from the inside said that John was going to be the new tax bracket with the Bitmart deal, and that people from the inside were saying that John was saying they were going to make a lot of money with the Bitmart deal? How are they making? Yeah.
Well, hold up. Wait. I know that there was a screenshot about being in a new tax bracket, but how did that correlate to the Bitmart deal? Did it say Bitmart in the screenshot?
Yes, it was. Oh, I'm pretty. Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure it was regarding Bitmart. Yeah. I mean, I know somebody who worked there.
I do not remember Bitmart in that screenshot. I remember it saying that we're going to be in a new tax bracket, but I don't remember it saying Bitmart.
We'd have to pull it up, but I'm pretty sure it was, if whether it said it specifically or not, it was referring to the Bitmart deal, which is where they made all their money. I mean, do you still kind of hold that John made that money not through the liquidity around 60 million, however plus that he got?
So the technicality that I understand from TNG, and I'm going from TNG because I've had a personal conversation, I've had public discussions with him, is that TNG states that this is his belief and it's absolutely his right. He has every right to believe that, and there's people who say the same thing. So TNG's thing is that you never touch the LP, okay? You never touch the LP. Zero. Not even to move it around. You never touch the LP. Okay, and so if you do touch it and move it around, it can be considered theft. That's what he's explained to me. That's what he's explained publicly, and everybody else has their own opinion. However, if this is a deal between Bitmart and Safemoon, or John in this case, and it's agreed, you get, paid for, providing liquidity or reflections or whatever, then to me that is legitimate profit. That is not theft. Now, I understand on the technicalities that people say, oh, well, he said it was locked, but it wasn't locked, and he didn't really specify that if he gave reflections, he was going to get, USDT from it, so that would be considered theft. So
are you saying that, I'm just going to make sure I understand that, where you're coming from. Are you saying that if John was pulling Safemoon out of the Pancake Swap LPs, selling it to Bitmart for reflections, and then taking the profit, that would be okay? Would that be okay? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that if it's a deal between Bitmart and John, that it's not, I don't consider that theft. What TNG is stating is that if you touch the liquidity at any single point in time, then that would be considered theft, because he says, and again, I don't I'm not here to tell him he's right or
Uh-huh.
wrong,
Oh, yeah.
that the LP is holders' money, okay? So in his eyes, even if you have a deal between, you know, Bitmart and they said they'll give you USDT for reflections or whatever have you, it's still holders' money. You shouldn't be able to make profit from that. That is his whole thing. I'm not sitting here saying he doesn't have any right to think that. I don't
No, no,
consider
no.
that theft. I
Why?
personally don't
Why
consider
not?
that
I'm
theft.
just curious. Why not?
I've got a quick question for Maris. Maris,
Yeah.
when did you become such a maxi, and what flipped that switch for you?
So when I didn't like Safemoon, a good portion of that was because of Thomas. I hated Safemoon because of Thomas. The reason why I never liked Thomas was because my first impression of him in that Discord, the first day I went in there, was him talking about the McLaren. That famous little McLaren thing. I did not like that he said that, and I did not like that they had him on the team. I thought it was very cultish that people were calling him Papa. I thought that was fucking weird. I've said that in the Discord many times. I almost got kicked out. I actually got muted for it.
I remember all this. That's why I'm questioning it. I mean, what
Because
caused the switch?
when Thomas left, when Thomas was gone from the project, that's when I was for Safemoon again. Because in my opinion, Thomas is what made that project so bad. And me and a few other people disagree with this, that Thomas says that that whole LP that he took and cashed out and all that was board approved. Until I see proof for it, I think that's theft. And
So
I think
let's assume you're right. Let's just take whatever you said face value and say you're 100% correct. He was the cancer here. He hasn't been with SafeMoon now for quite some
I
time.
don't give a fuck how long he's been here. I still think he's a piece of shit. I think he's a grimy piece of shit. The moment he took from that LP, I think he's a grimy piece of shit.
Okay,
And
okay.
until he
I
shows
I'm,
proof,
I'm giving you all that.
that that LP he took was board approved, then I'm gonna think he's a theft. And if it
Mary,
was board approved, I'm gonna be pissed.
listen to me. You're not listening. I'm telling you. Let's assume for a fact that for a second that you are 100% correct. That he is a piece of shit. He took all that money that supposedly he took. Thomas hasn't been here for what, over a year now.
No, but I'm gonna tell you this right now, Vix. I still believe this. I understand that, you know, John is young, he's made a lot of mistakes, but in my opinion, after he left, there was more structure to Safemoon. A lot of people don't believe that, but I believe that. After Ben Phillips, Thomas, Hank left, I think there was more structure to Safemoon, and that's what really made me appreciate John more. Is there was more structure there. There wasn't any of this McLaren talk, all this, you know, all this other crap. I just
If I
don't.
if I could
This
say
is
this
not.
really quick,
Let me
because
clear.
Oh
that
fuck.
I feel like this is a little more important in my opinion, and I hope, I don't know. I'm just saying. I just kind of want to go back for 1 second, and then we can go to Sky on what you were saying. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Maris, but obviously that's what's going to happen because most people in here are probably going to disagree with you. But
That's
just keep
fine.
it respectful, guys. Yeah. Like, so if you were in charge of a project and you told your people the liquidity was locked, and then you got listed on an exchange, and that exchange took a 10% fee from everybody on that exchange, and then you pulled your liquidity to sell to that exchange, where like you're saying that John has the right to take that money, even though that
So
money belongs in the liquidity. That's where I'm like,
so
I'm seeing that as a mathematical problem.
So when John made the announcement, again, I was here in June, so I wasn't here for the whole April stuff. So forgive me for my ignorance. I'm only going off of the screenshots. So when John basically stated that he would be using some of the LP for future Safemoon innovation seeding exchanges, et cetera, then that to me was the communication. Now, can we argue that he should have been more specific that, okay, we're going to be using the LP to seed exchanges as well as, I might make profit for, giving reflections to Bitmart, etc. Yeah, maybe. But in the technicality that he still communicated that, I don't think that's theft. I think that he communicated what
Okay.
the LP would have been used for.
And
That's
I just
what
want to
I'm
ask you this real quick, and then we'll go to Sky. If you had your own project, would be okay with doing that to your investors?
I would be okay as long as I communicated to them what I was using the LP for.
Even though you know that you're taking profit at the loss of the LP, right? You're okay with that as long as you communicated that to them. You would be okay with that?
Personally, if I'm explaining to the holders that, hey, we're going to be using and seeding the exchanges and communicating, I personally think that's okay.
When has he
And then I'm
communicated
sorry.
that?
I'm sorry, Sky. One last thing. I'm sorry. And then would you be okay with using that money to buy a mansion and expensive cars and to invest $5 million of your own personal money in your mom's company? Like, does that all actually feel okay in your head for you to do that?
So again, so let's go back here. So we'll start, and I understand your question, but let's start with the facts though. If I am paying employees and I am paying for products and I am paying for everything else, billboard, advertisement, whatever have you, then no, I'm not, because I'm still paying for employees, I'm paying for products, and I'm working on the project actively. It would be a completely different story if I wasn't paying employees and I completely just abandoned the project. That'd be a completely
See,
different
I'll be
story.
honest with you. If this was my project, I would feel like, for one, I betrayed investors' confidence that the LP was be locked, and two, I would feel like I would be taking their money and to be just lavishly spending that on myself, like buying a mansion, all that stuff. I think that anybody who really looks at that says, no, obviously that's not okay, right? Like, yes, maybe paying employees if you communicated that, but buying a, what was it, $2 million mansion and cars and stuff. I don't think, I know that you probably know that that's wrong when you try to justify, would you do that for yourself? You know what I mean? You can go ahead, Sky, sorry.
I was just curious, like Maris keeps talking about this board. Who's on this board that you're talking about?
This is from Thomas's own mouth. Thomas made a comment that when he took from the LP and, used that money for the McLaren or whatever, it was board approved.
Okay.
That's what
And
he said.
so you're okay. Listen, I hate Thomas as much as I hate John. So this is not like one-sided, but you are very angry at Thomas for using money to buy a McLaren and whatever, board approved or not, but you are not mad at John for that. Like, make that make sense.
So no. So I just said up here that if it was board approved, I would be pissed. I would be pissed at that, because I don't think that should have been board approved at all. There's a difference, in my opinion, and I get that people might say I'm a hypocrite for it, and that's perfectly their right. But there's a perfectly difference where you're using the LP and you're seeding exchanges, and you have a deal between Bitmart where you're getting paid for, providing liquidity or reflections or whatever, and just taking the LP and cashing it out to an exchange.
But
Look,
I just want to say,
let me just
you're,
I've been here
finish.
this whole time.
He,
I haven't said anything. I literally haven't said anything. I've been waiting. I've been patient, and I've been a Safemoon investor still. Right now, I have money invested in Safemoon still. I don't care about it. It's just there. It's extra money. I'm not trying to be like the other guy who was like bragging. No, it's just a little extra money on the side, still invested because I've been here since the beginning. Now, as far as John goes, or anybody that has touched anything in regards to the LP, you shouldn't do that, period. Like, it doesn't matter. You're not the person who put all this money into the pool, so you don't get to dictate and say, oh, well, I need to go buy me a house all of a sudden. No. If you're so invested in your own project, then the reality of said project should be, well, the money that we have here is enough to keep us going for X amount of time. We can get X amount of stuff done. We don't need to buy Lamborghinis and houses and whatnot. We can go get a little apartment. We can get a house if we need to, as a group, or we can live in the fucking giant building we just bought as a business and put our name on it. But
That's fine. I'm not here
they
to
don't
tell you
they
you
don't
don't
own
have a
that
right to
building.
your opinion.
either way, I'm saying that money, regardless, if you're so strong and head forward into making this project the biggest thing the world has ever seen, you shouldn't be worried about a freaking Lamborghini. That's like a kid's dream. You should be moving forward to like a whole nother plane mentally. You should be elevated. You should be okay. Well,
Actually,
we know we're gonna get Lamborghinis and shit.
if I could say this real fast, because I think it's
wait, Crypto,
important.
I've got to run. I've
If
got to
hold
run.
on one second, I'm sorry, real fast, because I don't want to forget it. If SafeMoon had communicated, hey, from the very beginning, the SafeMoon LP will be used to fund and pay salaries and all that stuff, there wouldn't have been any problems. It was only communicated that it was locked, and then later on, it was communicated that we might use it, but we'll let you know. And then they just never let us know and used it to gross degrees.
Real quick, I've got to run. I want to make this statement. So the biggest problem I'm having here is the splitting of hairs, right? Oh, I hate Thomas because he said this or he did this, but then I'm okay with John doing it. At the
I've
very
had
least,
criticism of John, just to
but
let you know.
allow me to finish the statement. At the very least, all these guys were back there knowing that nothing was getting produced, nothing was getting done, that everything was basically horseshit, and none of them said a fucking thing. they're all guilty by association at the very least. I don't understand why we're going to sit here and say, I don't like John because of this, or I don't like Thomas because of that. They're all pieces of shits.
Exactly.
I
Like I
agree.
said, everyone here can have their opinion. I have mine. And again, like I said, if it was board approved, I am definitely going to be pissed because
Well,
I
John
see,
don't think
is
this
it's
the
fair.
that's
board.
that's the difference here. This isn't about opinion. This is about fact. That's why I'm feeling it.
Again, listen. I am allowed to have my opinion. I don't have
No,
to
I'm
agree
not
with it.
saying you're not allowed. Listen to what I'm saying. You got to understand context. When people speak things, listen to what they say. Just like when Crypto was shutting down the other guy, he wasn't trying to be mean. He wasn't trying to be demeaning. He was trying to get that guy to understand there's a level to certain things, and you're just one of those people who's not on that level. He
I
was
don't
telling that
have
guy,
to agree with
not
you though.
you, not you. You see what I mean? Listen to what I'm saying. Interpretation. Listen to my words. Listen to my terminology. That's very important. So, as far as opinion versus fact, when the facts are presented, there's no opinion in the world that can go against a fact. There's no opinion in the world that can go against a fact. It's undisputed at that point. You can't fight it with an opinion. It's a fact. So when the facts are presented, and this is, like I said, coming from somebody who's invested in Safemoon since before they even got the money they got as big as they did. When a fact is presented, you got to take a fact and use it to your advantage. And you got to realize that no opinion, like I said, is going to be against that. And with that being what it is, when these facts started coming out left and right, if you weren't heeding the context of what they represented, that's where you got a little,
What we're talking about is how we feel about the facts. That's what we're talking about right now. Okay.
What?
So what we're talking about, so Crypto Control is asking me a question about how I feel about certain things and would you think is, this is theft. That's what we're talking about. That's why I'm saying everyone's entitled their opinion because I'm giving an opinion based on the facts of what Crypto Control is asking me.
So, okay, so you mentioned that Thomas took straight from the LP and John got tokens or money from Bitmart, so what John did is okay. Are you completely ignoring the fact that John also stole LP?
Again, I don't see that as stealing LP.
He
If that
literally
was
no. When they did the swap, he literally extracted half of the value of the LP last year when they did the swap shutdown, and he never put it back. And he slowly over time drained that down to like $3 million when it was like almost $10 million last year. So that alone is like the equivalent of what's in the LP now, maybe a bit less, but still not much less.
okay. Okay. Again,
But that's a fact. I mean, that's a fact, Damaris. So, like, just don't be disingenuous, please.
I guess the thing is like, Maris, it's I don't think it's just about trying to make people feel bad about who they are or whatever. It's just like if that's true, you should look that up. And if you're going to be consistent with your standards with Thomas, with John, then you would say, oh, he also did this and feel the same way that you felt about Thomas towards John and not make an excuse for him. And I don't care. Like the goal is not to make people feel stupid or evil. I'm not trying to make you that feel bad about yourself or make you change your mind right now. But I think it is good to get people to question their standards and make sure you have the same standard. And this is the same thing that's wrong with every person that believes in Safemoon is John gets the benefit of the doubt and he gets every excuse in the book and everybody else gets like serious condemnation. And those having different standards represents something internally wrong that is a problem, and it's usually motivated by greed. So like it's very obvious. And I don't know what your motivation is because I don't think you're a huge holder. I don't know why you would tend to stick with Safemoon. And I'm not saying you should. I'm just letting you know this my perspective on you. That I don't know why you would stick with it unless you had a huge bag or you liked your reputation. Like after everything that has happened, it does seem to be very hard to logically be consistent and still support Safemoon from my perspective. You can respond to that if you want, and or we can go to the next person. Safemoon. Okay, yeah, we can go to Safemoon Musk. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, bro? This I've been in SafeMoon since like April 19, 2021, and I've never talked. But I just got one question. Like, do we believe that SafeMoon is making products? Like, I don't care about no LP stolen or none of that shit. Like, our LP was like what? Or our market cap one day was like what? billion. And if they stole 5 million from me, I don't give a shit, like, to be honest. But I'm just asking, like, do you think they building products or not? Like tomorrow, for example, like that shit. You think it's coming out or not?
I think John is throwing money at products. Yes, I don't know. For one, I don't believe that those products, in my opinion, are going to change the price at all because of what has happened to the Safemoon community being destroyed by the lack of trust. I do think there is some products they're working on because they can just throw money at people and get those products done. I've kind of thought since the beginning that with crypto products, if there's a lot of FOMO and belief in a product, then if you deliver that product and it doesn't deliver, then people lose their reason to believe in the project and then they'll move on. And I kind of get the feeling sometimes, and anybody up here can comment on this, that SafeMoon doesn't want to deliver products because if it does deliver the exchange and the blockchain and nothing happens in price, then most of those people who thought that, yeah, go ahead.
No, my bad. I said that would be a waste.
Is a way for him to continue to try to build some hype. He might put some products out, but they're going to be like minimum viable products. They're not going to be great. They're not going to be revolutionary to the space. I mean, he's shown before
But
and
how do you
everything
know that?
because he's
That's
shown
my point.
he's already shown us those cards because everything he does is like a fork or something that already exists, and he rebrands it and acts like it's oh my god, this is like exciting for SafeMoon. Like the wallet's a trust wallet fork. Orbital Shield already exists. It's called Web3 Auth. It's completely CertiK audited. It's a way better system. Like they're just literally trying to convince you guys that things are, like, oh my god, this is going to be legendary, and like nothing he's put out yet has had anything that's better than what's already been made.
So instead of putting the money into the products, he put them into a new Lamborghini,
So,
et cetera, et cetera.
Bro, Lamborghini only costs like $700.
yeah,
And a
I
billboard
mean,
in a city
it
that
doesn't
can't
matter,
even
bro. That's still a
technically.
chunk, That's still money that goes towards something. Like a lot of people put their money
I
in it and
feel
they
you.
didn't have that.
I mean, I'm in both sides. Like I'm just waiting. Like that money that I put into it, it's like it can go to zero. I don't give a damn. But it like,
But see, that
like,
wasn't everybody's livelihood
I feel
during
you.
that
I feel you.
situation. Some
I
people
feel
put
you.
literally all they had, bro. And this
Yeah,
happens
I
not just in
understand.
the, not just in this project. It happens in multiple projects.
could I ask a
Right,
question,
Still to this
please?
day, people need to be held
Could
accountable.
I please ask a question here?
Go ahead, go. I'm thank you so much,
Yeah,
guys. I
yeah. So let
appreciate
me
it.
ask you. You don't care if he stole 5 million, 7 million. The Lamborghini's only 700,000. But if he makes a socks, makes a mug, that'll be fine, correct? As long as he makes products. But you don't give a
That
shit if
served
he
no
stole
purpose.
5 million,
That
seven
served no
million. What's
purpose.
Well,
what
let's
the
be
hell's the
honest.
matter
What?
with you? He
Well,
stole your money,
let's think
fucking
about
idiot.
this. Well, let's think
You can
about
call me
this,
whatever
right?
you want,
Look,
bro. It's my money.
none of
I
the
can do
products
whatever I
that
want with
came
it.
out serve any
All
purpose.
right, get your
Is also
I'm not
my
gonna
point.
blame John. I'm not gonna blame
okay.
y'all
Get
for
yourself a
me
coffee
investing in
mug, and
SafeMoon,
you'll
bro.
be fine. I'm done.
Well, let's
I'm
think
fine right
about this,
now.
right? Let's think about this, right? If we think about just a regular company, right?
All I
If
asked is, do you think they was gonna make products?
Yeah.
And if they
Get
not,
yourself a T-shirt,
we'll
and you'll be fine.
Look, I'll do a
hold on.
comparison
Are
real
we going
quick
to
so you
court
guys can.
for the LP like money getting stolen? Are we going to court? He's going to court for that right now.
Yeah, no, check this out. I'm giving you a
No,
real world example of what
no,
I'm
but
going through
no.
right
Just
now.
answer that one question for me,
Yeah,
just real
there's
quick.
currently a
Yes,
class
that's what I
action
said. Yeah,
lawsuit.
Oh well, then let the process play out,
it is.
and
Okay,
we'll
look, so
see.
check this out. Look up, and I'm not trying to like what do you call it, dish or whatever the heck the term is. People try and sell their product and stuff, but I actually have money invested in this company, and it didn't go as expected. It's called Next Level. I'm pretty sure you guys have seen it because it's the same as SafeMoon in terms of being as popular. Next Level Hydrogen Water. LTNC is the ticker name, but it didn't go as planned. Granted, they made product. Product went out to all kinds of places, all kinds of locations. Like I'm still drinking said products, and they had to kick people out because people stole money. They made like just look it up. You'll see how the story's playing out. Bro, I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's crazy.
All I'm saying is let the process play out. If he's guilty, then his ass
Yeah.
about to go to jail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
If I lose
did you ever
10,000
look
and
at
get
the
if I
products?
lose 10 grand and get a hoodie, I'm fine with it, right?
Oh my
No,
god.
but this is the thing. Even if they make the products, where's
The
the
hoodies aren't
profit
free.
from those products? You understand? Like all the merch that's been sold, all the swaps that's being done on the swapper, on the
Well,
wallet.
he can't give any investors money back because they're not investors. So John will
No,
use
right,
their
but
money.
the
John will
promise was that.
Well, John will use the money,
invest
right,
in.
to build this thing, and then, but the token won't. The token, unless he registers as a security, like he can't even give profits back to the holders without the holders doing work.
Well, he could, because he could just do a buyback and burn. There's 1,000 ways that he could do it, but we already know that he's not going to
Yeah,
do
but
it
he's
because he
not going
hasn't.
to, because he would have done
Right.
that already with all the listing partners he's sold. He
Right.
hasn't done any of that.
But has he been found guilty?
Yes, the proof is we're telling you the proof right
No,
now.
the judge
Listen,
say you are
Okay,
guilty
but
of stealing
you
money.
could,
Not the
okay, you could,
judge. It
hold
doesn't
on,
matter what the
Let me
judge
let me
says.
address this because I fucking hate this argument more than anything. Okay, for example, BitConnect, the guy just got found guilty. That was like what, 2016 or 2018 or something that they shut it down. Like, then that's obviously a scam. So if you keep allowing people to buy into things and you don't give them all of the information for them to make their own decisions, then that's like, you could be hurting people. And so people should be allowed to hear both sides of it. It shouldn't just be, oh, shut up because he's not in jail yet. Like, that's just not, because people are still actively buying this thing.
Right. Do you know anyone that was innocent and was found guilty? And do you know anyone that was guilty and was found innocent? So the court is irrelevant. What we're saying is that the proof is here. He has already had products, the swapper, the listing of partnerships, all that money, let alone what's been made already from the LP. The business that's being ran right now, today, we're not seeing none of that profit. So not only is he's already profiting from the money we gave him that he created, whatever he did, he's taken that money and he's taken the old money and just keeps on. The liquidity was over $100 million. Right now, when you check, is what, almost 3 million. So when you had made that comment before that, oh, we was like at a billion or 6 billion market cap. First of all, market cap is a fake number. It doesn't exist. The liquidity pool is the real math. That's where you would get your profit from the liquidity pool. The liquidity pool has reached hundreds of millions, almost 300 million, and it now is under 3 million. You understand that? He
And
took
see,
300 times what is in the liquidity pool.
Safemoon must.
on
I
top of
mean,
that, bro, like
Allow
even
me,
if he gets
allow me to also
prosecuted,
remind you guys that $1 million was collected for an exchange that we still don't have and haven't seen. What happened to
I
that?
mean, I mean, how?
look, look, this is why I'm saying this. Even if he gets prosecuted, and I know you guys have seen this consistently. Anybody that gets prosecuted in a crypto sense, they don't lose all that money they made. They lose a chunk of it, and they're still good for the remainder of their
How?
life. That is the biggest issue with this thing. I'm telling you, people need to be held accountable.
See, the thing is, guys, how could someone say that I don't care if they steal 5 million, 6 million? It's your money. How do you say you don't care?
I mean, I could probably provide a counter argument to that, but it's like it could just be like I don't care what they've done. If the price goes up, then I'm just trying to make money,
Yeah.
and
Thank
like I
you.
could see it from that. I could see
There
it
you
from
go,
that
crypto
perspective. But
control. That's why you a genius.
I mean,
I'm
we put our,
I mean, I don't think the price is going to go up, but I could just see someone's perspective
when
being
you
that.
put your trust or to buy a crypto, a coin, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and then you know you get stolen. I mean, how could you say I'm
So,
okay with it?
so crypto control. Let me ask you this. I could see, for example, if they took that money and invested it in a product as silly as, I don't know, let's call it a windmill, right? Just to pick something out of the air, and it didn't work out. At least you can make the argument that the intent or the thought was to better the business. But can you explain? Can anyone explain to me how a sports car and two mansions help the business?
No,
I would make like I feel like this is a great point, and it's like even if John somehow comes across a way to make a bunch of money, he's demonstrated that he's not going to give it to the investors. He's not going to use it for the investors. However, I would make a counter argument, and let me know what you guys think. This might just be really stupid, actually. That John is really good at scamming people, so maybe he'll go scam a bunch of other people, and then people that are still in safe and can take their profits.
steal from Peter to give to Paul.
Some Bernie Madoff shit. I don't think he's that smart.
Go on, Roni.
You guys ready to go to sleep? All right,
Shut up,
here.
Baroni.
Very simple breakdown. Very simple motherfucking breakdown of the Safemoon situation. No FUD, no
Shut up,
mud, no
Baroni. I
bullshit,
hate you.
okay? No, simplistic bullshit here, okay? The Safemoon team got rich, the Safemoon influencers got rich, and maybe 1% of the holders made it out ahead. Other than that, 99% of the people got fucked. If I looked at it as maybe a gamble, like a scratchy ticket, a poker machine, or a business to invest in, I have about a 99% chance to get fucking wrecked. And that's just simple as that. If your dev team gets rich and your influencers get rich and your holders get fucked, you were literally a part of a pump and dump. And as we said back in 2021, you are in for a long rug ride. Aladdin took you to a whole new world and a brand new place, and that shit was dropping digits off your back.
Amen.
A whole new world.
Well, Ronnie, I gotta give hand to you, buddy. You talk, you said it the right way. Now go get your
That's just facts
now go
too. No FUD, no bullshit.
now
That's
go
just
now go get your
facts.
fucking shine box, all right?
No, I'm mad right now. My cat bag is fucking bullshit.
No, listen,
I might
yeah,
as
don't
well
worry.
install
Yeah, I bought the
Safemoon.
dips. I'm still holding. So yeah, I love Ronnie, by the way, guys.
No, but
Hey,
on the
y'all
real,
think
guys,
Safemoon going up tomorrow or not?
no. All this shit's like a casino,
So
man.
I just
Like
wasted
literally,
$200. That's what you're saying.
if you look at this as anything other than a casino, you're in the wrong game. If you look
Okay.
at it as an investment, you should be on E-Trade, Robinhood, something like that.
SafeMoon Musk, I hope it goes up seriously for all the holders. I guys, look, I hope it goes sky high. I swear on this.
I heard Andrew Tate's gonna buy it
I'd be
What?
to prove a
surprised.
point
No,
to
I'd be
psyop.
I'd be surprised if they have it back up tomorrow. Last time they said the swap would be down for 3 days, and it was down for 3 weeks. So
I give you that. That's facts right there. That's facts.
You can
That's
go
facts.
ahead, Maris.
Well, we got boot.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like I said, and I've said this probably 1,000 times, and I'm sorry for repeating it, but a good portion of why I support the project is not because of John. It's because of the people I've met, my experiences, the things I've learned. I've learned a hell of a lot from this experience, good or bad. It's a personal journey for me. Miss K, it's not because of John Karony. So if you think I'm in this project or I invest money because of John Karony, you're wrong. It's mostly for the community and the experiences I have.
yeah,
I
but
wouldn't
then
do.
why doesn't the community go and band together and make a token together that's proper instead of throwing your money away to John
Because
because
there's no
he's
such
just
thing as
stealing it?
community. No
Well,
such thing as community.
well,
There's
like
all
I
of
said,
us
I,
I'm
trying
not
to
here to
make
I mean,
money
control the
isn't that
without
the
community.
point
killing your
of
That's not my.
friends.
trying?
All right, guys. Let's not all talk at the same time. Go ahead. I think Sky was talking.
No, I was just asking. Like, I mean, if the community, and to me, the community is the only real, I guess you could say, use case. Like, the community should just be getting together. All of the mods or the people, like, make something with the community that's like fair and not just sending John money to extract.
They're broke. Their money is gone. He's
Isn't that
already
Or
what the point is?
extracted.
or realize this, not to bore you too much, but I've never heard anybody say they're buying Tesla for the community. I've never heard anybody say they're buying Apple or Walmart
Well, you gotta
stock for the
understand though.
community. Like what how come people don't buy stocks for the community? Because community doesn't fucking exist. It's called a liquidity pool that is taught to sit and hold for
Well,
no fucking reason.
here's the thing. Let me say this is that I like a lot of you guys. I met some of you guys in here. I consider you guys friends. I'm glad I met a lot of you guys. And so in that sense, I could say that I support SafeMoon in the sense that many of us used to believe in it, and a lot of us met. And there's a ton of cool people that we've met through SafeMoon. But I wouldn't let that venture over into supporting John, or supporting the project that's completely ran by John. It's like, yeah, I've met a lot of cool people and I support those people, but I don't have any reasonable expectation of profit with John in charge. I feel like he's demonstrated that. And I also think that he's also stole from everybody, and I definitely don't want to support that. And so I would draw a hard line between people, my friends that I've met through SafeMoon, and John running SafeMoon.
But again, I'm an individual person, right? I'm my own person. I understand that everybody's in here for money, and that's fine. But again, this is a huge crypto space. I've made money on a bunch of different tokens, whether, and I've seen my SafeMoon going up to like $10,000 in sell. I regret it. But the point of the being is that I've been in this token for over 2 years, right? I have talked to probably everyone in this whole entire room. and stayed up hours doing blockchain tracing. It's a personal journey for me. I know that seems crazy, like you support the project because of the people you met, the experiences, but that's the truth. And I'm sorry if you don't believe me, but that's the truth. I can
But
make money
if
elsewhere if it's not Safemoon.
if you learned so much, then why aren't you seeing these things that everyone else who's learning
Because I
and
don't
who
see
has
it as
learned
theft,
are
Sky.
seeing?
I don't see it as theft, Sky.
But
And
you
I don't.
saw it from Thomas as theft, and you freaked out and you got really emotional about Thomas and said it was theft. So it's the same thing, Maris. This is so disingenuous.
It's
If
not.
you have to hold a
Sky.
token to be a part of community, you're not in a community. You're in an inclusive cult. You're in a paywalled cult.
Okay.
You shouldn't have to hold a coin to be a part of a community.
I mean, that's a good point because a lot of these communities end up being very cult-like, where if you believe in the project and if you say positive things about it, everybody worships you and loves you. And then that's when you find out who your real friends are, Maris, in this space. As soon as you turn your back and you start asking questions or you start having doubts, those people that you thought were your friends because you believed in the project are going to start turning on you and treating you like crap because you don't believe in the cult anymore.
No, that's
I
true,
don't,
Maris.
I'm
Everyone's
sorry.
been
Also, I just want
through
to
it.
say this, guys, it's not easy to have like 5 or 6 people like drilling you. So let's not make this too hard for Maris. Don't go
We
too
could turn
hard
it
on her.
on you. We could definitely turn it
Yeah,
Yeah,
on
y'all
Well,
you.
can pick
champ.
on me. Y'all can
I'm
pick on
down
me
for
too,
it.
bro.
Let's
It's
go.
okay.
Let's
Did
go.
chill Safemoon at one time, motherfucker.
What do you say?
I said you did chill Safemoon at one time.
No, 100%. And like people say this, and I'd be down to discuss this. We didn't have the information that CoffeeZilla put out. And if you go and you look at when the FUD was happening, like when Thomas was leaving and all those things, I was like the only YouTuber covering those things. Like I still have those live streams as proof. And you can go see people losing their minds for live streaming Hank's audio that got leaked and stuff like that. So I did chill it.
You just to
And
let
there,
you know though, you don't need to buy Safemoon to be a part of a community. Just to let you know.
But you can't ask too many questions or you're not the community anymore.
That's not true, Sky.
That is true. That
That's
is
not,
true.
That's
Yes,
not.
it is, Maris. It's happened
No,
time
it's
and time
not.
again.
I've seen
Yes,
Sky.
it has.
Sky, I've been in the Discord for over a year
I'm in
now,
the
and I've seen
Discord too.
people.
I've you
Then you
you
should
guys
see the
banned
people
me,
that
but
ask the.
I'm in there.
Then
Well,
you should see the people that ask the questions they do.
Oh,
It's
they
only
have
when
to
they're
ask
disrespectful.
questions in such an eggshell, little like walk on eggshell
Eggshell.
way because if they're straight up about it, they get ostracized and attacked.
No, when they're belligerent, they do, Sky. And I'm sure you
No.
know that.
Okay, Kark was never belligerent and he's been
He's not
attacked
kicked from the
nonstop.
Discord, is
He's
he?
been attacked nonstop.
But
Yes,
he's
he's
not
in the
kicked,
Discord.
is he? He's not banned, is he, hon?
Yeah, but he's
not.
attacked nonstop. It's the
What?
same thing.
What? What are you talking about?
Champ attacks him all the time.
well, you're not allowed to not believe in SafeMoon and be a part of that community. I think Dom's has been waiting a while. Go ahead, Dom.
Yeah, just a few things. One thing I hear repeatedly is that a narrative that I don't believe is factual is that it was always other people and not John Karony. It's very, very important that people realize that Safemoon has always been only John Karony. You can ask anyone who's worked there, anyone who's done business with them. He is a tyrant. It's his way or the highway. If you don't like it, you can get the fuck out. And as you're leaving, don't forget you signed an NDA and I will use all the money I've stolen and that you know I have to come after you. That's what he's known for. So I don't like it when things get muddied to where it was Thomas's fault or it was Kyle's fault or it was the Fudhound's fault. John's been the CEO since a few days into SafeMoon. The CEO. That means Chief Executive Officer. That means the head honcho. That means he calls the shots. So when people try to say it was this person or that person, bare minimum, John Karony made the decision to hire this moron. Bare minimum, it's his fault. So that is a major issue. The second thing is they do go after people who speak truth. That's a fact. You're either all in or you're all out. and that's the way it's been for the entirety of the project. I've seen them do it. They've done it to me. They've done it to other people. That it's just something that happens. But yes, that is true.
Yeah, and like obviously there's all kinds of different situations where some people, not everybody attacks, but generally speaking, like the mindset of Safemoon was anything that happens is good for the future of Safemoon. Like that's the filter it went through. Thomas left, good. We didn't need him. What an idiot. Ryan left, yeah, he's bad. It was just like every single time that anything went through that filter. And so like spaces would start and people would try to say, yeah, no, we're open to questions and we're open to like talking about these things. But it was only if you came to the conclusion that Safemoon is the next big thing. If you don't come to that conclusion, then you're a futter, you're paid, and you get kicked out of the space.
I have a question, just an opinion. So if you have a token, right? Do you find an acceptable way to make profit would be like a tax percentage to marketing? Just
Yes,
curious.
because then it's open and transparent.
Yeah, if you communicate that, yeah.
So if somebody, what in the example if they say it's for marketing but they use it for personal expenses at any point? That's not okay, right?
Yep.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I have no problem with like a tax and a CEO paying themselves a normal wage, like, but extracting liquidity should just be completely off the table. It shouldn't be for anything. It's the value that represents what your actual tokens are. So because the market cap, yes, that's high, but if Champ decides he's fucking done with it at any point, you guys have no money left. Very little. Like, that if John decides to cash out all the fucking tokens that he has, he can rug the project in a second. Like it shouldn't be.
Okay, so let me put it this way, right? So when we put in money in a tax token, we won't even bring up Safemoon. We'll just bring up a tax token, 5%, and we say 2% goes to marketing. We can agree that 2% came from holders' money, right?
Sure, but you were told before it happened, and you know exactly what they're doing with it.
Okay.
I mean,
so but here's what I'm saying. If we take 2% of somebody's purchase, right, and we put it in a marketing wallet, and that person, pays for products and whatever, but they buy a mansion with it or a Lamborghini or whatever have you, would you be okay with that?
no.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, I mean, it also depends. I mean, if the token was healthy and everybody was, making profits and it was set up properly, and like John's pay that he decided, or whatever the board is decided to pay John for his services, if he used his money that he was paid to buy whatever the fuck he wanted, fine, that's his money. But taking half of the LP, sneakily selling tokens on exchanges, fucking, like,
Well, we can still agree though that if you're taking 2% of somebody's money, it's still technically LP because it's still someone's money. Is that
but
not
no,
right?
not if you're
No, because
open with it and you're like, this is
No, but you're not being open with it because you're saying it's for marketing, but you're using it for personal expense, right?
okay.
Well, I
What
think
are you
this is like a
getting at
weird
though? Okay,
gray
like, yeah, what are you
area.
getting at? Like,
Well, this
what
is like a weird
Not a
gray
gray area
area
though.
do
It's
I
not a
because
think
it's
gray
like,
John
area
Bailey
though.
taking
well, hold on
27%
a
of
second.
First of
tokens
all,
is right? No. Like,
listen. I'm not even getting into Don Bailey. I don't
Well,
even know
well,
who
I'm
it's
that
just
is.
just,
saying,
it's kind
like,
of like
that's an
people,
example of
I don't
it.
know, Sky, the teams use marketing to pay people?
To pay, like, I mean, if it specifically just says marketing, it should be used for marketing. If you're like team allocations for whatever,
Okay, yeah.
like,
So,
yeah,
yeah.
pay your
Yeah.
staff, sure, go ahead.
The
Like,
issue
because you've told everybody that's what that's for, and everybody knows before they bought in that there's a 2% tax and this is what it's used for.
Yeah, you could
But
have
like,
like a 2% tax and put for my mansion. And if everybody spends and buys that, they at
yes,
least are agreeing
exactly.
to buy your mansion, right?
Yes, exactly. 100%.
and the issue with this is they could set up an operating budget that is all wallets, all disclosed, all traceable, and John could even change it. It's a proxy contract. He could have set all of this up and he could have said, this is my salary. This is what I'm going to get paid. It's right here in this wallet. I'm going to make $1 million a year. There it
But
is.
there's
You don't
a
like
there's a
it.
project. There's a project, and I cannot remember the project. I don't think it's Evergrow. It's some other one. What is it? Some other project, but they have like a 2% marketing tax, right? And this person has like, you know, a nice car or whatever. And the 2% is for marketing. But at no point in time have they ever specified that they'd be using any personal funds from holders from that tax for any personal expense. And that to me would be the same similar situation of what we're speaking on. If you have a tax token and you take that 2% tax from holders' money, doesn't matter, and you say, okay, it's going to be in our marketing wallet, but you use 20% of those funds for personal expense, you get a nice car, you get a nice house, and then you pay the rest of the employees. That should be
Okay,
under
but
the
what
same
does that
scenario.
have to do to justify what John did? So if they did something wrong and John did something wrong, and you like, yeah, I think
But
Paul
what
is
I'm
up here
trying
from
to explain to
Evergrow
you is
because you just mentioned their
because
token name
Crypto
without
Control just
knowing.
said it's a
Yeah,
gray
how
But
dare
area.
you? Well,
He
no,
said
no.
it's
I
a
was
gray area.
specifically referring to marketing being a bit of a gray area, but I was actually wrong because there's a difference between like team allocations and like a team like Evergrow had the team wallets and they couldn't sell those wallets, but they got the rewards and that's how they were able to pay themselves. But there's a different that's the gray area I was talking about with marketing, but I was actually wrong. If you say marketing and then you spend it on anything but marketing, like a house or whatever, then yeah, that's stealing and that's
yeah, but if you have a 2% cocaine allocation and you go want to do a bunch of blow, like fine, because your
How many
community
projects do we see a
knows
day?
what they're doing. What?
But that's what I'm saying. How many projects do we see a day that have marketing tax and they're using it for
Yeah,
personal
sure,
expense?
Maris. Okay, but we don't know what they're doing. I mean, bring forward the evidence of people misusing marketing taxes and we can talk about that, but that doesn't justify what John is
well,
doing.
well, and real quickly, it does more than like doesn't justify it. It makes it even worse. How much worse would it be to say the liquidity is locked and then to use that to buy a mansion? You know what I mean? Why doesn't that logic apply there? Yes.
Because if it's something
Yeah,
like
this
you're
is some
saying,
mental gymnastics, no offense, but it doesn't pertain to the current situation, but I would happily, if you're looking into projects and you're seeing a bunch of shady shit, like hit me up because I'll call those fuckers out too.
well, the way that I'm looking at it is what TNG explained. We got into a conversation on Twitter or whatever with Miku, and basically he accepted that John stole money, but he's paying employees and paying for products and paying for all this other stuff that Safemoon related with stolen money. That doesn't make any sense, Sky.
Well, I mean, he straight up said that if he was going to pull LP, he would tell people what it was for, and he doesn't tell people shit.
So he's paying for employees. So where's the
We
money
don't know
coming
that.
from?
I mean,
What?
we don't know that, do we?
Hold on a
For
second.
what?
I'm sorry, Paul. Maris, can you clarify what you're saying that because John is paying for things that therefore what?
So again, I'm going off TNG. TNG says that it's stolen money. You
Yeah.
guys all agree it's stolen money because it's theft. But if he's paying for employees, he's paying for products, he's paying for marketing, then he's paying it with stolen money?
Well,
Yes.
not
Yes.
What?
No, wait. What's your disagreement there? Where are you getting hung up on
Well,
that?
okay, so if he stole the money and he's paying for employees, what part? I don't understand. If I'm stealing money, I'm not going to do shit with the project.
Okay, but do
No,
you
no,
think
no. You're
all of
not.
the money he's taking is paying for employees and paying for projects? What, like, where did he get the millions
Well,
to personally
there's a
invest in
lot.
his mom's company to
Sorry,
buy a
Sky. There's a
mansion?
lot to this as well. You have to imagine yourself in this scenario, and you have millions of people waiting for you to put out a product, and you're doxxed, and you've promised them something. You're going to take a fraction of the millions of dollars you got and throw a little bit people's way to go make some products. That doesn't
So,
mean that
so
therefore
if
it's
we think about
okay.
how a company works, right? If I go buy a product from a company, I'm giving them my money, and the CEO at the top is using our profits that I pay for their product to get a nice
okay.
house. That's not
Maris,
theft.
Maris, when you put money in a bank, they lend that money out for mortgages, for cars, for different things, and they
It's in a
collect
bank.
interest on that money. That's how they
It's
pay.
not a bank. It's a
Listen to me.
company.
Let me finish. That's how they pay their employees. They don't dip into Maris's account and go, "I'm gonna pay my employees with whatever Maris deposited."
Well,
But
hold on.
if you
Let
pay
me
for
say this real
internet,
fast. What,
if you
sorry, Maris. Let me say this real fast, and I want to go to Paul because he's been waiting for so long, and then we can continue. Is you can't switch the argument from him stealing the liquidity to somebody making a product, yes, that false analogy will justify that, oh, yes, as long as it's coming from a product. No, it didn't come from a product. It came
It's
from
not
the
about
liquidity.
products. It's how a company works. If you buy a product from
Companies,
a company,
uh-huh.
they use profits. Usually the CEO makes the most money, and they generate the revenue from people who buy their products. This is how it works. It's a company.
Oh, Maris.
Companies also have
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Go ahead, Paul.
shared responsibility that's obligated.
Sorry, guys. Paul's up next, and then we can start going through you guys. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, so Meredith, I agree with you mostly. Like that is how a company works. I don't want to compare Safemoon to Evergrow and Evergrow to other tokens or products or communities. But one thing I asked Thomas Crypto
Evergrow.
Control. Yeah, I'm from Evergrow. I'm operations manager there. So I wanted to shed a light on the marketing wallet stuff. But anyway, one thing I actually asked Crypto Control Thomas, we've been friends for a while. At the beginning of SafeMoon, I did ask him, I was like, was there an allocation that said, 2% went to marketing, 5% went to the LP, whatever. And Thomas, I think your answer said it was 5% went to reflections and the other 5% went to LP. So in my mind, I was like, okay, where are they getting money to pay people? Where are they getting money to pay themselves, pay for the swaps, products, whatever it is? Now, with Evergrow and usually other products and companies, you have we have a 2% or we had a 1% went to marketing / development. Now, that goes to salaries to pay people also. I get my salary because I wasn't a core team member. Usually core team members are giving token allocations like out of the team wallet, and our core members were given that. Sam and the other 3 guys, which are now gone, they got a portion they can't sell until we make a profit. There's the NDAs and all that kind of stuff, but they haven't sold at all. Now that's a whole different story, but my thing is the marketing wallet, you do pay salaries to other people out of that. Now, in our case, I think there's a morality clause in this and a being a dick to of your company. If your company is not making any money and your holders are down and everyone is down and you're paying yourself millions of dollars a year, that's probably not a good look, but it's maybe not illegal. So, like, even with us, we haven't delivered anything really to our community yet. So we are vastly underpaid. Even our CEO, he only makes money off of his rewards. He's actually underwater. This is all out in the open. We have all out in the open. And this is how really they should operate because, crypto is not like traditional companies where they're private and they don't have to disclose this, that, and other thing. Because it's such a wild, wild west, like literally, if you come to a token and said, where's this money going? They should literally be able to tell you like that. Now, look, we don't need to tell you like, how much I make individually. I mean, I can tell you how much I make. I don't care. But with other guys, I don't know how much they make, but I can tell you this: it's not a lot of money. But some other tokens pay their people a whole shit ton of money. So I think that there is a gray area there of what you say about, the marketing wallet, but they should not be taking money out of the LP that they say is for people to take money in and out and paying everybody and paying for products unless they
I
come out and say it.
disagree, though. I
Unless they
disagree,
come out and
though.
say it.
I
Unless
Can
they
I
come
disagree,
out
just
and
though.
say it.
really quickly before you go on, Maris, Crypto Control, I declined your co-host because I got some people blocked down there, so I don't want them launched.
I'm gonna buy
No, no.
Evergrow.
I disagree in the fact that I think I think that if you're going to use a tax, right, for marketing, that you only use it for what you specify it's going to be used for, which is marketing. It shouldn't be used for personal expense. It shouldn't be used for your salary. I think you can create another tax for that. But
What about paying marketers? What about paying a marketer's salary?
if it's related to marketing, yes. But if it's for personal expense and
So
like
what if it's a marketing / dev wallet, like Paul said?
but
What
you're
I hold up. I think I don't want people to get confused about what he said. He said they pay salaries out of those wallets. That doesn't mean they're using those funds directly to pay personal expenses. That means they are paid a salary from the company out of that wallet. Not that I have this wallet and I want to buy this watch, so I'm going to send $32,000 to this account.
So how
So
do
I
you
can buy.
determine what's an acceptable salary?
That would be determined by the team if that's the way you want to do it.
That's
Correct.
what I'm asking Paul.
Correct. Yes, it's determined by the team, and like in our case, we have a a thing where we're not gonna make any serious money until Evergrow takes off again, and our holders are doing very well. We deliver products to the team, and this is different for every token. So I'm not comparing us to anyone else. I'm just telling you how we do it. And Sam has even stressed this to us, like people have wanted raises, and Sam has went to them and said, "No, sorry, we can't do that. We're a startup, and startup companies, a lot of people on the company do not make a lot of money, but they get taken care of when you take off. So if you actually believe in the company, you take a lower salary, and then you believe in it so much. We also get bonuses and tokens. Also, we hold on to those. Those are very
Like
on the
Tom
blockchain.
Brady.
Everyone can see them. And then if it takes off, we all do good. We can get higher salaries, we can get higher bonuses, all that kind of stuff. But we won't do that until we've delivered something
Well,
and the
what's your
price starts
salary?
going up. My salary,
Yes,
I get
sir.
I get 1,000 BUSD a week, and I was making 300,000 before I got into Evergrow, and
So four
I live in
thousand a
DC,
month, right?
roughly.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I'm not.
You live in
so, so,
DC and you get paid $1,000 a month.
so I have a question, Paul.
I live 20 minutes above DC, and I get $1,000, and I'm the second. I'm the highest paid person at Evergrow, actually.
I'm sorry, bud. No, that's
I
not right.
I
I know
have a
it's not
question,
a lot.
Paul.
Okay.
So, like, what would you say? Do you know, like, approximately what Evergrow's like monthly expenditures are? Because, like John's extracting close to on average $1 million off chain a month. Like, I'm just curious what an average token would be spending per month, like for expenditures, if you have even just a ballpark.
I know exactly what it is. Um, it's about between.
Probably not anywhere close to $1 million a month, though, right?
Well, I mean, if we have like we paid for our wallet to get, that was a one-time, thing for like to develop the wallet, a one-time, thing to develop Luna Sky. Those are obviously, you know, maybe like a $50,000 to $100,000, fee that we either, some paid up front, not paid up front. I'm not going to give exact figures, but monthly stuff is around with salary and marketing stuff like that. I'm gonna guess average. I mean, I'm not guessing. I know exactly what it is, but it varies from month to month between 10 and 20,000 maybe, and that's kind of high. We try to keep it under 10,000 because we have about $2 million in funds, and that's our funds to last us because we don't want to run out. Safemoon did very well with Bitmart. I mean, God, if we had 60-80 million dollars sitting around, Jesus God know what we could do with that. But Sam has been very good about budgeting, the way we do things to survive the bear market because we don't know how much longer it's going to last. It could last another 2 years. And we have to make sure the number one thing is to make sure you survive, and unless you've already made it, obviously. But for startups, it's very hard. We only had a 1% tax into our marketing when we took our rise to $1.5 billion market cap, and we turned off our marketing during the biggest time, so we weren't getting anything because we wanted more to go to holders. We kind of regret that now because we wish we had more into in development marketing and that kind of stuff. But I'm glad the holders got more of it. But we didn't know how long this was going to let. We didn't know this big bear market was going to come and just crash everything down. So different companies offer different, do things different way. I have my own views on SafeMoon. I I, I'm not going to express them publicly because I'm not here to bash another project or token because I'm part of a project or token. So I don't want to bash or go and compliment other things in public.
What made you
But
want to be a partner with Safemoon? I'm just curious.
well, that was back in February 2022, before
That's fine.
everything came out, and we actually love the SafeMoon community. All the people that are in the SafeMoon community. and we are just a part of their wallet. And we have our own coming in about 3 weeks, 4 weeks maybe.
Are you
And
planning on still staying as a partner to Safemoon?
we will decide that when our wallet comes out.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But as of right now, we're on their swap and wallet. That's as far as it goes. Sam has never talked to John, spoken to John, letters with John. I've never spoken. No one's ever Now we've talked to people in the Safemoon team who are very, very nice, by the way. They're awesome people. But we've had no interaction with John on a personal level at all.
So you're saying that once you get your own wallet, then you'll come back to that conversation. Is that right?
We're gonna so we have a management team. It's Sam as our CEO and chairman, and then I'm part of the management team, and we have two other guys. We all talk about our decisions. Sam makes all the decisions, but he talks about them with us. What's the best way to do this and do that? So when we get to our wallet coming out, which is almost here, then we're going to get together. We've already talked about this and decide whether to stay in their wallet and swap or not. We haven't decided yet. We're going to see what's best for Evergrow and our holders, and go from there.
Okay.
It won't be because anything else. Now, if something big came out, if something bigger came out where we needed to cut ties, we would. But so far it's everyone has their personal opinions, but there's nothing that's really a lot of personal stuff, whatever. So we're I don't want to go too much detail about it, but look, we love the Safemoon community. They're great people. A lot of people that are in the Safemoon community own Evergrow, and we don't want to sit there and just alienate them, and we would never do that because they're great people, even if they defend it to the world or hate it. We have to try and stay impartial and focus on ourselves. So whether we come off the wallet or not will be a business decision based on the best for our community because we have our own wallet. It won't be because of anything else.
Okay.
I just was I actually was
Is my
coming.
mic sounds act up?
No, you're good.
It's good.
You're good now.
Okay,
I
because
wanted to.
I'm like, what's up, Paul?
I was trying to come up with before I heard Evergrow's name, so don't think I just came in here because I heard Evergrow. I was actually trying to come up and talk about the marketing wallet. And the thing is, we actually should put marketing development salaries on the.
I think they have like something similar. I forgot what the tax is. It's for something. I think it's part of
Then
their
you
tax.
shouldn't have to take LP.
I don't think that they are right now. I think we're still in 2021 transactions.
No, it's been consistent. He consistently takes out on average about $1 million a month.
So he takes
whether
out
it be from the
$1 million,
treasury or other USD that he's squirreled into other wallets from Safemoon, he's consistently taking it off and cashing out.
So just to give everybody a quick heads up of what the purpose of this space was, it was me and TNG Systems started this. We were looking at some charts that he made involving the wallets, and it was just following the deployer wallets to basically just show that they were removing liquidity. And then we looked at the court case that's still ongoing with the lawsuit with John, and we were looking at their defense basically against the lawsuit. And a couple of things that stood out that they said was that the that when they said they locked the liquidity, they didn't say they locked all the liquidity. Like that's one of their defenses. It's like, well, we didn't say we locked it all. And to me, that's pretty hilarious in of itself. Because I don't know. I mean, I guess it did say they were locking up to 250, a quarter of 250 billion or whatever it was of Safemoon. So I don't know. I guess you could get into that. And then another thing they said was, yeah, I'm gonna draw a blank right here. But that was the main
John
purpose
said
of
he would tell everybody what
thank
to
you.
use the LP for, and you can search that on his feed yourself. Just search LP; it'll bring up the tweet.
Yeah, which is like, in my opinion, and you guys can comment on this if you're up here, Maris, anybody, is almost like an admission because like they would not talk about, John would not address any of CoffeeZilla's or his own community who is saying, where did you guys get your money from? Did you guys take from the LP? They would not address that. They wouldn't say, yes, we took it and we spent some, we paid John this much, we spent this much on marketing. They just won't do that for some reason. So it's an extreme level of not having transparency with your investors at the most important time to have transparency with your investors. So yeah, if somebody wants to comment on that, you can.
We actually had CoffeeZilla look into us because someone came up and was like this. He got a message. I think Sam got a message from CoffeeZilla, and I think Sam answered one question, and then he went about his way because there was nothing there. All our stuff is, basically. I mean, the only thing you can say about Evergrow, really is, we overpromised and underdelivered. We had a shitty 2022. We did not deliver. Messed up devs. Timeline missed. We need to come out. We admitted it. We will still admit it. We messed up, and all we do is do better and learn from our mistakes. I'll tell you this, but if a video ever came out that
what do you mean messed up?
Well, you got to take responsibility for your actions, and whether you hire shitty devs or a shitty team or not to do your work, and they don't follow through, it all falls back on you. You can't just, you can tell the community what happened, but no matter what, it's on you. It's on the boss.
Well, did your dev mess up or take something? I'm just trying to understand what you mean by like messed up.
Well, in one instance, they actually finished the marketplace, and then they kept all the code and wanted $100,000 more, and we told them to go fuck themselves. So then we started another thing, another build, and the devs just weren't up to the task to do it, and they delivered a shitty version, and that was on us for hiring them. And then you get to the end of that, and you release it, and it's a really shitty version, and that's on us for hiring them. We hired the wrong company to actually do it, so we had to go back to the drawing board again. And these aren't short builds. These are long builds. So we just had to keep learning from who we actually hired. I mean, and the thing is, I talked to so many other big projects out there, and it is like an everyday occurrence. I mean, some of the people that I know that have all the money in the world are getting just screwed over left and right by devs building backdoors into their bridges and building backdoors into this to steal this, and then they gets audited and they found out. Then you got to start all over again. It is actually crazy out there. So, I mean, but all you can do is try, and every token or company has a different way of communicating. Some are not as open as others. I'm not going to, talk shit on them about that. They can do what they want. But like ours, like when we start making profits, all that profit is going to go back to the community. That's one thing we kind of pride ourselves on. Now, usually with products, is all that profit goes to the team, or like Binance, like CZ or whatever, like the profits. I'm not talking about salaries and stuff paid, but usually you start a company, and whatever profits the company makes, you either put back in the company to make it better, or you have shareholders that get paid. But in this way, in crypto, it's kind of, we want to give, we want to put that money back into the charts, or we want to put that, profit back into the people's hand as dividends or rewards. That's what we want to do. It seems like other projects, almost every other project, they, end up keeping the profits, which is fine because they're a company. Actually, you don't, the people that actually buy the tokens, I mean, John, I think, said it in his Discord, how token holders were not, they don't own any of the project. In a court of law, he's technically right. John owns it, or Sam owns Evergrow. But the thing is, you don't come out and talk to your investors like that, or the people who buy your token, saying, that's what I did. I mean, that's one of the things I saw and didn't like. You don't sit there and say, oh yeah, you guys are just, the token is just an ecosystem. You don't own anything. You didn't buy into this. Well,
who do you think owns the LP?
John does.
You think John owns the LP? Like, in a court of law, you think that John extracting all of that LP would be acceptable because he owns it?
I don't know in the court of law exactly. Now, I think he owns everything, but I think
I
there's
don't
a
think
moral.
I don't think that they own the LPs.
So
I, I'm
if you think that, that also makes Safemoon an illegal security.
Yeah, there's so many. Yeah, there's so many areas where there's security or not a security of you
No,
can do this and do
it
that.
is a security. If you're saying that John owns the LP and he's allowing people to buy portions of that LP, and he owns that as in the LLC corporation, that makes it an illegal security. That your exact terminology saying he either owns it or he doesn't. And if you're saying he owns it, that makes it an illegal security by law. So is that what you're saying SafeMoon is and Evergrow is?
Come on.
Because
Well, I think
I don't know
Evergrow and
exactly.
SafeMoon are completely different.
Yeah, and
no,
I
they're
don't know.
not different, Maris. It's by if they believe that they
Okay.
own the LP, then they are allowing people to buy portions of that LP, which funds the exterior enterprise.
So Evergrow is a
Let me
security.
finish. Let me finish. That is an illegal security by definition, as determined by the SEC. This is important because this is how these entities have been able to skirt around the law. They
So is
know
Evergrow an illegal security to you? Is what I'm asking.
if they believe they own that LP and that is not holder money, absolutely it is. Not just to me, but to the SEC also. This is just the first time that someone who is a officer in a token has said that he believes they own the LP. That's why I wanted to address that, because that is the threshold of being a security and of being an unregulated or illegal security to the SEC. That is either investor money, which you leave alone, or that is money that is owned by the company. And if you take that to finance development that will enrich the company through the works of others, then that is an illegal ICO if it's formed that way, or it's an illegal security. That's why Sky was asking that question.
Sure.
It's a very good question.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me clear up things I said. One, I don't know whether I'm not a lawyer on security and not a security thing. What I know, what Evergrow believes is we believe in that LP is the people's money. We don't touch it, and we lock it up every 3 months. The reason we locked it for a year for 1 year initially, and now we're locking it every 3 months. The only reason we don't lock it for longer because if there's a problem and we need to upgrade to a V2 or we need to do something like that, we want to make sure it's not locked for an entire year just in case we need to move it or do something. So we do a 3 month thing now just in case, because a lot of these court cases and stuff, we're actually waiting for the SEC to come down and tell us what what needs to be in place in order to be legal. Like we need direction from them to
well, the
say
Howie
this.
test is pretty clear. I
Yeah,
mean,
but
overall.
I think there needs to be more. That we
For
actually
sure, but
are.
for sure, like they can definitely drill down on it, but I think if you follow that, you should be okay. And I think part of following that is not thinking that you own the LP. And I think maybe you just misspoke because I
I
don't
think I
think you guys are
misspoke.
treating it like you. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think you're treating it like you
I
own it.
misspoke.
So, like, I definitely wasn't trying to like corner you in that. It just,
That's fine.
it's definitely something that like I don't think John should own the LP, and I think
I don't think so
100%
either. I
he's
don't
a
think
red.
so either.
Yeah, like he may have control over it, but also I assume too. You guys probably have a multi sig on all of your funds as well, right?
No, we do not.
Oh,
No,
you just have one
Sam.
person in charge of
Sam
the
has.
keys.
Yes, Sam is in charge of the keys. Yes.
Okay, so that's kind of like what John does too. That I don't agree with that either. You guys should look into maybe a multi-sig because, I mean,
It.
everyone might trust Sam, but you're still just leaving everybody's money in the hands of one person deciding, and that's pretty dangerous regardless of how nice Sam is, how great Sam is. I mean, Sam could just get his wallet compromised and all of a sudden the entire project's fucked.
We talk about that all the time. It's hard because of proximity. He's in Spain. All of us in the U.S. This at the. we've talked about it so many times. I agree with you right there, and we've actually talked about it. It's not the easiest thing in the world. He hates interacting with those wallets. That's why he has a petty cash wallet, so he doesn't have to interact with the big wallets all the time. So he can transfer like 100,000 for the next 6 months. So he hasn't have to touch. So keep everything in safes and banks. He never has it. Walks around. I have a petty cash wallet. With no more than 10 grand on me at one time, where I pay people out. Like I said, everyone does their stuff differently. But I'd say one thing is with us. I mean, the thing is like, with the LP, sometimes you need to touch, like, let's say, let's say a project is taking their LP and they need to split it up between, bridging, they need a, Polygon and whatever. I don't know. I've seen, tokens do that or projects do that, and maybe they need to take some of the LP and move it around, so they have access
Yeah,
to
sure.
it.
That's just
But
moving it, though. That's not
but
extracting it.
but I don't believe at all. If you say all this is LP, you should never touch that for anything at all. Now, if you were to touch it, there was no other choice. You need to come out to the community and say, we would never do this, but I'm just saying, let's say it was last choice, last thing. Come out and say, hey, we need to take 100,000 out because we're dying and we're going to go under. So we got to take 100,000 out to, make this product or, pay for such and such, whatever it is, now I don't believe in that, but last resort, it's very easy to be transparent about stuff. I mean, it is so easy to be transparent about it. To me, my opinion, but there's other people out there that don't like to be as transparent, and that's fine. That's their business. That's their company. But like, if there was $1 million, like, missing or whatever like that, I mean, and someone came and said, where the hell did that go? We would be able to tell you, boom, that's where it went right there, but I can't ever see, if we moved $1 million at a time, it had to be huge.
This is just a good segue quickly for anyone listening. I posted at the top. Amy made a Dune page that tracks all of John's known wallets, their confirmed known wallets, and it basically real time calculates how much money he's moved off the exchange, how much money he's currently holding in stable coins. So if anyone's interested, it's a pretty interesting link to look at.
Got a quick question, because I'm not too educated about this. Is there going to be a change to do a multi-sig?
For us, or
For you guys.
not in the immediate future.
Is there a reason why?
John doesn't have one either, Maris, though, so just settle down.
I'm just asking. That's it. I can't ask you fucking questions, guy. Chill out.
No, I'm just pointing it out because you like to use little gotcha moments against other people. So
you do too. Don't worry. It's okay.
I can answer anything. Has to do with Evergrow. I can answer anything like that. I'm allowed to. Like, I'm not under NDA. It's a proximity issue. If we had an office and me and Sam in there every day, we would probably have a multi-sig wallet because we're in there every day. He lives on the other side of the world from me, and no one lives around that we could actually go in there if we needed to get in there to to transfer funds out. We'd have no way to deal with multi-sig.
Are you saying, so just so I'm understanding, you're saying because everyone's in a different place and time?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Yeah, in my opinion, that's a weak answer.
Weak,
I mean, it's just it's
mean,
one person having control over that is like super fucking scary. Like, anything can happen if you don't have those backup people. With John, with you guys, whatever.
No, I agree with that, and that's why we keep, we have two separate wallets, so just in case, and he doesn't interact with those every single day. It's like literally twice a year, if that. We have a petty cash wallet where he keeps, a couple $100,000 in. When that runs out, he goes to his, he has it all in a safe place. Let's call it a safety deposit box, which to go into, do his business in with guards.
So not in his phone like John has it, though, right?
Hell no.
Are you at least using Orbital Shield?
No, we're not using
that was a
Orbital
joke.
Shield.
You don't have to answer.
Yeah, please don't use Orbital Shield.
No.
So just a quick question, because I think you guys changed your tax recently. It's like 5%, I think, right?
Yes.
So what's the new tax? Is it the same? Because it's 5%, so I don't know the tax distribution.
4% to rewards, 1% to marketing,
Oh, okay.
marketing development, and salaries.
Is that permanent or is it just temporary?
You'll find out soon enough.
Wait, sorry. Say that again. I'm at the gas station. Sorry.
I said you'll find out soon enough. We have a big announcement coming up in June. Our 2 utilities are coming out very, very soon. They're in the last stage of betas. We have staking coming out at usually about the same time, and then a big announcement. I can't comment further on that. So.
Okay. And the rewards. What are the rewards again? I'm not too well versed. So.
4% BUSD, 1% towards marketing. So it gets distributed in rewards.
USD. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I don't want to make this about Evergrow. I didn't come up here to make it about Evergrow. I just came to kind of shine some light on the inner workings of a project. If anyone had any questions on that, but a lot of projects are different. So I didn't want to say, I don't want to, if anyone else is listening out there, any other projects that don't run it the way Evergrow does, that's okay. That's their own way. But I know that if you ask me any question, and if I can answer it, I will. If I'm not under an NDA or it's not someone else's business, like I'm not going to tell you, like I just told you what I made. I'm not going to tell you what one of my coworkers made or whatever, because that's their business, but I can tell you, I make the most. I make more than our boss. He doesn't make any money. Like, especially the rewards are so low right now because it's bear market.
And you're the operations manager, right?
Correct.
Going on.
Yes. Okay. Correct. But I believe in the project, and I believe that in the future, I will be taken care of and be making a whole bunch of money. But we need to get there first.
So just a quick question, just so I understand. I think you said there's 2 wallets, one for the paying employees and the other one's for, I guess, general operations. Is that right?
Yeah, Maris, why don't you ask John this many questions?
Trust me, I asked plenty of questions, Scott.
So Sam is our CEO and chairman, and he has the market wallets and all that. He has a petty cash wallet, and then I have a petty cash wallet, we call it. And so every month he sends me money that I can pay our salaries. I pay the mods, the other managers and stuff like that. So, and then we have a marketing wallet that everyone can see. It's been out there, and we have it's called a Lucro Ways wallet. So we launched a ecosystem token or utility token, and you guys would know it, in September, and it raised $2.1 million, and we seeded the liquidity, and so 1.5 million is sitting in a wallet, and that's used for Evergrow development also. Evergrow and Lucro development. So we're able to. That actually ran out, and that pre-sale we had 2 pre-sales. It ran out in 62 seconds and 58 seconds, concurrently. And so there's 2 wallets that hold Evergrow development and marketing money in it, and those wallets are made public to everyone, and they can see them. But those aren't messed with too much because they have so much money in them. So, like I said, every few months, Sam, goes into his little vault or whatever it is, his bank, and transfers a couple $100,000 out to his petty cash wallet. Some comes to me. I pay people, out of my thing. I got a whole ledger that him and I can see, and other management can see. So us 4 always know where the money's going. So if he was stealing money, I would know it. Cody would know it. Rocket would know it. Those are our management guys. So we all know what's going on with the money, all 4 of us. And the 3 of us were investors first. We weren't.
I would love to ask Maris a question. So since you have asked all these questions to John, how does he pay his employees, and how much is his highest employee paid?
So, with your answer to your question, I do not know.
And how much does he make?
Well, I think Amy answered that. His net worth is $53 million, according to the pinned post.
Well, he's holding 35 million stables in his wallets.
Okay, so
but that doesn't count what's gone out from the exchanges. But I mean,
I'm going based off.
I mean, you're just. I'm just saying, like you're drilling Paul, but you know we don't know any of these things.
Well, here's my thing. I don't understand
He's
it.
not. She's not drilling me.
No,
You can
she
say
is.
that.
She
I'm
is.
just
What
letting you know.
she's
I'm
doing
fine.
right now is trying to deflect.
I'm asking
This
the
is
same
very
questions.
disingenuous.
How is it disingenuous? I'm asking
Because
questions.
you're
I'm asking
because
the
you're
same
completely deflecting from what our original conversation was. This had nothing to do with how Evergrow is run.
questions you've asked is disingenuous. Oh my God! Someone call the cops.
I mean,
Okay.
you're saying that
Okay.
you've asked all these questions of John, so I just want to know,
So
what
I'm
his
not allowed to
answers
ask
are.
questions to someone now?
No, go for it, but I
Okay.
want to know what John's are. What are
Okay,
John's answers?
Yeah, I mean, we did get off track a little bit, and we did start asking Evergrow questions whenever kind of the focus of this entire space. It's okay to let it go a little bit because honestly, I'm glad Paul came up because it's a very great demonstration, and I'm not just trying to suck up to Evergrow of how a project should be ran. They literally turned off their marketing at the most important time to turn off their marketing to give more to investors. They've constantly demonstrated that they will put the investors first. That doesn't mean Evergrow is going to succeed, but I do know that if they do succeed, that it will actually make its way back to the investors. But the main point of Paul coming up was to show that what the conversation was having around was like, is it okay to say, hey, the liquidity is locked? Well, actually, it's not locked. Well, actually, we might use it and then not tell people. And I mean, really, we were talking about marketing. Is it okay to say, hey, this is for marketing, and then use that to go buy a house and spend money on yourself and get really nice clothes? And we agreed that no, that is not okay. So, Maris,
Now let me now
I
now
yeah, go ahead, Paul.
let me say this. We actually had a talk about something about a year ago about opening up at a house and hiring devs to put in that house. So you've seen these like dev companies that are like a run out of a house like in another country. It's actually very it's actually you can get a lot done that way instead of like hiring this big company. You actually get like this, a semi mansion in another country, or especially not the US because it's so expensive. And you hire devs and they come from parts of the work, and you actually work inside the house and you're all talking to each other. You can get a lot done that way. We actually talked about doing that. So let's say we were to do that, we would have to announce that to people what we were doing and tell people, hey, we're renting this house out, or we probably wouldn't buy it unless it was a long term, but we never ended up doing it. We never ended up even talking about it. It was all behind the scenes. But if that were done, and you said, I heard John owns this house, stuff like that, like, but it'd be very easy to come out and be like, yeah, we have devs coming out of this house, look at these pictures. You don't have to say where it is because you don't want people coming there and robbing it and doing this, that, the other thing. But you come out and tell the community what you're doing. Now, this is what we would do if that were to happen. So there is no problem with taking funds out of the thing if they're for the company, or for a salary. Now, if I saved up $52,000 a year for my salary and bought myself a car, you couldn't say I took that money out of the market to buy myself a car. I saved all that money.
Yeah, if you
buy
use
a
your
car.
whole $4,000 for like a Lambo payment, I mean that's
Exactly.
on you.
Exactly. That's on me.
But that's not buying. That's not taking the LP and buying a Lambo, right?
Exactly. Yes. And I want to, I'm not trying to, and I don't want to make this about Evergrow or whatever, but I'm just saying, like, now another project could do that, but come out and say it. That's what we would do, or I would expect any transparent company to do. Sorry to cut you off, Thomas.
No, you're good. Go ahead, Domson.
One thing that's very apparent, and I think everyone should pay close attention to, is you have an executive from Evergrow in here speaking, answering questions, answering hard questions, direct questions. I've never seen John Karony do this publicly. Not one time. Not one time. Nor have I seen anyone on his leadership team do this publicly. I've never seen the COO do this.
Yeah, to come to an unregulated space that they don't control 100%. And I mean, they haven't even been in spaces in over a year and a half almost.
Yeah, and it's like, I know people will be like, oh, see, they're just trying to like get attention on other projects, but it's just like it's weird because to be in Safemoon and to like have your money invested in it and have other things invested, you know, like your ego, people follow you because you talk about Safemoon, you know, have all that on the line, and then it's just easy to get these like this tunnel vision where you're not really able to like look at it. And then when you go look at these other projects, it's like, well, they are docs, they are out here talking, they are communicating how much they're getting, you know, they don't touch the LP. It's just like say it's such a gross difference. And yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm letting you talk. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I heard a dog barking, so I thought you were unmuted your mic to say something.
Sorry, picking up my neighbor's dog. Sorry.
And yeah, I just I guess you just have to consider. Does that kind of change your mind at all, Maris? Does that kind of make you think, yeah, Safemoon should have been run that way, or do you still feel like Safemoon? Do you feel like?
And again,
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I've expressed my concerns that there needs to be more transparency and not on Twitter, you know. So I've expressed that privately. Personally, I'm not disagreeing with it, and by me asking questions, Sky, that doesn't mean I'm disingenuous. I'm asking the exact same questions you want the answers to, so that's not disingenuous.
Okay, move on.
I was hoping for a cat fight.
No, I can agree to disagree with her. I mean,
Okay.
whatever. I still think it is, but
Yeah, but you know, kind of, Sky, I'd be curious your opinion because did you look at those court things that TNG was showing earlier? Did you?
I've glanced through some of it. I haven't read the whole thing. I did. One thing that we found interesting when we were talking about it is that John's lawyers are referring to the Safemoon holders as investors, which is funny.
Oh, they are?
Yeah, like multiple times.
Yeah, I didn't see that. To me, it seemed like an admission that they used the LP because they're like, we didn't say we were going to lock all of it, and John said that he was going to use it in an AMA or whatever. To me, that seemed like an admission where I felt like a lot of the conversation, and please correct me if I'm not understanding this correctly, with a lot of people within SafeMoon was that there was no proof that the LP was used, and it could have been profits or it could have been other things. But it seems
that's
like
what
that.
I'm trying to say is that, oh, John, you know how to deal with Bitmart, and that was just market makers and blah blah blah. But they have used liquidity. I mean, it's on chain. You can find it. You can see it. Lots of people have documented it.
Yeah, so to me, like that seemed like an admission of like, yeah, we used the liquidity, but we didn't say we were going to lock it all, and we said that we were going to use it for things, so that's why you guys can't sue us, right? That's pretty much like kind of what they're
but then
saying.
he also did say he would tell everybody what he was using it for, and he didn't.
Well, I don't think the Bitmart thing is in the documents, right?
That's not.
Are you just saying in general?
I'm just saying that overall, you, Champ, your guys' thing is that it's all Bitmart money that John's using, and that's not the case.
I mean, that's what CoffeeZilla read off. So if we're going based on CoffeeZilla's video, that's what was read off to him in the email.
Okay, well, CoffeeZilla is not the be-all, end-all either. I mean, he's not going to catch everything either.
He emailed Bitmart though, and that's what Bitmart responded with. So I can't deny that. I mean,
yeah, but that doesn't account for the millions of dollars he shipped to Gate.io and other exchanges as well. It's not the him emailing Bitmart isn't the whole story, Maris. Like, so it is disingenuous that you guys keep acting like that's the whole story and that's all the money John has, and that's not true. It's not true at all.
Okay, agree to disagree.
Well, I mean, it's a fact. People can go see it. It's very clear, even clicking in Amy's link above, and you can follow the wallets back. They're all tagged there. And you can look for yourself.
Year, bro. I've followed the wallets for a whole fucking year.
Oh, okay. Well, if you had properly and you weren't trying to look for an out for John while you were doing it, you would see that he's taken lots of liquidity. It's not just Bitmart.
Okay.
Hey, Sky, when did you get into Safemoon? Like how early were you in? Because you were a moderator, right?
March 18th.
What was everybody under the impression the liquidity was locked?
They said the liquidity lock thing, I think it was like in early April, maybe. It wasn't right away.
But wasn't didn't people from the website understand like, oh, the liquidity's locked, right? Or no? Or am I missing something?
Potentially. I'm not sure exactly when. To be honest, when I got into Safemoon, I didn't fully understand what I was getting into. So
Okay.
I didn't, I didn't take in all of that stuff probably as well as I should have. But luckily, I mean, I don't regret any of the Safemoon shit because I've learned so fucking much just being a part of it.
I lost $50,000 on SafeMoon.
Oh God.
I don't blame them. I blame myself. I think that's all you can do, especially in this space, is take it on the chin. You know, every single project is almost a gamble, and you got to put your trust in people or the team or whatever it is. And people have lost money with us. We've ran up. Some people blame us for it. Maybe it
But you guys
partially
aren't
is.
extracting your LP. So, and I
No,
think that's what is a huge difference because, with all the money that John's extracted from the LP, like the price would be in a better place, right? It would have been more stable than it is now because there's very little.
It's also desensitized investors to being abused. It's desensitized people from, I guess, being able to establish how far is too far. Now you have CEOs of projects removing funds, not to make it about other projects, but you have CEOs removing funds from pre-sales, before they even hit the soft cap. They're pulling funds out of that pre-sale either before or after. It really doesn't matter. The funds are still being removed from the pre-sale. And now that's happening. And now I'm hoping that the just downright failure of that entire project offering will incentivize CEOs to stop doing that. But it just gets more and more and more just brazen. I personally do not see how Safemoon could be successful at this point because John has proven anytime I hear of a great idea, and I have heard some good ideas from people in the community with Safemoon, anytime I hear of a great idea, my first thought is if it makes money, he's going to take it because that is what he has done every single opportunity, even in disasters that have happened. He's figured out a way to leverage that for him to pull liquidity. So, no matter, in my opinion, I don't think they'll ever release valid products. But even if they do, for investors to think that someone who tells them, you may not be a legal investor, but that doesn't mean you're not a moral investor. And for someone to tell you that you are not an investor, its entire livelihood is built upon you, where do you think he had this opportunity from? It was from investors. So legally, let's say they determine that you're not legal investors. That doesn't mean he doesn't owe you anything. And I have a problem with that. And I can never see a place or time when there is profit on the table that John Karony is not going to take the majority of it and walk away.
Sorry, just a side note. This isn't related. Crypto Control, can you check your DMs, please?
Hey,
Yeah.
I'm asking a question, and maybe one of you can answer this. So, when they had the quote unquote LP hack, and it was stolen, and they got 80% of it back, did they put did they put back in the remaining 20% from like Treasury or other funds, or did they just put back in the 80% they got back? SafeMoon. Anyone know the answer to that question?
I think they put the 80% back and they put a little bit from the Treasury wallet. I don't think it made up the full amount, but I could be wrong. I
And they
haven't
split it in different pairings that are not at this time bridged. So they split that amount that they got back amongst different pairings. So the safe
Yeah.
BNB pairing was not made whole to where it was previously. And those cannot, they can't transact between the other pairings either. So
I
And
saw that. I was just
last year
wondering if.
they oh
I'm sorry.
sorry.
I was just wondering if the let's say it was 10 million that got stolen. I know 8 million got put back and split up between the pairings. I get that. But the other 2 million, was that put back by the team saying, "Oh, we're sorry this happened," like, or did just 80% get put back and split up among different pairings? I wasn't sure if more got put back by the team as like, and I'm sorry, or we messed up. Here's we got plenty of money over here, so let's put it in there. I didn't pay attention, so I'm just asking that question. If that 20% got put back.
I don't know. I haven't calculated it up, but they did put some from the treasury wallet in there. But the thing is that last year when they shut the swap down, they had over 9 million in BNB and over 9 million in BUSD. And when they turned the swap back on, they kept the 9 million in BUSD for themselves in the treasury wallet. But then John's been spending from that ever since. So that little bit that they took out of there, that they put back in from the treasury wallet, was already stolen from the LP last year when they cut it completely in half.
Sorry, guys, I'm in the middle of something. If anybody wants to come up, if there's anything you want to say, definitely just raise your hand, and I'll try to lift you up. If this always glitches on me, so I try to make Sky a co-host, but she has people that are blocked down in the audience, and if she gets co-hosted, I'll immediately kick them out. I don't know why they have that feature, but
yeah. So I don't want to do that.
Yeah. So
but
Sky's
I'm not
being
unblocking
respectful.
the assholes either. So
So
is that Michelle Obama down there?
What?
Do you see Michelle Obama down there? She was waving her hand. She wanted to come up.
Oh.
Who?
Someone else who wants to come up. I guess their name is, and this is not from me, guy. Their name is Miss I Will Cost You Money.
No, that's not fun. No, that's
to bring them up.
it's not funny.
I don't know who it is. I told him to
Don't let
slide
him
out.
up.
Yeah, it's somebody just like with impersonating Maris and just like making fun of her. But yeah, if anybody else wants to come up, I was just gonna, trying to make that clear. The point of like, I don't know, I guess there's a lot of different opinions, and I could use a co-host right now because I think there might be people raising their hands, and it's just not showing me any.
Maybe
I would
Vic.
think so. Yeah, Vix, do you want to? Where'd he go? Oh, he's right there. Would you like to co-host just to let people up if it's not showing me? Mr. Vixtradamus?
Or maybe not.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting. It's like, okay, we're sitting here having Safemoon spaces, and it's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? And I personally, have my own take on that. For one, I feel like we're all heavily impacted by this, and this is actually something I wanted to say earlier. Is like people, it's crazy to me that it's like John taking the liquidity to that degree. It's not just like that affected statement. That was your sell. That was you taking profits, for people that would have taken profits. That was the allowing the project to grow even more, like it probably would have if the price didn't get tanked so heavily by the removing of the liquidity. And if John had just delivered like bare minimum products without taking the liquidity, I honestly think that SafeMoon would have done really well for a lot of us, just because we had such a huge community to push those products and possibly bring in a lot of people who want their eyes on SafeMoon. I mean, that's why John's able to make so much money off the swap partners, is because they're willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to get seen by you and to get promoted to you. So that's just something really important to keep in mind. So it's kind of like, what's the point of having these spaces? And, it's like, it's to learn from our mistakes. It's to keep up with what's going on. It's to help inform people who are still like on the fence about it. And, what we see with a lot of people is it just takes like this slight turning of like just having a fair standard of questioning SafeMoon. That same standard that you use to question everything else, just use that same little standard, question SafeMoon, and things start to fall, things start to line up, and you're like, oh, this does not look good, because it just doesn't from an outside perspective. If you're not, nobody comes along outside of SafeMoon and starts defending John. It's because that behavior is so obviously bad. If you were looking to look at any other project where you didn't have some kind of an emotional investment or actual investment, and you look at all that, you're like, yeah, that looks really bad. And why would you invest in that? Why are you still holding that? So I do see purpose to these spaces, but you know, one of the main purposes was to, like I said, to catch up on those court documents, which what I feel is an admission that they touched liquidity. Maybe I'm interpreting that incorrectly or wrong or taking something that's not there, but they basically were put in a position where they were forced to have to defend themselves because of the accusations of the lawsuit. And so they wouldn't do that to their own community to give them relief of worry about where they got their funds, but they're forced in court to do it. John was, I think he offered to settle, but they, you know, they rejected it. So now his lawyers have to defend him, and they basically were saying, well, we didn't say we were going to lock all the liquidity, which is hilarious. And they're saying that, sorry, I just got a message. And they're saying what I said, what Sky said earlier, that John said that, oh, you know, we said we were going to touch the liquidity. So for me, it feels like an admission of the liquidity. And I personally think you guys, especially Domson, it'd be good to hear from you at this point on like, because this is just a lawsuit. It's not like Safemoon's going to end from this lawsuit. Like even if these guys won, they would just have to pay them money. It's not like it's going to bring Safemoon down. But it could be
Where does the money come from?
I mean, yeah, I mean, unless John, you guys said John has 35 million in stable coins. I didn't know
on
that.
chain, yeah, and then he's check it out later when you have some time, but it's in the link posted at the top.
That's insane. So I doubt it would be that much, don't you think? I doubt if the lawsuit got through that it would be for 10 million or whatever. I don't know. It might be something like that. But I'm sure they could take the hit and keep going and keep milking the people. But I would think that if it came down to it, I don't know if the FBI or the SEC, if it came down to it on determining whether or not this was fraudulent, that they'd be looking at that exact same argument right there, which is you promised your investors the liquidity was locked, and then you use that liquidity. And I don't think they can get away with saying, well, we didn't say it was all locked. We didn't say everything was locked when we said the liquidity was locked. So I think they would have had to have said certain portions of the liquidity are locked, and the liquidity is going to be used to fund Safemoon. I don't know. What do you guys think, Dom? Do you have something for that?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you say the liquidity, that means the liquidity, as in all of it, unless you were to say 25% is locked. Then somebody can think, oh, he just said 25%. That's not all of it. But what they're going to look at is would a rational person believe by you telling them that you have the liquidity locked? What would a rational person believe? And I can't imagine anyone that I tell, okay, crypto control, you give me your $100, I'm going to put your money in the bank. If I tell you that, right? And then you come to me a month from now and I've got 30 cents and I'm like, look, I didn't mean I was going to put all 100 of your dollars in the bank. I just meant I was going to put 30 cents in the bank. That's not reasonable. That's not something a reasonable person believes. And at the same time, that's just one of many lies. He also said, and it's screenshotted, there's record of it, that if we remove the liquidity, we're going to go to the community before we do it. He's never done that, so that's just another lie. It's just lie upon lie. No explanation whatsoever. Commitment after commitment to produce products, which if you can't prove that you made a legitimate effort to do that, that can also be construed as fraud. I mean, there's so many different things they've done that I don't see him walking away unscathed in the end of all of it. And whether can Safemoon turn around, John killed it a long time ago. I mean, that's really my last argument. He mortally wounded Safemoon a long time ago. He sucked all the extra fat off the bone. There's nothing left. There's just nothing there.
Crypto Control, can you check your DMs?
Yeah, I had my hand up before you did.
Jimmy, you've got like 5 seconds, and as soon as your nonsense starts, man, I'm gonna kick you off the stage.
Please.
Well, no. I actually agree with Ruth. I do. This is a tragedy. What he did to our project, Safemoon, could have done great things with that money as a developer. $50 million could be done and used for a lot of good reasons, but it seems like he didn't use it for the good reasons. It could have been used to build new DeFi projects, even a new chain on Safemoon, providing liquidity and incentives for developers and grants. But none of that was done. Safemoon could have been Pepe or Sheeb even, easily, but that didn't happen. Now, I'll say this. As a scammer, as a rugger, my experience is much like how I overcharged the Pentagon.
Yeah, dude, I'm just not in the mood for that right now. That's like Alex Jones rant, and I just don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah. So, guys, I'm all for telling the truth about projects and trying to help people. I don't really want to support like harassing and like being extremely hateful to people. So I'd rather not support that. But if we can just kind of stay on topic, we have some new speakers up here. Is it Michael? Go ahead. Oh no. Okay, that's the. Okay, yeah. That's awesome. You keep it going, dude. There we go. I was looking for that button. Okay. Yeah, that was interesting. That had a picture of Michelle Obama, and they said their name was Michael, but I clicked on it, and it was like basically something just mocking Maris, which I don't really see the point of that. And I'm not trying to go into my I know people hate when I go into my things, but like information is important, but your intentions are more important, and you need to remember that, because you might have right information, but if your intentions are bad, then it doesn't matter if you have the right information or not. So keep that in mind in this space. Lecture's over. Somebody else say something for me right now.
I just start talking. I just start rambling on and on and on. I don't want more people have to listen to me rambling. I look at the Evergrow people laughing because they know I can ramble.
Yeah, they're like, oh, not Paul. No, anybody but Paul. No, I'm just playing.
You don't want to hear me ramble and ramble. You don't want to hear it.
No. It's nice. It's good to have someone that can ramble, especially in spaces like this where there's silence and stuff. But yeah, I think that it's just weird. Safemoon has just left such a bad taste in everybody's mouth, and we're in this point where we're just it's obvious that he took from the LP. It's not, and then that's what I say to people is if something has more evidence, then you should lean towards that as being the more likely scenario, just like detectives do or not. And it's not like we have evidence that John hasn't taken from the LP or evidence that John has put the investors first. Everything that we have looks really bad. He got the money at that time. He told people they were going to be put into a new tax bracket. We can see on the blockchain him pulling out $5 million out of the Gabe wallet, or I'm sorry, $2 million, and then buying a house the next day, which is his house, for around the same price. We have screenshots. We have his brother saying that it's his wallet. We have so much evidence pointing towards John profited insanely off the LP, and it's to such an insane degree that it's hard to comprehend how bad it is. You know what I mean? You could say, oh, if he took $1 million, but it's he took such gross amounts of money that it's hard to even get a realistic reaction to that amount of money. And it's somehow it's so much money that it just goes beyond having any reaction to it. And you're just oh, maybe he deserved it, or he's using it for the company and whatnot. But in reality, what the situation is, and I don't think it'll really hit home for a lot of people that were invested in Safemoon until John goes to jail. You know what I mean? Because I think when that happens, it'll just be this finality of finally justice has happened for what's happened to us, and it'll be it'll just be a realization for everybody of how they acted during that time, that all the evidence was pointing towards the reality that he did do that, and the impact that had on everybody. And I think that there's going to be a lot of regret. There's going to be a lot of people filled with regret that they invested in Safemoon, that they defended Safemoon, and especially that they were just attacking and lying about people. I mean, it's gross, the behavior that I get. All I did was post a math video about the new lowering of the taxes from basically you used to get $50 per billion tokens per million I'm sorry, per billion volume per million tokens. Like we all knew the math for those of us that were in SafeMoon. And it was kind of exciting when DeFi Mark covered that. Nobody had an idea of what reflections would be, but we got a solid number there because the dollar value doesn't change. It was just based on volume. And then when they switched to the V2 tax, they actually increased the amount investors got. And I wasn't a fan of SafeMoon at the time, but I was like, hey guys, you're actually getting $100 now for every billion tokens you hold, or million for V2, for every billion in volume. So if you get 33 million in volume a day for a month, which is way beyond what they're getting right now. But if you got that, then you'd be getting $100 per million tokens that you hold. And if you held, 30 million tokens, then you'd be getting $3,000 a month if they ever got that kind of volume. And it's kind of fun to know those numbers. But now the number is like $6 per. It's drastically decreased, and I know that other projects are lowering their tax too. So it would be good to hear the kind of strategy for it. But basically, for me, specifically regarding SafeMoon, there's a lot to that, and I'd like to hear you guys' opinions up here, especially Sky or Dom's son on this. Like, what do you guys think about them lowering the tax on the reflections? And they didn't just lower it from 10% to 1%, but they lowered the amount of the tax that goes to reflections from 40% to 25%, and they increased the amount that SafeMoon got. So basically, in order to get the same amount, you have to have about 16 times the volume just to get the same reflections.
I think like removing or lowering the tax overall is a smarter move. I mean, lots of tokens have done it because they've realized that these high tax tokens just don't have they don't live very long. They don't do very well because people act like volumizers and stuff, or like arbitrage bots are horrible, but they move the token, and so they're never going to play on a token that has 10% tax. So you end up just with this like stagnant token that really isn't doing anything. It's not, people aren't seeing volume moves, so they're not interacting with it either. And so I think that overall was smart. But yeah, it is funny that they cut them down to like 0.25% when they were at like the 40% mark.
Yeah, do you see it as kind of a betrayal of why people bought into SafeMoon at all?
Well, I mean, I guess it is funny because the whole thing with SafeMoon was like, thanks for the reflections every time someone dumped on you, right? But
Yeah.
I do think that, I mean, maybe you could call it that, but I also think that like it had to be done for the times if they want to continue to have any kind of volume, because the 10% tax just isn't realistic long term.
I'd
So
like to hear your real quickly, just before it gets lost. And sorry, Dom. Don't you think that the interest in SafeMoon is going to remain about the same, whether or not they change the tax or not? Or do you think because in order for them to get more reflections than
Yeah.
they were getting before, the volume would have to increase with all those traders and people coming in by
Yes.
16x? So
Yeah. So for sure, I don't think it's going to do much for SafeMoon, just because SafeMoon's not doing much for itself. John not being transparent. Most people outside of the SafeMoon ecosystem they call it a slow rug. Like I have quite a few friends in this space who've been around forever, and they joke about all that slow rug SafeMoon, and like it's kind of a joke in the overall arching crypto community. So I think they'll have a hard time proving to people that they're worth buying into again. But I definitely think it at least opens more doors with it being 1% versus 10. Like potentially, people might try to make plays off it or something if it starts moving. But most people wouldn't jump into a pump because of the 10% tax. You need to know that it's gonna go, almost 50% in order to make any profit. So it's not worth it for anyone to even jump into a pump.
we'll see. And like, I would think that here, I have a couple of responses to that. I'm sorry, Dom Simon. And like, one is that people are they were willing to pay those taxes. For Evergrow was 14% and SafeMoon was 10. And both those projects did insane during the time that it had interest in the project. And I would say the same thing for probably like gas fees on Ethereum, that people are willing to pay insane fees to get in a project. So, and another thing I would say is that the volume, even if the volume was a 10x more than like the average has been for the last month, people would still be getting 6 times less amount of reflections. Isn't that insane that it has to compensate that much? And for me, and the final point is that I believe, and you can correct me, that people were sold on Safemoon for two reasons: the locked liquidity and the reflections. And the liquidity has obviously been absolutely destroyed, and now the reflections has also been taken away. So in my perspective, even if the products do well now, the tax is so low that the reflections are not worth anything.
Yeah, I just think, I mean, overall, I would say like 80% of the people that bought into Safemoon and bought into these high tax tokens, no offense to what Evergrow was doing, um, but in general, we're noobs, like super fucking noobs. There might have been some people catching the wave, but I think the majority of us, like at the beginning, were like total noobs, thought this was just kind of normal, thought the reflection thing sounded kind of cool, but I don't think overall, I mean, when you look at it, like there's people that have decent sized bags that are making like, $1 a day. Like it's not, if that, and it's not really, it was sold as something, but the chances of you living off of your reflections or whatever they were trying to get people to think, it's so low. And so like I think tax tokens are out, like high tax tokens, like people see that it's just not, it's just making the whales richer, and it's not really doing anything for the average holder.
Go ahead, Don. So I'm sorry.
So I thought about this the other day, and my question would be, why did they suddenly decide to decrease the tax?
Yeah, I can answer that if you want.
And if whatever that answer may be, why did they wait this long? Because if it was more efficient, if it was better for holders, if it was if it was healthier for the project, all of these things would have been the same a year ago. So, if anything, I guess for different reasons, that would be a sign to me of desperation, because if it was really good for the project, then it should have been done a year ago. And I I agree with Sky, everything she said. Um, I think it's been proven that it's not successful. It doesn't work. It's a failed system. Reflectionary tokens. I hate to say that, but there's more proof that it's a failed system than there is proof that it's not. So if it made sense to do this now, why did it not make sense to do this a year ago? So it would either be incompetence, right? It's either incompetence, or they're just looking for some other thing to drag people along with in hopes that maybe this will be the thing that saves Safemoon. That's my.
Can I clarify, when you say a failed system, you mean as far as if you believe that it's just going to be this passive income that you'll never have to work again, it's a failed system, and selling it as that idea?
Yes.
Because while the volume's there, which is usually just in the beginning and maybe the sell-offs, you can get a lot of rewards. Like I got, I didn't get a lot of Safemoon, but I got more than than I put in for Evergrow with rewards. So
Well, I mean,
obviously it's better for whales, but
I want to be sure I'm clear. It goes a lot further than that. If you're pulling your rewards and you're paying your rewards in your own token, right? You're paying your rewards out in your own token. It just becomes this self-consuming, closed system, and that's basically what they all become. I'm not.
well, a lot of the tokens did reward in a USD, like a stable coin.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. There are some exceptions. I'm talking about the vast majority of
Okay.
self-reflecting tokens. I want to be clear about that. Tokens that reflect like Safemoon does in Safemoon. Um, so that becomes the situation. And then you can take that a step further, control, and you can say, if you're inside of a closed ecosystem like the Safemoon ecosystem, and you're reflecting in projects that are only available there or that are predominantly held by people there, it really becomes you're just robbing your neighbor to pay the other neighbor and yourself. I mean, it becomes this closed system where new money isn't coming in, and it's just being passed around and recycled. So I see a lot of that too. But yeah, I want to be particular about that. I'm talking about tokens that reflect their own, not BUSD. That's a different discussion.
Hey, is it okay if I go real quick?
Yeah, go a little quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let me just add this real quick. One of the reasons I believe that they decided to change the tax was, let's be honest, they saw the success of Pepe, and they realized that that's where the market is going. Zero tax. No one cares about the gimmick reflections. They know it doesn't work. The people that came in from Doge and from Safemoon, and yes, and even Evergrow, yeah, that was the gimmick. That was the only reason to hold the coin, whether it's self-reflective or if it was getting your rewards. That's the only reason why I held. But now those same people are realizing that, oh, we need to get on exchanges. We need to do X, Y, and Z. We can't do it with this tax system. And more now, your novice traders are becoming more, amateur traders, and they're learning, and they're realizing this gimmick's not working anymore. So I think Pepe really woke up everyone. You see all these new coins launching; they're all no tax. So just kind of keep that in mind, and that's where the market's heading right now.
Well, and even Floki went down to I think 0.3 and pumped, so you might have seen that.
Exactly. You want to get those VCs, that hot money, you cannot have a tax.
So you're not wrong. So a lot of people made so many good points up here. I'm gonna kind of fumble this around a little bit. I don't mean to, but so we started talking about this like 2 months ago about lowering taxes.
I'm gonna go ahead and step down.
Talked about lowering the taxes, and I think someone up here called it. Someone was calling it not a scheme, but someone was talking
a gimmick.
A gimmick, yeah, a gimmick. Like, no, it actually wasn't. They didn't start out as a gimmick. It really started out as like a really good idea, like with good intentions behind it. And then, if you can make, $100,000 a month off of utilities, then you put that right back into the chart for buy, back, and burn. So the chart goes up every month through your profits, and then your burning supply goes down. Now, a lot of people out there thought that, every project can make millions and millions of dollars per day for that volume, which simply cannot happen. I mean, I don't think even Binance makes millions and millions of dollars a day, but they make the most money, obviously. But I think what we, in our case, you have to adapt with the times. Just like you said, we actually didn't see, was it around Pepe that did it? I think it was a little before that we had the conversation. Maybe it was around that.
Floki brought theirs down before Pepe came out.
Yeah, so we saw where the market was going, and we made the decision a couple months ago, and then we decided to pull the trigger, 2-3 weeks ago, and we got more announcements coming about what we're going to do in the future. But as projects, and someone brought up how come you didn't do it last year and waited till this year? Is it incompetence? Is it not knowing? Well, what changes is time. Crypto moves so very fast, and what was once popular or whatever, a couple of years ago, is not necessarily going to be popular, in the future. We all thought 2 years ago in 2021 that these centralized exchanges were going to make, an LP wing, or start having liquidity pools and allow tokenomics. And we even fought like hell for that. I know Safemoon's been fighting like hell for that, and still can't get it accomplished. It is, so these centralized exchanges will not even look at you, even if you list on them with no tax. If you have a high tax in your DEX, they still won't pay attention to you. And the top tier exchanges is the ones you really want to get on. The other ones really don't move the needle. They make their money from charging projects to get on, like Gate.io charges anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000 just to list on there. they don't make any money off their volume. I mean, very little off their volume. They make money off listing on there, off of their announcements and this and other thing. They hardly make any money on volume. They make it all from people listing on there, which is total BS. But it is what it is. It's a free country. So speaking with us is and other projects, I think is adapting with time. It's not trying to fool the investor. It's not trying to, but everyone will look at it a different way. There will be people out there that say, oh, I bought in and this is why I bought in. So it's got to stay like this forever. Well, it's up to management or the CEO or chairman, however you want to put it. In our case, we all make decisions off, together as a management team of what's best for the project. Ultimately, it comes down on the boss man. But what's best for the community, the project all around. And that's what you have to go off of. And sometimes it involves changing and adapting and talking with the public, talking with your community. You need new money to come in. You need to expand. You have to keep branching out. If you don't do that, and someone made a very good observation up here, is especially in the reflection rewards token area, the money is just going around in a circle. You're buying one that's pumping and going to another and going to another, and it's all going in a circle. And not a lot of new money is coming in because that 2021, bump is just kind of gone away. So projects need to adapt, and we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try it in a different way than other people. But just like in BUSD, we're rewarding BUSD. We have to sell Evergrow on the chart to pay out those BUSD rewards. It all comes from somewhere, whether it's reflections, Safemoon, paid itself in reflections, and it all comes from somewhere. Whether you stake or this, it all comes from somewhere. It doesn't come out of the air. So I just want to say that I kind of fumbled that a little bit because you had so many points to make and kind of forgot a couple. Go ahead.
That's good. We can go to we can go to Marisol first.
I was just curious to everybody's opinions because I'm pretty new with BUSD reflection tokens, but I personally, I think they're kind of more of the acceptable reflection tokens in my opinion, just because it's like you're getting real value out of it, right? Instead of like a native token where it can change. If you get BUSD, it's more of a stable, right? So you're actually kind of getting your money back in a way, if that makes sense. But I didn't know anyone's opinion on BUSD reflections. I'm personally a fan of it, but I didn't know if anyone had any like cons to it that they found or anything.
It's hard to keep the volume up, especially in a bear market. If you don't, especially if you're just starting off, which a project doesn't make money in the first couple of years. You got to get going and going and going.
Yeah.
It's really hard to keep that up.
Would you say like what? Because I don't know. I'm very new. Does anyone know the most popular token that was giving out BUSD reflections by any chance?
You're looking at them.
Oh, Evergrow. What was your top volume? I'm sorry, I'm new to your project, so I don't know the top volume or anything like that.
So to date we've given out $38 million in BUSD rewards. Our top volume day was November 1st, 2021 at 35 million on the DEX.
Oh wow.
On a DEX. So obviously a majority of that 38 million was given out. We launched September 25th, 2021. 2021 into the first half of 2022 was probably 35 million of that 38 million, maybe a little bit more. It really crushed it. We probably not probably add up all the other reflection tokens, and no one's given out more BUSD than we have.
Well, I imagine your volume isn't that bad right now. I mean, comparable to your all-time high, I imagine it's still good though.
Today, right now, today we had a big sell-off. Our chart's not looking good. It's like 200,000 today, but literally the past year, it's been, like below 50,000 a day,
Too,
30,000.
I wouldn't say that's too bad though. I think that's actually pretty good for a bear market personally. I mean, I've
No,
seen the lowest
yeah.
I've seen was $234. So
Oh yeah, no,
that's pretty good to me,
well,
man.
it's all relative. We had 140. We have 140,000 holders, 138,000 holders.
Yeah.
Obviously, not that. We don't have that many anymore. It just says that. I like when people say like, oh, we have 138,000 holders. Yeah, that's how many wallets are there, but how many are active? After 2.5 years. So
You're on what other exchanges are you on? I guess like CX, I think. Are you on Bitmart?
now we delisted. We delisted about 6 months ago from all exchanges.
Oh,
Um,
okay. So you're only on DX now.
yeah, we're only on DX.
Okay,
So
cool.
it might change going forward depending on what we do with taxes and stuff like that, and if we can, get on some tier ones and stuff. We don't know. We got some announcements coming up in the next couple months once our
Was
utilities
it
drop.
was it you that I think it
So
was somebody
I'm
that
I'm sorry, Maris.
Oh,
I do
sorry.
kind of want to go back to like kind of what we were discussing a little bit, just because I think that Paul he might have had some things that he was going to say that he might have forgotten. I think if I repeat myself for the panel up here, that you guys can respond and Paul can respond again, which is, for me, like one of the things I did with Safemoon was I just covered it in YouTube, and I realized very quickly that the more value you bring to your videos, the more views you're going to get, the more subscribers you're going to get. So bring value. And I found because of DeFi Mark, what he did covering the tokenomics and the reflections and rewards, that's bringing value because you're giving people understanding of how their rewards work, how the reflections work, compounding in, all those things are very interesting. And so I used to make the speculative videos. Hey, if we get this much volume, then we'll get this. And if you have this much Safemoon, then this will happen. And there is even compounding aspect to it. But once again, I don't know. For me, I don't see it as a good thing for Safemoon, because if their volume doesn't 10x what it is, the average is over the past however long it's been, which I think someone told me it was like 10,000 or something. I don't know. But if it doesn't 10x that, then you're going to, or even if it does 10x that, I'm sorry, then you're still going to be getting less reflections than you did before. So for me, and that's another thing is like, I'm not saying lowering taxes is necessarily a bad thing, especially if there's like a promise that like, hey, we know that half the reason that you guys bought was because of reflections, and we know that if we lower the tax too much, that's kind of just taking away that dream. And that's what it is. It's way too low right now. They could be super successful, and the reflections at 1% are way too low to mean anything to your average investor. So you sound like you wanted to say something.
In general, they're useless to the average investor. Like the whales are the only ones making money off of it.
Yeah, but what about like control? What you just said is,
Well,
you're right
real
about.
quickly, if that's the case, Sky, then it's 16 times more less for the general investor.
No, I understand that. I just think the whole kind of reflections kind of thing about Safemoon, like it never was what they wanted to build it out to be. Like I don't believe that unless you're like a massive whale, it's not really gonna like be life changing for you. It's not gonna make a huge difference.
Well, here's the trade-off.
Sorry. Go ahead, Paul. Sorry.
Here's the trade-off: is the price. The price is more than likely going to go up substantially, because of the tax being down, and you're going to get a lot more day traders. You're going to get on a lot more top tier exchanges, and your price is like, what if you sacrificed the reflections, but you went up, Safemoon's at what, $100 million market cap, and it went up to a $4 billion market cap again because of price. Would you, if you had money in Safemoon, would you be okay with that because you made so much money in the price but not reflections? You see what I'm saying? So
Well, like I guess I've thought
another.
about that, but here's my thinking on that, and I'd like to hear your response to this, Paul. Is that I don't think that just because a project lowers its tax, that to the degree to which it's lowering its tax is the degree to which it's increasing interest in its project. You know what I mean? I don't think there's thousands of people just researching projects that have taxes to see if they go down so that they can jump in on it. So can you maybe break down like why you would expect such a major increase, or how that could be a realistic expectation? Yeah.
you could have day you then you can date then people can day trade it. Then they know that, like, right now, they know right now that if it's bottoming out, there's really not going to be, like, they're not going to buy the low, they're not going to buy the dip, because there's not going to be a lot of buying pressure. And if when you need to do it, you need to clear at least 20% to make any kind of profit, 10% in, 10% out. But if it's low and you see a big dip, there'll be a lot more people buying, and then there'll be a run up, and then, maybe someone sells, and then they'll be like, oh, I know it's going to go up again because there's a dip here, because people day trade. And people love day trade. This is why Bitcoin, in my opinion, Bitcoin will never ever get to be an actual currency throughout the entire world, because there's no way normal people can hold Bitcoin. And let's just say a normal person held $10,000 of Bitcoin. If all of a sudden, like, let's say Bitcoin was more stable, like, than it was, and it was worth $100,000. It was very stable, but it went down to 90,000. You think the average person can handle a $10,000 loss? They can't. We probably can, because we've been in this space a while, and we're half of us, or most of us, are gamblers. But they can only handle when the price goes up. So that's why, I think only stable coins can actually be a currency, and not actually Bitcoin, because it can never be stable, because these institutions are going to keep trading and doing all their price manipulation, and, making their money shorting and doing all this crazy stuff. I kind of went off topic there
Yeah.
a little bit, but
No, yeah, you're good. I just and I'm just trying to be real, and I'm open to that possibility. If somebody were to tell me like, hey, we're going to lower our tax, and that's going to, because I have watched other projects do this actually. Some projects had like a 20% tax rate. Like, that's insane, right? That's 40% in and out. But they tried lowering their tax as well, and it didn't. You didn't see this. It doesn't just mean skyrocket. You know what I mean? Because the tax is lowered, like, and I don't know, as if the world is just waiting for Safemoon to lower its tax to get in there and start trading it. Maybe, but I even think it's realistic to expect that people are going to see, hey, there's opportunities to make profits off of them because of all the people that buy and sell this. I can get in there and start trading it, or whatever, But I don't expect it to increase the price by 5x, 10x. I wouldn't expect that just lowering the tax in and of itself would do that. I would think it would have to be a lot of other things on top of that, especially when you start to add the fact that most people are not interested in projects that have already seen their pump and then their dump. People usually, where all the interest comes in is at the pump. So I think it's really hard to get attention after that. So Safemoon has seen a massive dump in price. And I think that when people come to look at that and they look at the charts, that's going to scare them away. Like, maybe if it was a new project that had a lot of interest, where people expected that they were early buyers, but people are not going to be seeing themselves as early buyers with Safemoon's chart right now. So if you want, you can respond to that, and then we need to go to Footy, and then Maris.
I agree with everything you just said. I just think, you need to adapt, and also experience, also experiment a little bit on what works and what doesn't. You can always go back to what you did. Like, you can always go back to it, with the proper announcements, with the proper, advance. In 3 months, we're going to be doing this. We're going to be raising taxes. Like, when we delisted off our exchanges, we gave everyone 6 months. We were screaming from the rooftops, sending out emails, doing everything we possibly could to make sure, the investors' money weren't left on an exchange. So we try to do everything we possibly could to. So, it doesn't mean something is definite, unless you obviously renounce
Yeah,
the
I
whole
think
thing.
that's the best, like, in my opinion, probably the best case scenario. Because, like, for me, I bought into Evergrow because of the 8% rewards, and that's a huge part of why I bought in. But if it's like, hey guys, right now, the best way to get attention is to lower our tax, do some marketing, do something on top of that. I don't think just lowering the tax in and of itself is just going to magically cause a price spike. I think there has to be some type of a lot of effort on top of that. It's very hard to get the price to go up. So yeah, I guess we'll just go to Foodie real quick, and then Maris.
Hey, evening. Thank you. What was I gonna say? Oh, okay. I don't mean to FUD. I don't know how avid of like Safemoon holders this live chat is, this space. But throughout my experience in like Binance Smart Chain, and like kind of most blockchains, when there's a token that's um, like that gives out reflections, like one of my concerns is the largest holders, the amount of reflections they get compared to the lower tier holders, like mid tier, is kind of like a little bit scary. Like even myself, I have my own project that I'm not gonna like show, but it's the same thing. Um, my biggest concern is like, what if someone is holding too much and they're taking advantage of what I'm trying to do, like give out reflections the same way Safemoon. Like that's one of the biggest things. Like people love seeing their net tokens increase little over time. Like that's something I always thought was so neat. And
So if I could respond to that real quick, and then hear your second point, if you don't mind. I used to cover SafeMoon a lot, and I was constantly looking at the charts. And I remember, like, as I'm new to crypto and I'm learning these things, and I'm looking at the charts, I'm like, okay, whales control the project. Whale dominance is the project. They've got the project by the balls, and they have the ability to lower the price. And I was like thinking about reflections, and I was like, they are getting insane amount of reflections. So, like for me, like the one of the number one problems with projects succeeding is the power that the whales have over the project, because if they destroy the price, then people lose interest. And then I was like, well, reflections, what was supposed to be a passive rewarding type situation, was just magnifying an already existing problem, because the people at the top, not only do they have the most, but now their backs are getting even bigger to the biggest, they're getting more than everybody to that degree.
yeah, with the volume.
And
Yeah.
yeah, and the dominance, I think. So that's why I do think that, I don't think that like tax tokens are done for. I think the idea is still good. It just there might be better ways to execute it, with somehow putting those,
Like a
staking, or
tax.
something. Oh, like, or a way to tax the rich, something along those lines to kind of balance that out. Otherwise, it's just refueling the same problem. But yeah, sorry, go ahead,
Well,
Foodie.
so yeah, what you're saying is what I've thought about as well, like a tax system that's like tiered, like based on your holdings. Like if you're, freaking humongous male whale, you might not get the same amount of rewards or reflections as someone who's lower tier. Like I'm not saying you guys are all gonna get the same reflections, but it definitely needs to be nerfed, like just a tiny bit. And then on the like bullish optimistic side, like let's say there's a lot of upward movement and the whales are like, oh, time for me to sell and do my thing, and they sell their reflections and then some, but then there's still upward movement, and then they're like, ah, crap, I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting my dip to create more dips, so I'd collect more and cycle the process. Now I have less tokens, I'm going down the tier of top holders, and it's kind of like dispersing their sold tokens, but you need a lot of upward movement and you know um, what's it called when you think it's gonna dump but it doesn't, like those kinds of things. Oh, bull trap, or no, the opposite. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna eventually disperse, but it takes a lot to do that, like for a whale for it to even out the holders at least a little, because right now
For,
it's bad
I,
across
I want to
this
I,
project.
I want to respond to the rewards in the BUSD section, um, where if you own stock in a project in a regular company and it pays out dividends, if you own, I don't know, you start at the very beginning, you were in the project, you took a chance and you bought 5% of this project at the very beginning when it launched, or you were an angel investor or whatever it was, you're going to get bigger dividends because you were in there early enough and you held for a long time, and when the company finally made a profit, you get more dividends than someone that came along later and put in $100. You see what I'm saying? So it's kind of, now it doesn't, now we're splitting hairs here for reflection tokens and BUSD reward tokens. But in BUSD reward tokens is you get proportionally rewarded on what your bag is. It shouldn't be held against a whale for the rewards they get because they took a chance and bought in early, or they took $100,000 and purchased because they had it. But everyone still gets the same 8% distributed out, or in our case, 8, or what it was before we changed. Right now it's 4%. Everyone gets the same 4% rewards, compared to their bag. So yeah, the whales get more, but they were in first. They took a chance. They could have lost all their money. The same thing happens in the stock market with dividends. So it's different for reflection tokens and reward tokens, but which I totally understand your point on reflection tokens. But
No,
reward tokens kind of different.
because I completely agree. Like, why should we tax them more? Because they got in early, they had they took the risk. But the thing is, sadly, like, these projects that have these types of like tokenomics, they're easily exploited and taken advantage of. And there comes a point where if there's not going to be something like huge to change that, like in terms of like what I was mentioning, like upwards movement, that they kind of take that risk again to sell, to try to continue their cycle of being on top, controlling the token. um like it's kind of just taking advantage of people who are, oh, this project's cool, let me buy into it, and then they're like, oh, it's sideways, or oh, it's going down, and they never really they hop out, they go somewhere else, because it's just the whales are just using it as passive income. They're not, it might not even be about the project anymore, you know um
Kind of my thing on that is, I'm sorry, I was just like, I think that, like, I agree with Paul. Like, if there's a project that's doing, it's not saying that it's unfair that whales get that. Because if they bought in on a reflection or rewards project early, then yeah, they deserve that because they took that risk. It's just saying that outside of that, just by design, it does feel like an extra layer of dominance to a problem that already was a problem. Like the people at the top who already control all of the price action are now getting even more added to their bags, whether it be through reflections or BUSD rewards. It's giving them more power, and everybody else who basically their bags are basically insignificant anyways. I mean, you do have the people who have somewhat significant bags, and everybody technically is getting an equal share because they're all getting the same percentage that they own to the supply when they got in. So, but at the same time, I just personally feel that it kind of it makes the problem that causes projects to go down even worse because it makes whales more dominant. We should let Maris go because she's been waiting for so long, and then we'll go back to whoever wants to talk.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I agree with y'all. I think what matters is not the fact that they're a whale and they get more. Like he said, it's equal. It's about really how they got in, right? So if they got in early, fair and square, I think that's fine. It's the same thing with like kind of like a DAO. Like if you have a bigger wallet, the bigger your weight is. So I don't think. I understand like people say like it can be manipulation, but I can't sit there and say like it's bad because they got in fair and square, right? If I get early in a project, I'm going to be a whale, but I think it's more about the responsibility of being a whale. And as long as you're cautious about that, like for me, if I get into a project and I'm going to sell, I'm not going to sell all at once, right? I'm going to be responsible. And I think it's really about the ownership about being a whale and knowing your advantage and just being courteous to the people below you, if that makes sense.
If only every whale had your mindset, then we would be a lot better, and a lot of other projects be a lot better. I'll tell you that. Guys, thank you for having me. I gotta go. I don't need to say that, but I appreciate you being so respectful to me. Thank you for the conversation. Crypto, I'll talk to you later, and thank you all very much. Have a good night.
Thanks for coming up, Paul.
Yeah, I think that's another conversation. It's like, also I think I wanted to touch on the reflections thing. I think that for me, I think lowering a tax would be the beneficiary of like, the benefit of more volume, with more arbitrage and stuff, and more consistency. I think that's the goal, is more volume, more consistency. Now, will that happen? I have no idea, but I think that's the route they're gonna go. But yeah, I think reflection tokens are okay, but I'm personally more of a fan of, the BUSD reward for reflections, because that is, I get my money back in a way, whereas native, it's fluctuating all the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you might want to check out Evergrow. I don't know if their price is ever going to go up again, but I know that the right people are behind it, at least in my opinion, if they can
Well,
get
I
some good
think,
dev work.
and that's what I'm
Um,
saying. I think that's why I like BUSD reflections. Like, the price may not ever go up, but at least I'm getting, a 4% equality, equal to my bag, if that makes sense. And the volume, if the volume goes up, the more 4%. I think that's a benefit. I've never, I've been in a token before that had like a really bad price, but the BUSD reflections were really good. So I literally wasn't upset, because I got my money back and I got a little bit more. You get what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, that's another thing about those is like when you buy at launch, it used to be, I mean, there's so many terrible people in this space. They've ruined everything. But it used to be that you might get in a good rewards project at launch, and you get it, you claim your tokens early enough, and you get enough rewards to make up for your initial buy-in. And
yeah.
that was pretty nice. Evergrow, yeah. So when I learned about Evergrow, that was one of the things that made me really bullish about it. I'm like, it's the value stays the same when you get it. And where if you have reflections and the price goes down, all of those tokens you got, the value of it goes down while the USD rewards stay the same.
Yeah.
So that is super nice. I just feel like as far as Safemoon goes, like I said, to me, it's a pretty heavy thing, and I'm not doing this just to be negative. To me, it just is a negative thing, unless they communicate, like Paul said, that it's just for a temporary time, and then we're going to go back to why you guys bought in. Because, like I said, I really believe people bought in because of 5% reflections and the 5% liquidity. And I know this because I was making content, and I was getting feedback from a lot of people. Every video I do, everything I did, I was getting tons of comments, getting a lot of feedback. So I know that people were saying, I'm not selling my bag. I'm just going to live off reflections, which in and of itself is kind of funny because it's like you have to sell your bag to live off reflections. But I'm just going to assume that they meant that they're not going to sell their initial bag, they're only going to sell the extra they get on top. And everybody was saying that. So with this tax lowered and with no, from what I see, any communication on what the plan is or to compensate it, like I said, if the volume stays the same, everyone's reflections for Safemoon is going to be 16 times less. If the volume doesn't go up, it'll be 16 times less of what it is, and it was already like pennies.
And the thing that because I do agree with that, I think with the reflections thing, it's a double-edged sword, and I kind of had this idea, when they came out with it, because that was the one thing that I understood. And I saw people were genuinely upset because, they put in, thousands in Safemoon and lost, 10% to the tax, or well, I'll say 9% to be politically correct, but I saw that people were generally pissed because they had thousands put into these taxes, and including myself, I've put in 2,000, lost hundreds in the taxes, and it's a steep tax. 10%'s not a little tax. Maybe 5%, not 10%. So I understand that it is a double-edged sword, and that why people might be mad that it's going away. And it probably would be more mad if the volume doesn't increase or the price isn't a positive impact. I mean, of course, everybody's looking for, I guess, what's it called? A return on impact? Is that what it's called? I think that's what it's called, right?
As far as what?
Price.
Oh, I think that might just be like, yeah, I don't know if you can use that phrase that way, but I get the idea of what you're saying.
But yeah, I mean, that's what everybody's wanting. People are wanting their bags to go up because, in hindsight, when you saw the chart go up, personally for me, I didn't realize how many people bought into April. But it was a lot of people that really bought into April. And that's, the majority of why a lot of people are down, as well as some other things that we've gone over. But I didn't realize the majority of people had just put, I mean, what $90,000 I've heard at the all-time high, and people are down 90%. So it is a double-edged sword. So I definitely do understand the frustration. I mean, if you put 90,000 in at the all-time high and you're down 90%, that's not, that's a lot of money. So I do understand that. I think on the other end of it, I personally don't agree with putting $90,000 in a token. I'm just me. I've told TNG that I don't see why anybody would do that, but yeah, I do understand the concern. We'll see where it goes. I don't.
Well,
I mean,
the
if you
thing
ask
is
me, like,
like,
if I think it'll have an
if they
impact, I would.
get if you have 10 million, like what would you think would be the average Safemoon investor, kind of the smaller one? I wouldn't even say, I could be wrong, but I wouldn't even say 10 million tokens. I would say it's probably less.
Yeah, I think I'm just more thinking about the how do I say this? I'm thinking about more the people that put in a lot of money, because that's going to be more of your impact versus, somebody who might have, like what I did, like, 2 million tokens or something. But for the people who bought in April, a lot of them, they bought like $50,000 worth of it. So
Well, this
that's
is
kind
where
of
I
where
think that, whales, there's a lot less whales. It takes a lot of people to support a smaller group of people. So if you're a whale,
right.
there's not very many of them. So generally speaking, most people who are believing into Safemoon, especially if there's maxis that are still left that think they're going to live off of reflections, to me, it's like, no, not only was that like pretty unrealistic beforehand, like pretty hard to achieve, but now it's like basically nothing. If you had 10 million, and I feel like that's generous for the average investor, probably only has a couple million, some people less. Um, and they say you had 10 million and they were getting 1 billion in volume in a month, then that's
Yeah.
going to be what would that be? Be 60 times 10, so it'd be $600 for 1 billion in month. So
I think it's also the fact that a lot of people during the time were thinking about the price, if that makes sense. So, like, if the price was down and they
oh
accumulated
no, I'm
amounts
sorry.
of
I'm
tokens
sorry, Maris.
going
But
up.
it wasn't it would be $60 because it's $6 per billion. So it would be $60. So like that think about that now. That's 1 billion a month, and now it's $60 if you have 10 million tokens, which most people don't, for 1 billion in volume a month. That's such an insane, it's so insanely
I
that
don't
that
even think it was the volume as much as it was the price. I think that a lot of people are like, okay, it's a low price. I accumulate all these tokens at 1 billion volume, and then the price goes up, and then it's going to be worth this. And I think that's the way people were kind of looking at it, that I could see anyway.
no, it was definitely like they were saying publicly. They might have thought that privately, but they were saying publicly, I'm just gonna hold and live off those reflections, baby. You know what I mean? Thanks for the
I
reflection. It was
guess I'm
always,
just doing the calculation of it. I'm sorry.
yeah, you're
I'm
good.
not good at explaining that. But yeah, I think because like I said, Safemoon was my first token that I got into that was DeFi. So the only thing I really knew was of reflections, and the way it was explained to me is like in the very beginning in June, it was okay. Well, the price is low, but if you accumulate these tokens and then we skyrocket 1,000x, it's going to be worth this, etc. And that's the way it was kind of explained to me. But I never really paid attention to my reflections as other people did. I know Safemoon Spidey put out, like, he would always put out a chart, I think, about reflections or something like that, didn't he? I can't remember if he did. He did some kind of reflections chart or thing that people were looking at too.
Sorry, I was trying to swallow a pill. Yeah, for me, the important reason of bringing this up is so for people to understand the reality of the situation, of the psychology of why people believe in the project. And if the liquidity pool has been taken away and now the reflections are gone, and like, this is, I know you may not have thought this, but just so you know, like most Safemoon investors did think that, oh, once the volume goes insane, we'll be getting that passive income. We'll be able to, and like in my
Yeah, that
videos,
was
I
a
would
big
talk
thing
about,
to ignore. They did make that big point. And
well, in
I
my
think,
video, people would pick like, oh, I'll sell my bag for this much, and then I'll keep the rest for reflections. Like people actually were coming up with strategies, which nothing wrong with coming up for that. But now the thing is that because the tax has been lowered so much, unless they raise it again, that dream of holding, which is like a psychological reason that people hold the bag, which is important, because if people have no reason to hold, then they're only holding to sell. They're only hoping the price will go up to sell. They're no longer hoping for that volume, which there could be another aspect brought into this, that if you take a project that somehow starts generating profit that's actually being used to be given to the investors, to reward the investors, to buy and distribute, or staking or whatever it might be, then you are creating like a reason, a FOMO reason for them to hold the project, right? And if you remove that, then now they just they don't have any reason to hold the project.
Well, and another thing that I did, I've talked about a lot with the community that, and I've said this before, the community is pretty adaptable to change. So, and I say that because somebody asked me, they said, well, if John were to leave the project and someone else would take over, what do you think that the community would dump? And I said no, because the community's pretty adaptable to change. I've noticed a vast majority. There's still some select people who are like, they get tired of the change, which I understand. There's all these changes, and it's just too much, right? But for the vast majority, they do seem pretty adaptable to change. Um, whether that's, good or bad down the line or whatever, but they do seem pretty adaptable to change that I've noticed personally.
Yeah, so for my take on that wouldn't be a little bit different, you know. I think that people are into SafeMoon because they're motivated by greed. Like it's not because they wanted to help people or be a part of a community. Generally speaking, there might be some people who feel that way, but like 90 something percent of people, they just thought they were going to get rich.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so yeah, I don't know. I forgot where I was going with that.
No, it's fine. I think and that's the thing about it. I think that the healthiest way to really go into a project is not just to say I'm going to make money, right? I would change that to, I want to make money. I hope this makes me money, and diversify. Um, I've always preached, to diversify just in case, a project doesn't work out. Don't put all of your coins in one basket. And there's a few Safemoon people that I know, like OG Wizard, he's preached that before. And it's just really like, I think another thing that was problematic with the community in the very beginning was this millionaire status, right? People were wanting to be millionaires, or like, you're going to be a millionaire. When people got me into Safemoon, I was in a technical analysis YouTube, and they're like, you'll be a millionaire, if you get into Safemoon and stuff like that. But it was, I never had the impression like if I got into Safemoon I was going to become a millionaire, and I've never really had that ideology with most tokens. I've made some money on it, but never a millionaire. You get what I'm saying? So
Maris, can I ask you, do you because like you know my take on SafeMoon, but for me, like what I was trying to say a second ago was that the greed that motivated people kind of caused blindness, and like this adaptability. I would say that's not a good thing. You know what I mean? Like I could equate it with a guy who starts dating a woman and then he promises her all these things and then he doesn't deliver on those things and then he starts
I
getting
think,
aggressive with her.
and
And
I'm
then
not
they
saying
keep
that
just making excuses. Well, hold on a second. Let me finish the point because I've kind of made this point before, but it's a very accurate perspective that they keep just making excuses for the terrible behavior that keeps getting worse and worse, and for their situation. So in that sense, they might seem very adaptable, but in reality, I think what it actually is enabling bad behavior. And I think that people that make excuses for John and keep constantly saying, "Oh, this is okay," just because they want to be rich, that they're willing to change their beliefs on a whim if the project changes in a direction that completely contradicts why they believed in it in the first place. I wouldn't say that I wouldn't paint that adaptability as being a good thing. And another thing is that a lot of
I'm
people have.
not. I'm not though.
You're not saying that, okay?
No, no, no. I'm just saying that just as a general observation that I've noticed that they're adaptable to change. I never said it was a good or bad thing, but it definitely, in that sense, it can be a good thing, a bad thing, because you don't want to be adaptable to every single change. If it's something that doesn't, how do I say, like, that, how do I say it? I think it would be personal preference, whatever you think is okay or not. But for
I
example,
asked you earlier, and I hope you don't mind.
yeah, go
Can I?
ahead.
You kind of started to go into it, like you were saying that, like kind of the reason that you're so invested in SafeMoon. Like I feel like you were kind of indicating that it was something. It meant a lot to you personally, the effect that it had on you, and that's why I would imagine if I were to try to if you were to try to phrase this out, is you want SafeMoon to succeed because you felt like overall the human experience that you've had with a lot of people and being a part of something, that's a big part of like life, is finding something to be a part of where you feel like you belong. You feel like those are a lot of reasons why you believe in Safemoon.
It's more that I want the project to succeed. It's not that I agree with everything with the project or agree with everything on the team, but really, the people I've met, like you, Champ, all sorts of people, right? And how do I explain this a little bit briefly? And I know it's weird because people are like, well, what do what are you supporting the project for if you're not going to make money? I can make money outside of Safemoon. But Miss K is also a part of this equation, right? A lot of you knew who Miss K was. She was a big part of this, and sorry.
You're good. I understand. I was just trying to, for one, just kind of discuss it and just kind of get an idea of like where you're coming from.
It's just hard
Or,
because it's just hard because she's gone. And she was a big part of this community.
She was.
And the positivity. And I don't know. It's hard. It's not.
Yeah. And I totally see. For me, I feel like everybody has a story, and it's hard. It's not good to just assume. I mean, I would say generally speaking, people just want to be rich, but everybody has a different reason why they got into it, and a different reason why they might be attached to it. I don't really. I definitely could see, like, for me, the friendships that I've created through Safeman are invaluable. Like DeFi Mark, love that guy. So many people, like it's just a list of so many people that I'm either kind of close with or really close with, or we're at least cool with each other and know about each other and comment on each other's stuff. And that is extremely invaluable to me. And I'm so thankful for Safemoon for that. For me, and I'm going to paint this picture, and you can let me know if you think that if it's illogical at all. But when it comes to like the Safeman army, I had like 14,000 subscribers that are like 99% Safeman holders who love my content because of the stuff that I made, and we supported. They constantly gave me positive feedback, and I made friends through that. So for me, I felt it's like, yes, I do view you as a community, but I don't just view people who are within a specific group as family. You know what I mean? I do view it on a bigger scale as humanity. It's easier to do when you're part of something with somebody, but generally speaking, like, I don't care if you're into any project or not. If you're respectful and kind, then it's easy to care about you, right? Especially if we have similar interest. But what I was trying to say is that, like, if I knew a group of people and we all were, say, at an orphanage, and then the person in charge of us started abusing us and taking advantage of us and stealing from us, I wouldn't see supporting them as defending and supporting that teacher, whoever it might be, that's abusing us. I would actually probably see it as the opposite. That the best thing I could do for the other kids that are a part of this orphanage from this abusive teacher would be to try to get her in trouble and try to get somebody else there, or to at least call her out for her bad behavior and try to stand up to her. And in the same sense, when it comes to the community and the people that I care about within Safemoon, and the people that trusted my voice as a voice of reason, which I'm a YouTuber, like people say, you shouldn't trust me, but I try to be as trustworthy as possible and cover those negative things as they were happening. And I say, hey, this is, even though it's to the detriment of my channel and financially for me, it's not going to be good for me. You guys need to know these bad things that are going on about this project. So I would say supporting the community is telling the truth about John.
Like I said, and everyone has their own perspective in a way. And like I told you before, that you can't change everyone's mind. Even if it was as simple as the stars aligned and this TXN just shows him grabbing it and running away, you can't make everyone agree with you. There's always going to be those select few people who are just going to, support the project because they support the project. But and I get where you're coming from. And I agree with you in the sense that, sorry, I agree with you in the sense that there should be more transparency. And I've said this in private. I know I don't say it on Twitter and you guys don't see it and you're like, you just support John blindly, and I don't. I agree that there should be more transparency, especially with the recent hack. There should be the thing that, Kark wrote out. It should be as transparent as that and breaking everything down. And in addition to that, I've preached that, with the whole Bitmart, whatever, if it is that, you should come out and say that and show that. And I personally think that's what should happen. I've said that in private. It's not about me supporting John blindly. I don't see Safemoon as John, put it that way. I know that people assume that's the way I look at it, but that's not the way I look at it. And I don't agree with everything John does or says. And I think that that's another fine line between, our disagreements sometimes, is that people look at other people as, seeing Safemoon as John and worshiping John and whatever. And some people do that. And I've seen that, and I don't agree with it 100%. But I have noticed, and I don't know that nobody's really brought it up, that there are prominent Safemoon people who have spoken out, even in Discord, about wanting more transparency and providing criticisms about Safemoon. So I have seen it within the community that they don't just blindly follow John. They've actually provided their own critiques, including, friends that I know. So it's not as blind faith as you think it is. I think some people
Mhm.
need something to go ahead.
Oh, no, you go ahead.
I was just saying, I think also with the recent hack, a lot of people really just kind of said, this isn't okay. We need, more transparency. This can't happen. And I was a whole part of that, and I think with the
Mhm.
recent hack, I want the dev gone. Whoever messed that up, I want the dev gone. That's just my opinion. And I do want more transparency. But as far as my support for the project, it's like I said, it's personal journey. I support the community, and I'm going to give my critiques because I only want the best for the community. The only thing I can do, and the only thing I can do, is provide my critique and provide my feedback. I can't do anything else. I wish
Yeah.
I could. I wish I could, do everything everyone wants, but I can't. That's all I can do, and that's good enough for me because I'm speaking out and I'm providing my feedback, and that's what I can do. And I can't focus on what I can't control. There's no sense in that.
Yeah, and I can see that, and everybody is in a different position and convinced by different amounts of information. Like, not everybody's going to be convinced about information like Safemoon Joe. When CoffeeZilla's videos came out, he was not convinced. It wasn't until the Safemoon 32 NFT thing happened, whatever that was, that it finally caused him to be like, "Why would Safemoon do that?" And then he was like, became the ultimate fudder. It was kind of awesome to watch Safemoon Joe go from the ultimate maxi to the ultimate fudder.
He's still a con, though. I don't give a shit what anybody says. He's still a con man. Squid. Anyway,
But
I know that's your friend.
well, I get along with him. If you're respectful to me, I'll be respectful to you. It's that simple. And I actually appreciate that about you, Maris, because for the most part, you are respectful. Like, I do disagree with your logic, but I never see like people's logic as a reason to hate them or look down on them. Even if I think it's delusional, which most of the time people I disagree with, I think their logic's delusional because it contradicts my logic. Um, but I also think it's important to realize that people might have something. Safemoon might mean something more than a project to somebody, and it might mean like, hey, I don't have much in life or something, and life is hard, and this is where I go to where this is where my friends are, and so definitely important to keep that in mind. But it's also important to keep in mind like what kind of mindsets people are fueling with each other. And like me, one of the biggest things was like I really found out who my friends were whenever I started questioning Safemoon. And it's like, if you turned around and started trying to cancel me and be hateful towards me and lie about me and call me a scammer and all this stuff, whenever I started questioning Safemoon, well, then you were never really my friend. You were never really my family. But the people that can be like, hey, if you're respectfully voicing your opinions, even if they disagree with mine, I can still treat you like a human being wants to be treated and like I think they should be treated. Those are the friends that I do find like really valuable. So that's why like I get along with people that believe in Safemoon, like you and me and Champ. did kind of get along for a while, and we haven't really talked in a while, and me and Darren, but there's just a lot of people that hate me, and I'm like, we're not family if it's as long as we both believe in the same dream, and we're definitely not family as soon as I don't believe in that dream, you think it's okay to be hateful to me. Um,
Yeah.
and I know that it may not be that simple in their head. To them, it feels like I love this thing and you're attacking this thing, so I'm going to defend this thing and I'm going to attack you. I know that that's their reaction. It's not as if they are logically thinking through hypocrisy and thinking I'm going to be hateful to this guy because he doesn't believe in this. But at the same time, their greed causes them to not be able to see that that's why they're treating people that way. So that's just something else you might have to consider that. And I don't know if you've experienced that at all. You ever start asking a couple questions and then getting serious backlash from the people that believe in it. Oh,
I
sorry,
don't.
Dom. I didn't see your hand up. Just go whenever.
Yeah, the
Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I've been attacked, for speaking what I believe to be truth regarding the Safemoon situation. What bothers me isn't even the maxis that come after me, that would do everything up to doxing me and going after my job. I have zero doubt, if they could. Uh, Honestly, they don't bother me that bad. I try to stick to going after the project, which I believe is dishonest. I try to stay away from going after the people involved in it, even though that's very difficult for me to do sometimes. I'm a human, and it gets under my skin sometimes and pisses me off. But I don't think I have done that. I know of one time I did do that. I've apologized to her since that time. Was actually Sky, believe it or not. And I was on the opposite side. I wasn't on the side of, I think Safemoon is basically a fraud. I was on the other side. So I can understand that paradigm, and I can see how people that maybe needed some form of connection, especially in today's environment, how Safemoon was very appealing to them. It provided a sense of community. So I completely understand that. What pisses me off is the fact that on that same hand, I believe that someone used that. They used that sense of connection that those individuals had with the community to milk money from them and to use them as a means to an end. And there's something called Kantian ethics. I believe it was Immanuel Kant created an ethical philosophy, and it's very simple. An act is ethical if it uses someone as a means in and of themselves. So I'm going to hang out with Control. He's going to work with me on this project because I like him and he's an honest guy, right? That would be ethical. What's not ethical is using someone or their emotions or their weaknesses as a means to an end. So I'm going to hang out with Control because I know he has a brother that works for this company that I'm going to be shilling next week. And maybe he can get me in front of him because I really don't like this dude at all. I just want his connections. That would be unethical. And that's what I feel like John has done to the Safemoon holders. I was one of them. So I don't really hold it against people that hold it. I don't hold it against them lashing out because I understand that I've been on both sides. But I hold it against him for using their emotional connection. I feel like it was used as a weapon for his own material benefit.
And I think that and I can agree with the sentiment that, for example, like the timeline stuff. And I'm a huge believer in learning the hard way. And I've said that a lot. And what that means is that your actions have consequences. And if they will have consequences, we will see them. And that's just the sad reality of it, but it's a reality that people are going to have to face. If you make bad decisions, you take advantage of people, that's going to catch up to you at the end of the day. And you know, that's just what I believe. And if he is taking advantage of people and he is doing that, he's exploiting it, it's going to catch up with him eventually. And I believe that, you know, if that's what he's doing, it'll catch up to him. And unfortunately, if that's the case, you know, the holders are, you know, suffering as a result. And I don't want people to suffer. You know, that's why I provide the feedback I do, because, you know, holders do deserve that transparency. Unfortunately, I can't go back in time and make it happen that way. But if I could, I would, because then probably none of this conversation would happen. However, I think another thing that would be discussed is if John had communicated about this Bitmart deal, what would be appropriate then? Would the holders be okay with that? You know, that's a conversation that we would have. If he did communicate that he would be making this profit by this deal or whatever, would that be appropriate profit to be had? Does that make sense? Sorry, this dog's been barking all day today.
You want to respond to that, Dom? If he's busy for a second, we can go ahead and go to the Crypto Cowboy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's going to, unfortunately, it's not the best path. It's not something I'm pro regulation. I do not like the government. But having a clear path for entities like this, because obviously, well, I don't know. I have two sides of thought on that. One is the way you self-regulate this is you let people just get absolutely massacred and burned financially. And once that happens enough, the space will somewhat, you know, regulate itself. Because people will learn what things work and what things don't work. I mean, the reflection concept was a failed concept long before Safemoon came along, as far as reflecting your own token. It was a copy of B token. So on one hand, I'm like, yeah, just let everybody stick their fingers in the light socket, you know, get the hell shocked out of them, lose all their money, and maybe it will change the way people look at the space and the way they interact with it. I know it's changed the way I do. But then again, what's the next scam? What's the next way they're going to screw people? What's the next shitty thing they're going to do? So it's not something I've really came to terms with yet. I'm not pro regulation of anything, you know, but I don't have.
Yeah, I think yeah, sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
I just don't. I don't have a great answer for that at this time, because what I don't want to happen is for the government to regulate crypto in a way that only solidifies them rolling out their own fake crypto.
Same.
You know, I just don't. I don't want that to happen, and that's exactly what will happen. So it sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, it really sucks. I mean, if I know you don't agree with what we are saying, but if what I'm saying is true, it really sucks, you know, because John had this fantastic opportunity to be a good example, to had millions and millions and millions of dollars to create something, which he's not created anything that someone like Kark hasn't created. I mean, his wallet's outstanding. He created it with just a piece of sand in comparison to how much money John had. But you know, it's just it really sucks because he had the chance to be something very big in the space. He had the chance to set the bar. He had the chance to change things, you know, in my opinion, and he blew it, you know, over greed. And
go ahead.
that's it.
You can go ahead, Cowboy.
I'm in the blockchain. I think it cut me off.
I think we lost Cowboy. What's up, Foodie?
Hey, yeah, I'm back. Yeah. No, I agree with sorry, I can't see Damn Son 3X. I actually agree with him what he was saying about regulation, just to the point where if we need you, to dig into things and see what happened, help redeem some stolen funds, but not to the point where governments will be, like taxing everyone or monitoring. Like I want it to be, and maybe it's not possible for it to stay decentralized and still monitored to protect people. I mean, to a degree, we can do that now. Like someone will send it to their Coinbase account that's tied to an ID, like a real life ID. But a lot of these people get away with shit that unfortunately we.
I
So
think
in that respect, I agree with Damn Son.
What I get worried about, I think the most with regulation, what I really do get worried about is that in my experience, the government tends to over-regulate things in which they just ban things outright. And I get worried that with DeFi specifically, I think they would do like an IP address ban on like PancakeSwap or Uniswap or something like that. And I just get the fear that they're going to over-regulate. I don't, because DeFi is not complex, but for the government, it's very hard to regulate in that sense. And so I think that instead of trying to figure out the particular, the technicalities, what if we do this here and there, I think they're just going to ban swaps outright or something like that.
They can't really ban like interactions with the blockchain. Like I forget which country did it. I think it might have been China. They made it illegal to participate in blockchain.
What about like IP bans though? Can't they, like, if you're from the US and you want to use PancakeSwap, can't they do that?
Yeah, for example, like I can go on my computer right now and send a transaction without connecting to the. I mean, technically I am connected, but you could also use like VPNs and like.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, somebody.
It's the
somebody
onboarding.
told me like
the onboarding and offboarding of funds. That's how you do it. If you want to stop it, you make it a felony to onboard funds or to allow someone to onboard funds from your bank or credit card to anything related to crypto. Yeah.
Okay, I see now. Okay, yeah, because I get my stuff.
Are you from
Ukraine?
Ukraine?
Huh?
Are you from Ukraine? Ukraine?
Yeah.
Ukraine?
Because of you have a banner that says "I support Ukraine," so he's asking if you're Ukrainian.
No, yes, I'm not Ukrainian.
Ukraine. Yeah, Ukraine.
What?
She's not Ukrainian, but she supports Ukraine.
Yes. Good. Yeah, I am also support Ukraine. I am from Egypt and I like Ukraine. I don't like Russia.
Okay.
Yes.
What were we? Yeah, so it's about basically just making it illegal, but you can't really stop it. You can just really.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody said like there's like different ways. I forgot the list they gave me. They're like there's like 6 different ways they can ban DeFi and all this stuff, and I'm like, what? I was like, how the hell would they manage to do that?
Yeah, probably not. Just scaring people the most they can do.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that's the only thing about the government. I think that if they were to do something, they're going to over-regulate it. That's always my concern because that tends to be what the government does. If it's too much to handle, bam, There's no like, okay, let's draw up a huge document on regulate. Like, I doubt they're going to do that. I think it's going to be more for centralized exchanges.
The thing is, they're already at a point where they see crypto and they really badly want to control it, but can't. So they kind of like any instance where crypto surfaces itself in a centralized manner, like there's an Algorand blockchain right now where they actually are trying to consider them as someone who follows the news knows the term, a security.
Oh, so okay.
Yeah, so they're trying to like create like legal repercussions of, you know, not making everything about what you're doing public if, you know, any aspect of what the crypto did was, you know, public in any respect. And someone who sees the news and knows about the whole securities thing, you could step in. I might not be the most knowledgeable, but
I'm not either. It's okay. I think Dom's pretty knowledgeable in the security thing.
Well, guys, I started this space like 6 hours ago.
Yeah, sorry, my bad.
Oh no, I don't care. You know, I let it go this long. And spaces are kind of hard because it kind of involves what topics are talking about and how many times can you cover the same topic before people are like, okay, yeah, we get it. And it also involves like community interaction. And I think people like kind of enjoy seeing the drama, right? They enjoy somebody coming up here and then, nah, you effing idiot, blah, blah, blah. And like people just, that the views go up for that, you know, people pay more attention to that. So, yeah, I'm just going to I'm going to go ahead and call it here, and but I'll probably be doing, you know, another space or so as more information comes out. And like I said before, and I'm just like I keep broken record, right? Like Safemoon is I was a part of Safemoon, and I want to see how it plays out, and I also feel that it's important to go about Safemoon in a way that doesn't hurt people in the future, and I think that's being very realistic with positive and negative information. Because if you're too much either way, then you might be contributing to somebody losing money. And I also think that this is a stepping stone. I feel like we're going to watch it end at some point, is my perspective. But I think it's a stepping stone to the future of that we have in crypto, and that there's a lot to learn here. So if you get into a project, it won't be like you having to figure out the maxi mindset. You'll be like, no, I've seen this before. I've seen this happen before, and you'll know how to react to it. And reacting to it will probably be warning people about it, but also being able to take profits at a better time instead of, you know, believing the hype. So that's kind of why I do these spaces. Maris, it's been good talking to you today, and like I don't have any hard feelings towards you. Dom, son, thanks for coming up, man. Always great to hear you just pop off with some of those, you know, facts about the stuff that, you know, like the SEC and stuff like that. I don't have all that memorized, so that's definitely like super helpful.
Yeah, man.
And yeah, it was great hanging out with you guys. If you guys wanted to say anything, you can go ahead and say that, and then I'll probably end the space.
I was just saying you can create when you create another space, I think a good discussion would actually be like the SEC stuff, because I'm interested in that personally. I just want to learn more about it.
Okay. Did you have any final words, Dom?
No, you all have a good night. It's been fun. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody, on the Twitter side of things, YouTube side of things. If you're on the YouTube side of things, you guys do me a favor, and you're rewatching this, you know, hit the like button and comment, and just help me with the algorithm. And really appreciate everybody coming up. I see a lot of people down that don't come up, but I still like your work, like Shag and a lot of other people. So appreciate you guys. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next space or video or whatever.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thanks, man. Take care.